All around him, the Chrysari champions kneeled without hesitation. Even Wise had dropped to one knee, bowing her head respectfully. Rex, however, remained standing, his gaze locked onto the queen. The Hive Queen's voice broke the silence, and it was nothing like what Rex expected. It was smooth, charming, and teasing, with a melodic tone that felt completely out of place given her appearance. "So," she said, her voice reverberating gently through the chamber, "you're the human I've heard so much about from my daughter." Rex remained silent, unsure of how to respond. His body was still frozen in awe and tension, his mind racing as he tried to process everything around him. The queen tilted her head slightly, her glowing green eyes narrowing in amusement as she noticed his hesitation. It seems that this form might be a little intimidating for you." Her tone was teasing, almost playful, though the raw power behind her words made it impossible to mistake her for anything less than a supreme being. She extended one of her smaller, slender appendages toward Wise, brushing it gently against her daughter's face. A tiny droplet of Ys's blood glistened on the tip of the appendage as the queen withdrew it, inspecting it with curiosity. "Allow me to fix that," she said with a faint smile. With that, the massive figure of the Hive Queen shifted, lowering herself into a resting position that resembled her usual sleep posture. From the crest of her head, a smaller, humanoid form began to emerge, encased in a translucent, shimmering membrane. The process was surreal and unsettling, the humanoid figure slowly detaching from the queen's larger form like a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis. Once fully separated, the membrane around the humanoid figure dissolved, transforming into an almost transparent dress that clung elegantly to her new body. Standing before Rex now was a humanoid woman of striking beauty. Her skin had the same iridescent black shimmer as her larger form, and her eyes glowed faintly green, giving her an otherworldly appearance. Her hair was long and silken, falling in dark waves that reflected a faint blue sheen. Despite the overwhelming aura of power she still carried, her new form was far less physically imposing, though no less intimidating. She took a single step forward, her movements graceful and deliberate. Before Rex could react, she was suddenly standing directly in front of him, her glowing green eyes peering into his own through his helmet. "Is this look more pleasing to you?" the queen asked softly, her voice still carrying that teasing, melodic tone. Rex instinctively stepped back half a step while his body tense, though he quickly caught himself and forced his feet to stay planted. His mind raced as he tried to find the right words, but her sudden proximity and the sheer weight of her presence made it difficult to think clearly. Rex swallowed hard, his voice finally finding its way out of his throat. "Well, you definitely know how to make an entrance," he said dryly, though his tone betrayed the nervous tension running through his body. The queen chuckled softly, her voice like silk. "And you," she said, "know how to amuse me. Perhaps this meeting will be more interesting than I expected." The queen moved with a grace that belied her towering, monstrous power, returning to her massive sleeping form. The enormous creature shifted slightly, extending one of its smaller tentacles to act as an elegant seat for the humanoid queen, who crossed her legs and reclined upon it. She exuded a strange air of both majesty and teasing mischief, her glowing green eyes never leaving Rex. "So," Rex spoke, his voice steady despite the lingering tension in the room, "can I know what the reason is that you called for me this time?" It had taken every ounce of his self-control to stand his ground under her oppressive aura, but now that she had retracted it to a bearable level, he could finally speak without feeling like he was being crushed under a mountain. The queen's glowing eyes narrowed, and she let out a playful hum. Jumping straight to the main topic already. "Oh, darling, don't be such a bore." Her teasing tone sent a shiver down Rex's spine, and before he could respond, her glowing eyes pulsed brighter. "Everyone, leave us," the queen commanded, her voice laced with an irresistible force. The champions, and even Wise, all rose simultaneously, their movements mechanical and unnervingly synchronized. Their eyes had gone completely blank, like empty husks devoid of life. Without a word, they turned and began walking toward the exit. Rex instinctively stepped forward, intending to stop Wise from leaving, but his body refused to move. It felt as though invisible chains held him in place, binding him where he stood. "Don't worry, darling," the queen said, clearly amused by his reaction. "They'll be fine. I've merely borrowed their consciousness for the moment." They'll wake up none the wiser when we're done. I just wanted a little privacy, for our talk. Her reassurance didn't completely settle Rex's nerves, but he knew he wasn't in a position to argue. Slowly, he relaxed, though his eyes lingered on the doorways and the champions had exited through. If this was meant to be a private talk, Rex began carefully, can I at least know your name? Zytralia blinked, her glowing eyes widening slightly in what appeared to be genuine surprise. But then, after a moment, she threw her head back and let out a melodic, echoing laugh. Ha ha ha. You're quite bold for someone so weak, she said, her smile sharp but amused. Her laughter subsided, and she cocked her head slightly, her green, glowing eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Her voice dropped to a soft murmur, barely audible. But then again, are you really weak? Rex couldn't hear her murmured words, but her gaze lingered on him in a way that made him feel as though she were dissecting him with her eyes alone. Finally, she straightened her posture and gave him a sly smile. Well then, since I'm feeling generous, I suppose I can indulge you. You may call me Zytralia. She reclined slightly, crossing her legs with the fluidity of a predator at rest. Rex gave her a respectful bow, his voice steady. It's an honor to meet you, Queen Zytralia. My name is. She raised a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. There's no need for introductions, she said, her voice playful but firm. I already know who you are, Rex. Or should I say, darling. Rex froze, his muscles tensing as Zytralia's humanoid form suddenly disappeared in a flash of green light. Before he could react, her voice whispered right by his ear. Darling, she purred, her breath warm against his helmet as her hand trailed lightly across his chest. Rex turned sharply, but she was gone, her teasing laughter echoing faintly through the chamber. He whipped his head back toward her throne, only to find her seated casually once more, her green eyes glinting with amusement. Now then, Zytralia said, as though nothing had happened, since the introductions are over, let's get into the topic. Yes, she leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand. Rex's guard remained up, but he nodded. I hope you don't mind if I ask the first question. What kind of race do you come from? The moment she asked, Zytralia's glowing eyes pulsed again, and Rex felt an unsettling sensation ripple through his body. It was as if she were peeling back every layer of him, examining him down to his very core. He suddenly felt exposed, as though there was no point in lying, not that it would even work. Well, Rex began, forcing himself to remain composed, since you already know my name, I'm assuming Wise told you plenty about me. So I'll just confirm it. I'm human. Or, at least, I was. Right now, I'm half human and half Kael'zar. Zytralia tilted her head, her smile widening slightly. Half human, half Kael'zar, she echoed, as if savoring the words. Her gaze briefly lingered on him, and Rex got the distinct feeling she wasn't just looking at him, she was analyzing him. He shifted uncomfortably, trying to keep his focus away from her since her almost transparent dress, which clung to her figure in all the wrong, or perhaps all the right, ways, wasn't helping. Yes, I do recall the Kael'zars, Zytralia said casually, her tone laced with a faint edge of boredom. Boring creatures. Too rigid. Too proud. It's no wonder they went extinct. The Higher Queen at the time despised them, you know, for what they did. They thought themselves untouchable. Look where that got them. Her expression shifted slightly, becoming more curious. She leaned forward, her glowing eyes narrowing. But, are you sure you're human? Rex blinked, confused. What do you mean? Of course I'm human. Well, half human now, like I said. Zytralia tapped her lips thoughtfully, her gaze never leaving him. I wonder. Rex frowned. What's that supposed to mean? She chuckled softly, reclining once more. Oh, nothing, she said teasingly. I just find it amusing. You seem so certain of what you are, and yet, there's something about you, something different, something even you don't seem to understand. Rex blinked, his stance slightly stiff as he processed the Hive Queen's sudden shift in demeanor. She had moved closer to him, kneeling gracefully just a meter away, her glowing green eyes locked onto his with an intensity that made him feel like she was staring straight into his soul. Her iridescent black skin shimmered faintly in the dim light, and her playful yet commanding aura made the hairs on the back of Rex's neck stand on end. Well then, Zytralia said while her tone was light but laced with authority, since you've already asked your question, I suppose it's my turn now. She smiled with a sharp, dangerous smile that carried both elegance and menace. You see, I pride myself on being fair. One question for one question. She tilted her head slightly, her long, dark hair cascading over one shoulder as her glowing green eyes narrowed. So, go ahead, she said with a teasing lilt, her voice soft yet commanding. Ask me your next question, Rex. I'll allow it. The proximity and intensity of her gaze made Rex's muscles tighten instinctively. For a moment, he debated what he could ask her or what he should ask her. This wasn't a casual conversation. Every word exchanged here had weight, and every question was a gamble. After a few seconds of deliberation, Rex decided to push back, carefully choosing his words to test her in return. All right, he said after straightening his posture slightly, since we're taking turns, and you're clearly someone who knows more than you let on, I'll ask something simple. Her smile widened, the sharpness in her expression softening just a fraction as her eyes glinted with amusement. Oh, I like your confidence, Rex. Go on, then. Ask. Rex held her gaze, his voice calm but firm. What exactly are you hoping to achieve with this meeting? Why did you call for me specifically? The queen let out a low hum, leaning back slightly as if pondering his question. Her long, elegant fingers rested lightly on her chin, and her glowing green eyes flickered faintly, as though reflecting some unseen light. Ah, an excellent question, she said after a pause, her voice carrying an almost melodic tone of approval, and bold, too. Most would be too intimidated to ask such a direct question of me. I like that about you. She shifted her weight slightly, her translucent dress shimmering faintly as she rested her elbow on her knee, her head tilting once more. As for why I called you here? Her smile turned enigmatic, her tone teasing yet cryptic. Let's just say I'm curious. You, Rex, are not quite what you appear to be, and that intrigues me. And when something intrigues me, I like to take a closer look. Her glowing eyes narrowed slightly, and Rex could feel the weight of her gaze intensify. You're different, she said, her voice softening, though it still carried a sharp edge. You've been touched by powers that should be beyond your reach. You're like a puzzle, Rex, one I haven't fully solved yet. That makes you valuable. Rex frowned slightly, her words stirring unease within him. Valuable how? He asked cautiously. Ah, she said while raising a slender finger. It's still my turn for a question, darling. Don't get greedy now. She leaned forward once more, her glowing green eyes locking onto his with an intensity that made his chest tighten. Now, my turn. Since you're human or, at least, partially human, allow me to ask you something about your oh-so-fascinating species. Her voice dropped slightly, becoming almost a whisper. How far are you willing to go to protect the ones you care about? The question hung in the air like a blade, sharp and heavy. Rex could feel the weight behind it, the subtle challenge in her tone, as if she were testing something deeper than just his resolve. Rex watched Zytralia carefully, noticing how her expression shifted as he gave his answer. Her discomfort at his initial hesitation was clear, her glowing green eyes narrowing ever so slightly, her lips forming a faint pout. It was strange to see someone so overwhelming, so godlike, react in such a human way. I see, Zytralia said after a moment, her voice carrying an edge of disappointment. So that's your answer? I won't hide that I'm greatly unimpressed by it. You see, for the hive minds, family is everything. And don't misunderstand me. When I say family, I'm not talking about the swarm as a whole, no. She paused, brushing her long nails elegantly through her shimmering hair. I'm speaking about my sisters and my direct descendants, our true family. Her tone grew sharper, her glowing eyes boring into Rex as she continued. For us, when someone threatens our family, when someone dares harm one of our kind, we act. Without hesitation. Without mercy. The metallic girl of yours, Cleo, was it? She is a prime example of what I mean. Rex's jaw tightened at her words, but he stayed silent, letting her finish. Because of your hesitation in your answer, Zytralia continued, pouting slightly like a spoiled empress, I'll have to deduct some points from you. She crossed her legs again, resting her chin delicately on her hand. Despite her teasing tone, there was a sharpness beneath her words, a critique Rex couldn't ignore. Rex exhaled slowly, gathering his thoughts. Then, after a brief pause, he met her gaze directly. "Well," he began, his voice steady, "I don't know what kind of answer you were expecting from me, but I stand by what I said." Zytralia tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. "I will never trade my life for someone I care about," Rex continued, his voice firm but sincere. "Because if I die, there's no certainty that the person I saved would even be grateful for it. Let's say the person I saved loved me just as much as I loved them. If I gave my life for them, all I'd leave behind is a deep scar on their heart. A scar they'd carry for the rest of their life. So instead, I'd rather carry the burden of my weakness, the pain of my own failure, than leave someone I care about to carry that scar." His words hung in the air for a moment, the atmosphere in the chamber thick with tension. Zytralia's expression changed, her pout fading as her eyes grew sharper, more thoughtful. She leaned back slightly, her fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of her organic throne. For a few seconds, she was silent, gazing at Rex as though trying to unravel him. Then, finally, she let out a soft hum, tilting her head again. "I see," she said slowly, her voice quieter this time, as if she were speaking to herself. "Well, the answer I was hoping for wasn't quite that one. Your explanation does bring about a similar result." She fell into thought for a brief moment, her glowing eyes shimmering faintly. When she finally spoke again, her tone had shifted. Now it was lighter, almost playful, but still carried a subtle weight. "Well, well, well," she said with a devilish smile spreading across her lips. "You've managed to surprise me, Rex. And not many people can do that. Your answer, it's unconventional, but it's made me realize something new, and that's put me in a rather good mood." Her smile widened, her sharp teeth gleaming faintly in the dim green light of the chamber. "So, in light of that," she continued, her voice dripping with mischief, "I'll offer you something. A reward, if you will. You may ask for one thing. Anything you desire. And if it's within my power to grant it, and it's not too troublesome, I might just concede it to you." She leaned forward slightly, her glowing eyes locking onto his with a predatory intensity. "But do be careful what you ask for, darling," she added with a teasing lilt, "because I don't grant wishes lightly." Rex blinked, his mind racing at her unexpected offer. He wasn't sure if this was an opportunity or a trap. Still, the prospect of being able to ask something of Zytralia, one of the most powerful beings he had ever encountered, was not something to take lightly. "All right," Rex said, his voice steady as he straightened his posture. "If you're offering, I'll take you up on that." Zytralia grinned, her expression both amused and expectant. "Oh, I knew you would. So, darling," she said while resting her chin on her hand once more. "What is it you desire? Power? Knowledge? Protection? Or, perhaps something else entirely?" When Rex heard Zytralia's last words and saw her licking her lips, he could tell she was thoroughly enjoying this little game. Her amusement was clear in her mischievous grin, and that only pushed him to meet her challenge with his own confidence. "Well, since I'm being offered this opportunity to wish for something, I'll take it," Rex answered, his voice firm and deliberate. "I want you to help us 3 times against enemies that attack us." He folded his arms and stood tall, waiting for her reaction, his golden eyes gleaming behind his helmet. For a brief moment, Zytralia didn't say anything, and her expression was unreadable. Then, slowly, a wide, sharp smile spread across her lips. Yes," she purred, her voice dripping with mock approval. "I was expecting you to ask for something like that." But then her smile turned sly while her glowing green eyes narrowed slightly, however. In an instant, she vanished from her throne, reappearing directly behind Rex. He barely had time to react before he felt her long, slender arms wrap around his torso in an almost intimate embrace. Her cool fingers brushed over his chest plate, tracing patterns against the hard surface of his armor. "You're more greedy than I thought, darling," Zytralia teased him with her lips just inches from his ear. Her voice was so smooth, so sultry, that it sent an involuntary shiver down Rex's spine. 3 times? My, that's quite the demand. Rex's posture stiffened, and his hands instinctively reached up to grab hers, stopping her from continuing her wandering touches. "Look," he said, trying to mask his discomfort with an awkward laugh. "I don't think it's that unreasonable, is it? A little help here and there." One time, Zytralia interrupted with her tone soft but firm, I can agree to. But the other 2 times, she leaned closer, her green eyes glowing faintly as her fingers paused under his hands. For those, I'll have to ask for an exchange. You see, I'm a fair queen, and I don't break my own rules, now I? Her voice was like velvet, utterly captivating and yet tinged with a dangerous undertone that made Rex's pulse quicken. Rex let out another nervous chuckle, trying his best to remain composed as Zytralia's presence enveloped him like a predator toying with its prey. Well, he began, carefully prying her hands off his chest and stepping forward to put a bit of distance between them. I don't think I have anything of too much value to trade for those 2 favors. He turned back to face her, offering her an awkward but determined grin. And I definitely don't plan on becoming a slave again. So, how about we just put it on my tab? You know, small payments over the years, I could even pay with interest. For the first time, Zytralia looked genuinely caught off guard. Her glowing eyes widened slightly, and she blinked several times in disbelief, as if she hadn't fully processed what Rex had just said. Then, after a long pause, her lips curled into a smile so wide that it bordered dangerous. Her melodious laughter filled the chamber, echoing off the organic walls like a haunting symphony. Ha ha ha, oh, you truly are a bold one, aren't you? Zytralia said, her laughter gradually subsiding as she crossed her legs and reclined gracefully back on her throne. Putting it on your tab, small payments, you say? Oh, Rex, you've amused me far more than I expected today. She leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand as her glowing green eyes studied him with newfound curiosity. You don't even realize it, do you? Most would cower before me, begging for the smallest crumb of mercy, but you. She let out a soft chuckle, shaking her head in disbelief. You dare to negotiate with me as though we're equals. I find that delightful. Rex relaxed slightly, though he remained cautious. So, does that mean we have a deal? Zytralia's smile turned sharper, her glowing eyes narrowing slightly. Let's call it a partial deal, she said, her voice teasing. I'll grant you my aid once, without conditions. But for the other 2 times. She tapped her fingers against the armrest of her throne, a thoughtful look crossing her face. I'll allow you to earn them. Let's say, a favor for a favor. Each time you call upon me, you'll owe me something in return. Something equally valuable. Rex frowned slightly, weighing her words. And what exactly would you consider equally valuable? Zytralia grinned, leaning back with a satisfied expression. Oh, don't worry, darling. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement when the time comes. For now, just know that I won't demand anything unreasonable. I'll simply ask for what I believe is fair. After all, I'm nothing if not reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Her words carried a dangerous undertone, but Rex could see no obvious traps in her offer. For now, it seemed like the best he could get out of her. Fine, Rex said after a moment, his tone firm. 1 unconditional favor, and 2 conditional ones. I'll take that deal. Zytralia's grin widened, her sharp teeth glinting faintly in the dim light. Wonderful, then it's settled. She extended a hand toward Rex, her long fingers shimmering faintly. Shall we seal our agreement with a touch, or are you too shy to take my hand, darling? Rex hesitated for a fraction of a second before stepping forward and gripping her hand firmly. The moment their hands touched, he felt a strange warmth flow through him, almost like liquid fire coursing through his veins. The sensation was both comforting and unnerving, as if Zytralia had left an invisible mark on him. There, Zytralia said softly, her voice carrying an almost lustful tone. Our deal is sealed. You've earned 1 favor, and the possibility of 2 more. Use them wisely, Rex. As she pulled her hand away, her devilish smile returned. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask, or shall I start asking my questions again? No, you go ahead. Give me time to think of a better question, Rex said while waving his hand lazily as if granting her permission, his helmet tilting slightly like a raised eyebrow. Well then, Zytralia began talking with a mischievous glint in her alien eyes. Why don't you have kids yet? Not to brag or anything, but my daughter, Izera, is considered a perfect beauty by human standards. Or, wait, is it her petite build? Do you prefer someone more mature and charming? Her tone was equal parts playful and curious. but the question landed like a brick in Rex's gut. Rex was dumbfounded. He was ready for weird questions, sure, but this was the next level weird. Ehem. Well, it's not exactly the right time to have kids, you know. Things are complicated right now. There's a lot going on. Like dangerous stuff. Until I can guarantee a safe place for them, I'd rather not bring kids into this mess. Zytralia listened in complete silence, but her smile grew wider with every word, like she was savoring his awkward explanation. By the time he finished, her expression could only be described as smug satisfaction. So, she said while leaning in slightly, her voice dripping with curiosity, if you do find a safe place, then you'll have kids. Rex straightened up. Hey, hold on. It's my turn to ask a question, isn't it? He jabbed a gloved finger in her direction, trying to wrestle back control of the conversation. Oh, oops, Zytralia gasped while covering her small mouth with both hands. Her black skin covered in stars glowed faintly as she feigned surprise. He, I got so caught up in our chat that I forgot. Tell you what, to show you how sorry I am, I'll let you call me twice for free. How's that sound? She tilted her head, flashing an innocent grin that could have melted the coldest heart or, in Rex's case, his helmet visor. Rex crossed his arms, pretending to think it over. Tempting. But if you're already giving me 2 free calls, why not just throw in a third? You know, as a sign of true remorse. He shot her a thumbs up like he'd just struck the best deal of the century. Zytralia burst into laughter, throwing her head back. Ha ha ha. Nice try, Rex. Your boldness really knows no bounds. Fine, ask your question already. She wiped an imaginary tear from her eye, her laugh lingering in the air. All right, here's one for you, Rex said while leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping into a mock-serious tone. What can I say or do right now to convince you to make that third call free too? Under the helmet, a smirk spread across his face, not that she could see it. Zytralia's glowing green eyes widened slightly at Rex's bold question, and for a moment, there was silence in the chamber. Then, suddenly, she threw her head back and let out a melodic, genuine laugh, the kind that reverberated off the organic walls and sent a faint chill down Rex's spine. It was a laugh filled with both amusement and intrigue, as if she had just discovered a delightful new toy to play with. Ha ha ha, oh, Rex, you really are something, aren't you? Zytralia said while lowering her head and brushing a strand of shimmering hair behind her ear. Her lips curled into a wicked, teasing smile as her glowing eyes locked onto him. You're not only bold, you're shameless. Negotiating for free favors from me. How cheeky of you, darling. She leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand as her smile widened. Well, I must admit, I am curious to see what you'll come up with. So, go ahead. What do you think you could possibly offer me that would convince me to give you that third free favor? I'm dying to hear it. Rex crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes hidden behind his helmet. Well, he said with his voice being calm and confident. I don't know you well enough to guess what you truly want, but I've noticed you're a fan of boldness. And if there's one thing I know, it's that sometimes people or queens find value in the unexpected. Zytralia raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by his words. Oh, go on, she urged, her tone playful but tinged with genuine curiosity. Rex took a step closer, his posture relaxed but deliberate. How about this? I'll give you my word. No tricks, no games. The next time you ask me for something that does not attempt against my life or those I love, I'll agree to it without hesitation. That's my offer. One favor, freely given, from me to you. Zytralia's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied him. For a moment, she said nothing, her glowing gaze piercing into him like a scalpel. It was clear she was weighing the sincerity of his words, testing him in a way only she could. You're quite confident, aren't you? She said finally, her voice soft but laced with amusement. Offering me your word, as if that alone is enough to sway me. Tell me, Rex, why should I value your word? What makes it worth more than the words of countless others who've knelt before me? Rex smirked under his helmet, the sharpness of her question not shaking him in the slightest. Because unlike the others, I haven't knelt. And I don't plan to. Zytralia's eyes widened slightly at his response, and for the briefest moment, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Then, her lips curled into a slow, dangerous smile. "You are such a fascinating little human," she said with her voice practically dripping with delight. "Bold, confident, and utterly unshakable. It's almost enough to make me forgive your audacity." She leaned back in her seat, tapping her fingers rhythmically against the armrest of her throne as she considered his offer. "All right, Rex," she said after a long pause. Her tone was still playful but carrying a hint of sharpness. "After speaking with you for just a few minutes, I think I've come up with the perfect way for you to repay me for that last favor," Zytralia said with a sly smile, and before Rex could process her words, the ground beneath him gave way, and a massive hole swallowed him up. "Whoa! What the?" Rex shouted as he fell, his body flailing uncontrollably. He barely had time to register what was happening before he landed with an unceremonious splash into a thick, amber-colored pool. "Damn it, I thought I was going to die," Rex grumbled as he surfaced, his armor dripping with the golden liquid. The substance clung to him like some sort of weird gelatin. "What the hell is this stuff?" he muttered while activating his plasma shields to stand on the goo's surface. But even with his tech, balancing on it felt like trying to walk on half-melted marshmallows. A familiar voice chimed in from behind him. He, are you ready to pay for that favor now?" Rex spun around and froze. There was Zytralia, standing on the edge of the pool. Stark naked. His brain short-circuited for a moment, and he reflexively raised one hand to block the view. What, Zytralia, seriously, what is this? Where am I? And why? Why are you not wearing anything?" Her grin widened as she stepped gracefully onto the amber surface, completely at ease. "Relax, darling, this is my private nutrient pool, filled with all the minerals and organic material one could ever need for health and vitality. I refined it myself, you know." She twirled a finger through the air as if showing off her craftsmanship. "That's great, but also not answering why I'm here," Rex stammered, trying desperately not to look anywhere inappropriate. He could feel the heat rising to his face, even through his helmet. "And can you, please stop trying to pull my helmet off? I kinda need it to breathe." He batted away her hands as she made a surprisingly determined attempt to remove it. "Oh, don't be such a baby," Zytralia teased him with her tone dripping with amusement. "See those algae over there?" She pointed to glowing green patches along the pool's edge. "They produce oxygen, and those membranes surrounding us, they keep this space isolated from the vacuum of space. You'll be fine." With a quick tug, she successfully popped his helmet off. Rex took a deep breath, realizing she was right. The air here was oddly refreshing, with a faint minty aroma. "Okay, fine. But that still doesn't explain why I'm here. Or why you're here. Or why you're, he gestured vaguely in her direction, avoiding eye contact. "Not dressed." "Well," Zytralia said while leaning in slightly, her tone becoming playful yet somehow serious, "this pool is where I laid my eggs after they are fertilized and grow big enough that they can't stay any longer in my womb. It's a sacred space, and no one is allowed to enter." Rex's eyebrows shot up. "Then I really shouldn't be here. If this is so special, I'll just head out, so you can, enjoy your sacred place alone." He turned around, trying to find an exit, but Zytralia stepped closer. Her presence was impossible to ignore at this point. "Oh, but you are here," she said while wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Her breath tickled his ear, carrying that faint minty scent. "And you're here for a reason. The favor I want," she paused, letting the tension build, "is for you to help me create the next generation. A child, our child." Rex froze. His brain took a full 5 seconds to reboot. "Wait, you want me to what? No way. Nope. Not happening. That's not what I signed up for." Zytralia giggled while resting her chin on his shoulder as she gazed at him with playful eyes. "Oh, come now. It's not so bad. You're strong, intelligent, and resourceful. Imagine how powerful our offspring would be. A perfect blend of human and Chrysarian traits." She tilted her head and added with a smirk, "Besides, I've learned from my daughter that your human race values purity, is that right? A partner's first time, Rex turned his head sharply, his expression turning to pure disbelief. "You're really bringing that up right now?" "Yes, okay, fine, it's important to humans. We don't do things with someone who's already been with someone else. It's just a thing. Okay. He waved his arms in frustration, trying to steer the conversation anywhere else. Well, Zytralia whispered softly while leaning closer, I may not be pure in the traditional sense, since I'm a mother, but this body, it's a new one. Untouched. Never been used before. Completely untainted. Her voice dropped to a whisper, her lips nearly brushing his ear. So technically, this would be my first time. Rex swiftly grasped Zytralia's butt and pulled her close, absorbing the nanomaterial from his armor into his body. Well then, don't mind me if I do. As Rex absorbed the nanomaterial from his armor, he felt a surge of energy and a sense of freedom. Zytralia, with her shimmering black skin that seemed to reflect the stars, smiled at him with a charming and mature glint in her eye. She didn't seem to mind Rex's sudden forwardness, and instead, she leaned in closer to him, her voice taking on a sultry tone. Indeed, I don't mind if you do, she whispered, her breath tickling Rex's ear. But perhaps we should take this somewhere more comfortable. She glanced around the room, her eyes sparkling with mischief. While Rex was making his sacrifices elsewhere, Cleo was focused on preparing her fleet and fortifying the trading station's defenses. The air buzzed with tension as the Revenant Ascendancy's hostile fleet loomed ever closer. Cleo's fleet stood ready for battle. Her flagship, the Cleopatra, gleamed at the center of the formation, its hull a masterpiece of both engineering and sheer intimidation. Flanking it was the Liberator, a dreadnought serving as the vanguard, its imposing frame bristling with firepower. On either side of the Cleopatra, two Leviathan-class carriers, fully armed and meticulously supplied, loomed like guardians, their hangar bays bustling with activity as squadrons of fighters ran last-minute checks. Surrounding the formation were also several frigates, agile and vigilant, prepared to intercept enemy strikes. The trading station itself, though incapable of launching direct attacks, was no soft target. Two military-grade energy shields hummed with power, enveloping the station in a protective bubble, while a plasma honeycomb shield clung tightly to the exterior like a second skin, an extra layer of defense in case enemy fighters breached the energy barriers. Surrounding the station, a network of weapon platforms stood ready to light up the void. While their firepower couldn't dent medium-sized enemy vessels, it was more than enough to swat down fighters like flies. Cleo's commands extended to the fleet and the weapon platforms, but inside the trading station, the twins Lyra and Naira were in charge of the militia and their blood legion, which had been stationed there to repel any siege pods or boarding attempts. Sis, are you nervous? 'Cause I really am, Lyra admitted while clutching her stomach, which had started to ache from anxiety. Naira mumbled, not even looking up as she casually munched on an energy bar. I'm not really nervous. It's not like this is the first time we've fought on the front lines, you know? Lyra sighed, exasperated. I knew you were going to say something like that, sis. But, it's different now, you know. Before, we were just commanding machines. Soldiers we could repair or revive as long as their main memories stayed intact. But now, we have civilians here, people. Real people. If they die, they're gone. For good. She gazed at the militia members working tirelessly alongside the Blood Legion to build barricades, her worry etched into her face. Naira finally looked up, locking eyes with her twin. Her usual playful expression was gone, replaced by something steely and unyielding. You're right about that, she said, her tone unusually serious. But here's the thing, we just have to do what we're ordered to do. I'm not saying you shouldn't care for your troops or show mercy when you can, but those are things only the strong have the privilege to do. Naira paused, her gaze unwavering. And I hate to break it to you, Lyra, but we're not strong enough for that yet. For a moment, Lyra was stunned. She had never seen her sister this serious before. I'm surprised, she admitted with her voice soft. I didn't expect you to call yourself weak. Oh, shut it. Naira shot back with her usual spark, returning. I didn't say I was weak. I said we're not strong enough yet. There's a difference, you dummy. Before Lyra could respond, Naira grinned mischievously and delivered a sharp smack to her sister's butt. Hey, Lyra yelled, spinning around to retaliate, but before she could do anything, Naira scooped her up and slung her over her shoulder like a sack of flour. Put me down, Lyra protested while kicking her legs, but Naira just laughed and kept walking, ignoring her twins' protests. The sight of the two sisters' playful bickering brought smiles to some of the soldiers and militia members working nearby. For many of them, this moment of lightheartedness would be the last bit of levity they would see. War had a way of stealing those little moments. Hostile fleet detected. Activating alert level 3. Civilians, proceed to the fortified shelter immediately. All combat-ready individuals report to the armory to defend the station. I repeat. The cold, mechanical voice of the trading station's AI echoed throughout the station, accompanied by flashing orange lights. Designed by Cleo herself, the AI was a crucial part of the station's defenses, managing the energy shields and overseeing the weapon platforms. Cleo stood at the heart of the command center, her calm demeanor masking the storm of calculations running through her mind. The enemy had arrived, and they were wasting no time. The enemy fleet is here, Cleo stated, her voice sharp and commanding. Deploying stealthy explosive drones. Attention all fighter squadrons. Be ready to deploy on my signal. Her fingers danced across multiple consoles, sending hundreds of commands in the span of seconds. Alert! Enemy fighters incoming. Deploy fighters from Carrier 1, Cleo ordered. Moments later, the hangar doors of the Leviathan-class carrier opened, releasing wave after wave of Kael'Zar fighters into the void. The sleek ships ignited their engines, accelerating to intercept the approaching enemy. Hostile fighter squadron contact in 10-4. 3, 2, contact. The first clash was sudden and violent. The Kael'Zar fighters, designed for speed and firepower, unleashed a storm of plasma bolts and missiles. But the Revenant fighters, shaped like jagged, obsidian rocks, employed brutal tactics, ramming their opponents with their reinforced hulls. Their pointed, crystalline structures smashed through Kael'Zar ships like blades, leaving destruction in their wake. Cleo's eyes narrowed as she watched the battle unfold on the holographic display. The Kael'Zar ships were fast and deadly, but their superior firepower was being neutralized by the suicidal tactics of the Revenant fighters. Fighter squadrons are being dispatched at an incredible rate, Cleo muttered, her voice calm despite the rising tension. Initiating countermeasures. Adapting to enemy tactics. With a few swift commands, she reprogrammed the fighters to focus on evasion, sacrificing some firepower in exchange for better survival odds. The shift in strategy stabilized the battle, tilting it into a delicate balance. Meanwhile, aboard the Revenant fleet's command vessel, a towering golem with a glowing crystal embedded in its forehead stood before his leader. The golem's voice rumbled like grinding stone. Great Rock, the enemy has adapted to our tactics. What are your orders? The Great Rock, an imposing figure whose chest radiated a sinister purple light, stood unmoving, his voice dry and emotionless. It matters not. Those are mere inferior golems. Their deaths are inconsequential. His glowing eyes flickered as he turned toward the tactical display. Prepare the long-range launchers. We will target their larger vessels. Back on the Cleopatra, the station's AI issued another warning. Warning. Enemy large vessels are preparing to make a move. Insufficient data to analyze enemy strategy. Requesting more information. Request denied, Cleo responded immediately. Reason. We don't have more data. But that doesn't mean we sit around and wait. A sly smile spread across her lips as an idea formed. Order to the Liberator. Prepare long-range artillery. Fire the moment the enemy makes their move. Or as Rex would say, hit first, ask later. The command echoed across the fleet, and the Liberator, the massive dreadnought at the forefront of the formation, shifted into position. Its massive artillery guns began charging, glowing ominously as energy built up in their cores. Moments later, the Revenant fleet unleashed their attack. Bright red crystals, glowing with an eerie light, launched from their larger ships, streaking toward the Kael'Zar fleet like meteors of doom. Fire! Cleo shouted, and the Liberator responded instantly, its long-range artillery unleashing explosive rounds toward the incoming projectiles. The explosive shells collided with some of the red crystals, detonating them in midair, but many still broke through the barrage. Order, all vessels execute defensive maneuvers, Cleo commanded. Target and destroy those crystals before they hit the shields. The Kael'Zar fleet erupted into action. Every turret and gun focused on the incoming projectiles, firing in synchronized precision. Bright explosions lit up the battlefield as the crystals were destroyed one by one, but a few managed to slip through, slamming into the fleet's shields with devastating force. The energy barriers rippled violently, absorbing the brunt of the blasts but straining under the pressure. New data obtained. Enemy projectiles identified as explosive crystalline shells, updating battle formation. Good. Cleo nodded while already issuing new commands. Reform the fleet into a spread formation. Reduce cluster density to minimize damage from those crystals. The Kael'zar ships began shifting into a looser formation, spreading out across the battlefield. It was a risky maneuver. Isolating the ships made them more vulnerable to concentrated attacks, but it drastically reduced the damage from the explosive crystals. On the Revenant command vessel, the Great Rock watched as the Kael'zar fleet adapted to their tactics once again. His expressionless face betrayed no hint of emotion, but the purple glow in his chest pulsed faintly. They adapt quickly, the golem at his side observed. Shall we deploy the void shards, Great Rock? Not yet, the Great Rock replied. Let them exhaust themselves first. This battle is merely the opening move. Our true strategy has yet to begin. As the Revenant fleet prepared for their next assault, Cleo stood resolute on the Cleopatra, her mind racing through dozens of scenarios. She knew this fight was far from over, but she wasn't about to let the Revenant ascendancy steamroll her forces. Keep the pressure on them, she said to her AI assistant. This is just a test for them, but it's also a test for us. Let's show them the might of the Kael'zars. The void of space lit up with streaks of fire and explosions as the two fleets continued their deadly dance. The first chapter of open war between the Kael'zar and the Revenants had begun, and it was clear neither side was willing to back down. While the battle at the trading station raged on, Rex stirred awake, his body heavy and his mind clouded with exhaustion. It was the first time he had ever blacked out since becoming half Kael'zar. It was a humbling reminder that even with his newfound strength, he wasn't invincible. As he opened his eyes, he felt warmth on his chest. There, lying on top of him, was Zytralia. Her glowing green eyes met his the moment she realized he was awake. A soft smile spread across her lips as she gently traced the tip of his nose with her finger. Hey, welcome back, she said softly, her voice carrying an almost teasing warmth. What the hell just happened? Rex groaned while bringing a hand to his head as a dull, rhythmic pulse throbbed through his temples. Feels like I got hit by a starship. Zytralia chuckled, her laughter as sweet as it was mischievous. I wonder, she said, her tone playful as she shifted slightly, now sitting up on top of him. All I can tell you is that it worked. Her hand rested lightly on her stomach, the gesture almost casual but meaningful. What worked? Rex muttered, struggling to piece together his fragmented memory. His thoughts felt like broken shards scattered across a dark floor. I don't remember doing much. Leaning in closer, Zytralia gave him a sly smile, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, Well, what do you think, Papa? The word sent a cold shiver down Rex's spine, followed immediately by a flash of heat. He froze, staring at her in shock as the puzzle pieces suddenly clicked together. The memories rushed back, all the moments of intimacy and the surreal haze that had followed. Wait, Rex stammered while grabbing Zytralia by the arms as he stared at her with wide eyes. Are you saying that, right now, inside you, is my son? Zytralia tilted her head slightly, her expression softening into something unexpectedly vulnerable. Indeed, she said, her voice quieter but still laced with confidence. Why? Are you displeased that your firstborn will be born from this queen? What? No. Rex's grip on her arms tightened, but his tone was filled with excitement rather than fear. I don't care about that, I'm going to be a father. Without hesitation, Rex pulled Zytralia into a tight embrace, his emotions pouring out like a flood. For Zytralia, this moment of pure, unfiltered love was alien and overwhelming. As a queen, she had never experienced anything like this before. Her previous offspring were born from enemies, creatures she had killed and devoured, using their nucleos to create her brood. But this was different. Rex wasn't just another source of material for her hive, he was her partner. And while Rex was blissfully unaware of the deeper implications of what had just happened, Zytralia was all too aware. Chrysari females were notoriously protective of their partners, driven by instincts that bordered on obsessive. In many ways, they were as loving as they were dangerous, an instinctive blend of devotion and possessiveness that most species couldn't comprehend. I know you're excited," Zytralia stammered, her usual confidence wavering for just a moment. "But, can you please let me go now? We don't have time for this. My explorers have reported that the enemy is already at your base." Despite her words, part of her didn't want him to let go. Rex immediately snapped out of his euphoric haze, his mind switching back into soldier mode. "Oh right. The trading station," he said while releasing her and standing up in a hurry. "I'll meet you in the throne room." Summoning his wings, Rex launched himself upward, flying toward the same opening he had fallen through earlier. Zytralia watched him leave, her glowing green eyes lingering on the fading shimmer of his wings. For a moment, the room fell silent. Slowly, Zytralia placed a hand on her stomach, her fingers brushing gently over the spot where new life was growing. It was a strange, intoxicating feeling, one she had never known in all her centuries as queen. This child wasn't just another tool of war for her swarm. For the first time, she felt something foreign yet addictive. Motherly love. It coursed through her, lighting a fire in her soul that no battle or conquest ever had. "This feeling," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling slightly, "it's dangerous, but I want more of it." Once Rex had secured the help he needed after making what could only be described as the greatest sacrifice of his life, the battle between the Kael'Zar forces and the Revenant Ascendancy remained locked in a tense stalemate. Cleo's tireless updates to the fighters' maneuvers had kept the Revenant fleet at bay, forcing their larger ships closer to the trading station, right into a vulnerable position where swarms of fighters and bombers could slip under their energy shields to strike their hulls directly. However, standard tactics dictated that larger ships wouldn't commit until the outcome of the fighter skirmish tipped in one side's favor. For now, the two fleets exchanged long-range artillery fire, making a deadly light show in the void while both sides bided their time. Cleo stood at the command station aboard the Cleopatra, her mind racing while she felt that something was off, the kind of unease that even battle-hardened instincts couldn't explain. She leaned forward, her piercing gaze locked on the tactical display. "Order. Run scanners at maximum capacity," she commanded. Her voice was calm, but the urgency beneath it was unmistakable. The Revenant wouldn't just sit here wasting resources. "This doesn't feel right." And after several minutes, her intuition proved correct. Warning. Multiple wormhole energy signatures detected above the trading station. Cleo's head snapped toward the reinforced glass of the Cleopatra's bridge. Her eyes widened as she watched wormholes rip open in the fabric of space, just above the trading station. From the glowing, chaotic voids emerged three massive Revenant ships, identical to the ones they had already been engaging. "Damn it," Cleo muttered under her breath. Warning. Enemy drop pods detected. Activating weapon platform defenses. Hundreds of drop pods rained down like a deadly meteor shower, streaking toward the trading station. The station's 4 weapon platforms sprang to life, their laser turrets and guided missiles firing relentlessly. Many of the pods were destroyed mid-flight, erupting in fiery bursts that lit up the surrounding void. But the sheer number of pods was overwhelming, making some slip past the defenses, hurtling toward the station's hull. Lyra, Cleo called through her communicator, her tone sharp and commanding. "Prepare for station combat. Enemy forces are boarding." Inside the trading station, chaos erupted. "Everyone, brace for multiple impacts. Enemy boarding parties incoming," Lyra's voice boomed through the station speakers. The first wave of drop pods smashed into the station with deafening force, the impacts rattling the entire structure. Some pods pierced through weaker hull sections, breaching into the station's interior. While the Aegis units remained steadfast, the militia forces were a different story. Panic spread like wildfire. "It's over. We can't defend against this. We're doomed. I didn't sign up for this. Let me into the shelter. I don't even want to be here." From one of the breached pods, a squad of 2-meter-tall Revenant golems emerged. Their hulking forms radiated an ominous purple glow, and their crystalline limbs looked like jagged weapons forged for destruction. The first of the golems swung its massive arm, cleaving through a group of militia fighters in one brutal motion. Bodies fell like broken dolls. They're here. Stay back. Stay back," the air filled with the crackling of laser fire and the sharp whine of electric rifles. But the militia's panic led to chaos. Friendly fire incidents became almost as common as shots landing on the enemy. The revenant golems advanced methodically, showing no fear, no hesitation. Inside the command room, Lyra's trembling hands clutched the edge of a console. Through the cameras, she could see the militia being slaughtered, their fear overtaking any semblance of organization. "This is so chaotic," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "What did you expect from them?" Nyra replied coolly, strapping her twin crimson blades to her hips. "Honestly, I'm amazed they can even fire back in this state." Lyra turned to her sister sharply, her voice trembling. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" She reached out to grab Nyra's arm, desperation clear in her eyes. Nyra stopped and looked back at her sister with a rare, warm smile. "I have to go, sis. Those militia fighters aren't going to last much longer out there. And while I don't particularly care what happens to them, they're our soldiers now. They need someone to lead them in this chaos." "But," Lyra started, but Nyra interrupted her by gently rubbing her head. "You're better off staying here," Nyra said softly. "Use the cameras to command the Blood Legion. Reinforce the areas I can't reach. We're a team, right? I'm counting on you, sis." Lyra's protests died in her throat as Nyra pulled her into a warm hug. It was brief, but it carried the weight of everything unspoken between them. "Don't do anything stupid," Lyra muttered as she pulled away. Nyra grinned. "Stupid? Me? Never." She gave her sister a wink before turning and running out of the command room. Lyra watched her sister disappear through the door, her fists clenched at her sides. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to the console and began issuing commands to the Blood Legion, her fear slowly being replaced by determination. In the breached corridors of the station, Nyra sprinted toward the chaos. She could already hear the echoes of screams, the clash of weapons, and the booming footsteps of the revenant golems. Her twin crimson blades gleamed as she drew them, the edges humming with an energy that crackled like fire. "All right, you oversized rocks," she muttered, her lips curling into a feral grin. "Let's see what you've got." Nyra charged headfirst into the fray, her blades a blur of crimson light as she cut through the first golem she encountered. It roared in defiance, but she didn't stop, moving with deadly precision. The revenant golem raised its massive fist, the jagged crystalline surface gleaming ominously under the flickering emergency lights. It had already smashed countless defenders like if they were insects, and this one, this tiny figure in black and crimson armor, looked no different to it. Just another bug to crush. It swung down with the full weight of its monstrous strength, aiming to splatter Nyra against the wall like it had done to so many others. But it made a fatal mistake. Nyra dodged the attack effortlessly, her movements as quick and fluid as a shadow. The golem's fist slammed into the wall with a deafening crash, sending cracked spider webbing across the metal. Before it could recover, Nyra sprang into action. Her twin crimson blades gleamed as they cut through the golem's massive arm with ease. The jagged crystalline limb fell to the ground, shattering into useless shards as if it were made of brittle glass. Before the golem could even process the damage, Nyra used the wall as a springboard, leaping with inhuman agility. In a flash, her blades sliced through its neck, severing its glowing purple head cleanly from its shoulders. The entire maneuver took less than 3 seconds. The headless body staggered for a moment before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The militia defenders nearby, who had been frozen in terror moments earlier, snapped back into action, but unfortunately they opened fire wildly, emptying their clips into the lifeless golem's corpse, their panic overriding any sense of logic. "Stop wasting ammo," Nyra shouted. Her voice was sharp and commanding. Her words cut through the chaos, and the militia finally stopped firing, lowering their weapons as they looked at her in awe. She stepped forward, her black power armor glowing faintly with its crimson highlights, making her look as imposing as she was dangerous. Her twin blades hummed softly with residual energy as she sheeted them back into their sheaths. "I already killed it," she said, her voice dripping with exasperation. "What are you guys so afraid of? They're just walking rocks. Shoot their damn heads. Once their heads are gone, they're as good as dead. I haven't found an enemy yet that doesn't die when you destroy its head." The militia members exchanged uncertain glances but ultimately nodded. Despite the almost childish tone of her voice, Naira's presence was commanding, and her display of skill left no room for doubt. Well then, Naira continued, her tone shifting to something more authoritative, seeing that all of you finally calmed down, you're all under my command now. We're going to set up defensive positions at the station's checkpoints. Follow me. The militia hesitated for a moment, then scrambled to obey. Her confidence was contagious, and for the first time since the Revenant invasion began, they felt like they had a fighting chance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the station, Lyra monitored the situation from the command room. Her eyes darted between various camera feeds, her fingers flying over the console as she directed the Blood Legion reinforcements into the battle. Unit Alpha, secure the western wing. Unit Beta, reinforce Sector C, hostiles are breaching the secondary storage decks. Move now. Lyra's voice was steady, but her clenched jaw betrayed her concern. Through the cameras, she could see the devastation caused by the Revenant invaders. The militia defenders were falling back, their positions overrun by the relentless golems. She gritted her teeth and keyed in another command. Send in Blood Legion units to support Naira's position. Prioritize choke points in high-value areas. At the fortified staircase leading to the command room, the station guards were making their stand. The stairway was a large, open area designed to accommodate the heavy foot traffic of traders visiting the station's supply stores. But now, it had become the last line of defense for the command room and the AI systems that controlled the station's shields. The guards had fortified the space with makeshift barriers, mounted turrets, and crates hastily repurposed as cover. The air was thick with tension as they braced for the inevitable. "Sir, the militia defensive forces have been overrun," one of the guards shouted, the panic creeping into his voice. "Scouts report that the invaders are heading straight for us. Do you think they know the command room is here?" The captain of the guard, a grizzled veteran with a robotic eye, stood firm, his plasma rifle resting across his chest. "It doesn't matter if they know or not. It's standard enemy tactics to target the command center. All that matters is we hold this position." He gestured toward the barricades. "This is the choke point. If they want to get to the command room, they'll have to come through us first. So hold the line, no matter what." The guards nodded, though some of their hands were shaking as they gripped their weapons. Then came the sound they had all been dreading, the thunderous pounding of footsteps. The Revenant golems were approaching. "Positions. Get ready," the captain shouted the orders. Moments later, the first golems appeared at the far end of the corridor. Their towering forms gleamed under the emergency lights, their glowing purple crystals casting eerie reflections on the walls. The guards opened fire immediately, filling the air with the deafening sound of plasma bolts and energy blasts. The first golem took a direct hit to its shoulder, staggering for a moment before continuing its advance. "Focus fire on the heads," the captain shouted. The guards adjusted their aim, targeting the glowing crystals embedded in the golems' heads. It took concentrated fire, but one of the golems finally fell, its head shattering like glass as it crumpled to the ground. The victory was short-lived since more golems surged forward, their crystalline limbs cutting through the barriers like paper. The guards fought desperately, but they were being pushed back inch by inch. "Hold the line," the captain shouted, his voice a beacon of determination amidst the chaos. In the midst of the battle, Lyra's voice crackled through Naira's communicator. "Naira. The invaders are pushing toward the command room. The guards are holding them off, but they won't last long." Naira's eyes narrowed as she led her makeshift militia team through the station's labyrinthine corridors. "Tell them to hold on. I'm on my way. And send whatever Blood Legion units you can spare to back them up." "I'm already on it," Lyra replied while her voice was clearly tense. "Just don't do anything reckless." Naira smirked, her crimson blades humming with energy as she picked up her pace. "Reckless? Me, Peef. Sir, the plasma turrets are working fine against the golems. We should focus them toward the place with more go." The guard didn't get to finish speaking since a sharp flash of blue streaked through the air, slicing through his skull like a blade through butter. His remaining eye rolled back, his mouth frozen mid-sentence, and his lifeless body crumpled to the floor in a heap. The captain turned his head slowly, his stomach nodding as he followed the trajectory of the kill shot. Embedded into the reinforced wall behind them was a glowing blue triangular crystal, still humming faintly with residual energy. "Take cover," the captain shouted with all his strength, his voice breaking the stunned silence. The order was barely out of his mouth before hell erupted. A storm of triangular crystals rained down upon the guards, slicing through armor, limbs, and flesh with horrifying precision. The air was filled with screams, the sharp hum of the crystals cutting through metal and bone, and the sickening thuds of bodies hitting the floor. "Ah, my Han," one guard shrieked, only for his head to be taken clean off by another crystal. "What the hell has happened?" Another tried to shout before a cluster of shards ripped him apart mid-sentence. "Take cover," the captain repeated, but the words felt hollow. The guards were already scrambling for any shelter they could find, diving behind crates, pillars, or whatever debris they could use to shield themselves from the crystalline death raining down. "Where are the reinforcements?" one guard yelled in desperation, but the response was silence, just the steady hum of death cutting through the chaos. The volume of gunfire began to dwindle, not because the guards were running out of ammunition but because there were fewer of them left alive. The survivors were paralyzed by fear, holding their breath and avoiding making a sound, knowing that even the slightest noise might reveal their position and doom them. Behind one of the metal containers, two guards huddled together. One of them had lost his leg to a crystal. Blood was pooling beneath him as he trembled in pain and fear. The other was desperately clamping a hand over his brother's mouth to keep him from crying out. "Don't shout, please," the unharmed brother whispered, his voice shaking. "Don't shout, I'll remove my hand now, but please don't shout." Slowly, he pulled his hand away. The injured guard whimpered, his trembling eyes locking with his brother's. Brother. I don't want to die. If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have made you join the guard with me." Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the blood that stained his uniform. The older brother's expression softened, though the fear in his own eyes was barely contained. He forced a smile, placing both hands on his brother's face. "Don't worry," he said, his voice was still steady despite the chaos around them. "Everything will be all right. I'll do something. You just stay here, okay? I'm the older brother, after all." The injured guard's lip quivered as he tried to respond, but the older brother leaned in and kissed him on the forehead, cutting him off. "I love you, brother," he said firmly before pulling back and glancing toward the mounted plasma machine gun nearby, which still had the severed hand of a fallen guard clutching its trigger. The older brother stood up, his resolve hardening. "Now go," he shouted. Without waiting for a response, he sprinted toward the mounted gun. "Come and take me, you big pieces of shit," he shouted as he reached the weapon, pressing the severed hand's finger down on the trigger. The plasma gun roared to life, unleashing a torrent of fire toward the advancing golems. "I'll make rock soup out of you for dinner." The blue glow of the golems flickered as the plasma bolts struck their crystalline bodies. They staggered slightly, but they weren't deterred. Instead, they began to prepare another volley of their deadly crystals, aiming directly at the defiant guard. Meanwhile, the younger brother had started crawling toward the command room, dragging himself across the blood-slicked floor with every ounce of strength he had left. But after just a few meters, he stopped. His heart twisted in his chest, and he couldn't bring himself to leave. Turning around, he saw his brother still manning the plasma gun, shouting curses and defiantly firing into the oncoming tide of golems. But the deadly blue crystals were already in the air, streaking toward him. "Brother, come with me," the younger brother screamed, his voice breaking as tears streamed down his face. The older brother turned briefly, his face lit with determination. "What the hell are you still doing here? Get the hell you." His words were drowned out by an explosion. A crystal detonated just in front of him, shattering into a cloud of bluish smoke that consumed his figure. The younger brother froze, his outstretched hand trembling as he stared into the haze. "No," he screamed, his voice raw with anguish. The sound tore through the halls, carrying with it the pain of a soul ripped apart. The younger brother collapsed, his body trembling as his grief consumed him. The blood pooling beneath him grew wider, but he no longer cared. The pain in his leg was nothing compared to the hole torn in his heart. And yet, even as the revenant golems advanced, he gritted his teeth, pulling himself forward once more. His brother's sacrifice had bought him time, and he just wasted it. Hostiles detected. Order, Blood Legion, destroy them. The injured guard's ears perked up at the mechanical voice cutting through the chaos. It was cold, calculated, yet oddly familiar. He'd heard it before during drills, back when this station had felt like a safe haven. But now, in the heat of battle, the voice seemed to carry a weight it never had before. With trembling hands, he turned his head toward the thick cloud of bluish smoke where his brother had been just moments ago. He expected nothing but silence, destruction, and the finality of death. But then, he saw it. From the haze, a faint red glow began to pulse, growing stronger and brighter with each passing second. Before the injured guard could process what was happening, a sharp crack pierced the air, and a searing red plasma bolt shot out of the smoke, striking one of the revenant golems square in the head. The massive creature staggered for a moment before collapsing with a heavy thud, its crystalline skull shattered like glass. The sound of heavy, metallic footsteps echoed behind him. He turned his head to see a towering figure standing over him, just to see it was a Blood Legion Aegis unit. This particular unit was unlike the others he had seen before. Its frame was bulkier, its design sleeker, and its crimson lights radiated an almost menacing glow. Yet, despite its intimidating appearance, this Aegis unit was outfitted with modifications specifically for medical assistance, a testament to Clio's relentless innovation. Allied force in need of urgent medical assistance confirmed, proceeding to treat. Several mechanical tentacles extended from the Aegis unit's back with a quiet hum. One tentacle began cutting away the shredded fabric of the injured guard's uniform, while another applied a cool, glowing gel directly to the wound. The third tentacle, equipped with a precision laser, expertly cauterized the severed blood vessels, sealing the injury with incredible speed and efficiency. To his surprise, the guard felt no pain. The gel numbed the wound entirely, replacing the agony with a strange, soothing sensation. But it was then that he heard a voice he could recognize anywhere. "Be brother," he whispered, his voice hoarse, disbelief etched across his face. "Thank your lucky stars, because I'm right here, little bro." The injured guard's heart nearly stopped as he turned back toward the smoke. From the haze, his older brother emerged, alive and very much intact. His uniform was tattered, and his face was covered in soot, but there was a wide, cocky grin plastered across his face. What? How? The injured guard stammered, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. "Ha! You thought I was dead?" His brother laughed, clapping a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "So did I, honestly. Hell of an experience, I'll tell you that. But lucky for me, that big guy over there wasn't ready to let me bite the dust." He pointed toward the hulking figure standing at the edge of the smoke. It wasn't an Aegis unit. No, this was something far more terrifying. Towering at nearly 3 meters tall, the new Tyrant-class heavy infantry unit stood like a juggernaut of war. Its armor was reinforced with overlapping plates that gleamed dark crimson under the station's flickering lights, and its weapon systems hummed ominously with latent energy. The Tyrant-class unit held a massive plasma cannon in one hand, its barrel still glowing red-hot from recent use. On the other hand, it gripped a melee weapon that resembled a halberd, with its edges crackling with energy. The glowing red eyes embedded in its helmet scanned the battlefield, assessing threats with eerie precision. "That thing saved you?" the injured guard asked, still trying to wrap his head around the situation. "Saved me? Huh? More like it stomped through those rock bastards like they were nothing and pulled me out of the fire. I swear, I've never seen anything like it," his brother said, his grin never faltering. The older brother crouched down, sliding an arm under his sibling's shoulder to help him stand. "Come on, we need to move. The command room's just ahead. They've got doctors waiting for you there." The injured guard winced as he tried to put weight on his good leg. I can't walk on this," he muttered, frustration and pain lacing his voice. "Don't worry about that. I've got you." The older brother adjusted his grip, practically lifting his injured sibling off the ground as he began retreating toward the command room. "I'm not letting you die here, not today." The injured guard glanced back toward the battlefield one last time. The Aegis unit that had treated him was already moving on to assist other wounded soldiers, its mechanical tentacles working tirelessly. The Tyrant-class heavy infantry was wading into the chaos, cutting down revenant golems with brutal efficiency. Plasma bolts and energy blasts illuminated the corridor, But the towering war machine remained unstoppable, carving a path of destruction through the enemy forces. For the first time since the invasion began, the injured guard felt a flicker of hope. "Brother," he said softly, his voice trembling. "Yeah? Thank you." The older brother smiled, his grip tightening protectively around his sibling. "Anytime, little bro, anytime." Together, they pressed on, retreating toward the command room as the echoes of war thundered around them. Once the surviving guards had been safely evacuated by the medical Aegis units, the newly arrived Blood Legion took full control of the battlefield. The precision and coordination of the Aegis units were unmatched, their plasma rifles lighting up the dark corridors with bursts of crimson energy. Each shot was aimed directly at the heads of the revenant golems, forcing the hulking creatures to falter and shift to a defensive posture, shielding their vulnerable crystals from the focused fire. But their hesitation sealed their fate. Charging headfirst into the chaos was the Tyrant-class heavy infantry unit, a war machine designed for close combat supremacy. While the revenant golems matched the Tyrant in sheer size, the gap in power and combat optimization was vast. The Tyrant class operated at near Tier 3 power levels, making it a devastating force of destruction. The Tyrant closed the distance in seconds, its halberd raised high. With a single, crushing blow, it shattered the crystalline hands of one golem before driving the weapon straight through its head, obliterating it in a spectacular spray of glowing shards. The golem collapsed lifelessly at its feet, its body crumbling into a heap of broken crystal and metal. The next golem barely had time to react before the Tyrant unit drove its foot into the creature's leg joint with bone-crushing force. The golem's leg gave way instantly, and it toppled to the ground, its head exposed. Without hesitation, the Tyrant leveled its plasma cannon and fired a searing shot directly into the back of the fallen golem's head. The resulting explosion sent fragments of crystal scattering like shrapnel. This scene of brutal efficiency repeated itself over and over as the Blood Legion relentlessly pushed forward. The Aegis units provided precision suppressive fire, targeting weak points in the Revenant forces, while the Tyrant tore through the enemy lines with devastating close-quarters combat. The once unstoppable golems now found themselves outmatched and overwhelmed by the superior tactics and firepower of the Blood Legion. After several minutes of intense fighting, the Blood Legion secured the main staircase. The defenders now stood at a jagged hole in the hull, a breach caused by one of the Revenant drop pods during the initial invasion. Beyond the hole lay the trading station's outer hull, where the golems had begun spreading their destruction. The Tyrant unit strode forward, its glowing crimson eyes scanning the breach. It raised its halberd, pointing the weapon toward the hole as if issuing a silent challenge to whatever awaited on the other side. Report. The zone has been secured. Request. Advance through the hole and engage hostile forces to prevent further destruction inside the facility, awaiting permission. The Tyrant's deep, mechanical voice echoed through the station as it relayed its request to command. Just as the transmission ended, another Revenant golem crawled through the breach, only to be met with a devastating swing of the Tyrant's halberd. The weapon cleaved through the golem's head in a single, fluid motion, sending its shattered remains tumbling back into the void. Lyra, standing in the command room, watched the scene unfold on her holoscreens. The battle was far from over, but for the first time, the defenders had gained momentum. The Blood Legion was proving itself as a force to be reckoned with. She turned to the holoscreen displaying the Tyrant unit's glowing red visage. Permission granted. Advance through the breach, but retreat if you encounter resistance too powerful to handle. We can't afford to lose you. Permission received. The Tyrant unit's eyes flared brighter for a moment before it issued orders to the nearby Blood Legion forces. Squads 4 and 5 follow me. With flawless coordination, the Blood Legion began pouring through the breach. Each unit's feet were magnetized to the surface of the station's hull, allowing them to move across the exterior without being flung into the void of space. The sight of crimson lights streaking across the hull like a swarm of mechanical predators was both haunting and awe-inspiring. The Revenant golems on the hull turned to meet the new threat, their crystal weapons glowing as they prepared to launch another barrage. But the Blood Legion was already moving, advancing with terrifying speed and precision. Plasma rifles flared to life, cutting down the nearest enemies with pinpoint accuracy while the Tyrant unit led the charge, its halberd crackling with raw energy. The hull of the trading station became a new battlefield, one where the Blood Legion fought to reclaim every inch of ground. "It seems the twins are performing better than I anticipated," Cleo murmured to herself while watching the holographic display of the battle in the trading station. The crimson lights of the Blood Legion units glimmered as they swarmed out of the station to meet the Revenant forces head-on. The sight of the Tyrant-class units carving through the crystalline golems brought a faint smile to her lips. But her focus quickly shifted. Outside the station, the Revenant fleet was still holding its position, bombarding her forces from a distance, waiting for an opening. Cleo knew that letting them linger any longer was dangerous. They needed to strike back before the enemy could consolidate their gains. "Well then," Cleo said as she straightened her posture, her voice calm yet resolute. "It's time to launch our counterattack. System, transmit the attack coordinates to the Holy Maiden. Let's see if she is as loyal as she claims to be." Coordinates sent. Holy Maiden has acknowledged receipt, awaiting order. Cleo didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned and walked toward the center of the command room, where a regal throne-like chair awaited her. She lowered herself into the seat with deliberate grace, resting her hands on the armrests as the faint hum of the ship's systems filled the room. Closing her eyes, she allowed her main consciousness to leave her body, her neural link connecting her directly to the Cleopatra's internal systems. Within moments, her mind synchronized with the battleship, and her holographic avatar materialized outside the ship, standing atop the enormous barrel of its primary cannon. The avatar of Cleo appeared as a shimmering, semi-transparent figure, her form still retaining the elegance and authority she commanded in the physical world. The hologram's golden hues flickered against the backdrop of the void, making her appear almost divine. She raised one hand, pointing her finger directly at the closest Revenant vessel, one of the hulking monstrosities of jagged crystals and dark metal, looming ominously near the station. The Cleopatra's primary cannons began to shift and rotate, their massive barrels aligning with the hostile vessel. The sound of the ship's internal mechanisms humming to life reverberated across the void as the weapon systems locked onto their target. Cleo's voice echoed, both in the command room and across the communication network of her fleet. It was calm and absolute, yet carried a weight that demanded obedience. Fire! The Cleopatra's main cannon unleashed its fury. A blinding beam of energy erupted from the barrel, cutting through the darkness of space like a lance of molten fire. The sheer power of the shot illuminated the battlefield, momentarily overpowering even the glow of the trading station's lights. The beam struck the Revenant vessel dead on, slamming into its shields with a cataclysmic force. For a brief moment, the vessel's crystalline barrier shimmered, struggling to hold against the overwhelming assault. But it wasn't enough. The energy beam pierced through the shields and tore into the hull, igniting a chain reaction within the ship's core. The hostile vessel erupted in a massive explosion, shards of crystal and debris scattering across the void. The shockwave rippled outward, causing smaller Revenant vessels nearby to falter and adjust their positions. On the Cleopatra, Cleo's holographic avatar lowered her hand, her expression neutral as she surveyed the aftermath of the strike. The destroyed Revenant vessel had created a gap in their formation, a gap she intended to exploit. System, relay the updated battle map to all fleet units, Cleo commanded. Order all carriers to deploy heavy bombers through the opening. Prioritize their engines. Orders acknowledged. Heavy bombers deploying. Cleo's consciousness returned to her physical body, her eyes opening as she sat on the throne. She tapped her fingers against the armrest, her mind already racing through potential countermeasures in case the Revenant fleet retaliated. Great Rock, the heavy transport ships are under attack. One of them has already been destroyed, and the remaining ones have lost their engines. Should we send reinforcements? A Revenant golem officer asked, his voice calm yet tinged with urgency. HMPH, the Great Rock grunted dismissively, his towering crystalline form radiating an aura of authority. There is no need for you to panic. Tell them to overload their cores and take as many enemy fighters with them as they can. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. The Great Rock's words carried no sympathy, no hesitation. To him, the lives of their soldiers were mere resources, expendable, and easily replaced. After all, billions of golems could be produced from the next conquered world. Understood, Great Rock, the officer said while bowing slightly. He held a glowing crystal in his hand and prepared to transmit the self-destruct orders to the stranded transports. But just as the officer was about to act, the great rock raised a hand, stopping him. "Wait," he said, his deep, gravelly voice rumbling with intrigue. "Hold your orders. It seems we need to reassess this enemy." The great rock turned toward the side of their fleet, his glowing crystalline eyes narrowing. He could feel the ripple of warp energy disturbances in the void, a signature he had not expected to encounter so soon. And then, as if summoned by his suspicion, the space around them shimmered and tore open. From the rift, a new fleet emerged, one massive carrier and two hulky destroyers, their hulls gleaming under the dim starlight. The vessels bore the unmistakable design of the human empire, but emblazoned on their hulls was an unfamiliar insignia. "A pincer for a pincer," Cleo's voice echoed across the communication channels, a sly edge lacing her words. Her holographic image appeared briefly on the great rock's command display, her lips curling into a confident smile. "I hope you enjoy my gift." The great rock stared at the fleet, unbothered by her words. Instead, a deep laugh erupted from him, a chilling sound that reverberated through the crystalline walls of his command chamber. "Ha ha ha. Well done, organic life form. You've made this battle far more interesting." His laugh tapered off into a sinister grin. "Prepare to meet your doom, along with your reinforcements. Let's see if your kind can withstand the will of the Revenant Ascendancy." Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the newly arrived human fleet, the tension in the command room was palpable. Officers and crew members worked diligently, their movements sharp and precise as they prepared for battle. "Saintus, the enemy fleet is within range," one of the officers reported while bowing deeply toward the center of the command room, where a silk-covered throne stood. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, not from fear of the battle but from reverence for the figure he served. "The enemy appears to be rotating their main cannons toward us. Should we open fire?" Silence filled the room for a moment. Behind the veil of alien silk that cloaked the throne, Lila sat with perfect poise. Her piercing gaze, visible only to those close enough, scanned the tactical display hovering in front of her. She had worked tirelessly for this moment. It had been months since her fateful encounter with Cleo, and she had wasted no time building her own force of zealots within the human empire. Her charisma, sharp intellect, and divine aura had drawn thousands to her cause. Two experienced captains of destroyers had sworn loyalty to her, bringing their ships and crews into her fold. She had recruited priests, warriors, and even civilians, all of whom viewed her as a divine emissary, a holy figure sent to lead them into the light. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the persistent nagging of Madame Rose. Lila smirked slightly at the memory. The fiery matriarch had berated her endlessly, calling her weak for bending to scum with heads full of shit and dicks. Madame Rose's words, though harsh, had ignited a fire in Lila. She'd used that fire to fuel her rise to prominence, forging alliances, gathering resources, and slowly carving out her own domain within the fractured empire. Madame Rose's funding had been critical in outfitting the fleet, but Lila's influence had gone further. Civilians inspired by her words had begun donating their savings, swelling the cult's coffers. With these funds, she had created an image of purity, strength, and divinity that spread like wildfire. Now, she was no longer just a rising figure. She was a symbol, a saintess, a divinity in the eyes of her followers. Inside the command room, her presence was treated as sacred. Her throne, veiled in alien silk to preserve her divine purity, was surrounded by several priestesses. These women, sworn virgins consecrated to the goddess of the white light, chanted softly, their prayers filling the room with an ethereal hum. From behind the veil, Lila finally spoke, her voice calm yet commanding. "Hold fire for now. Let them come to us. Position the destroyers to flank their main vessels. If they focus on our flagship, we'll take their center while our pincers close around them. And ensure no one questions our divine mission. There is no room for hesitation." The officer bowed deeply once again. "Yes, Saintess, your will shall be done." As the officers relayed her commands, Lila leaned back on her throne, her fingers tracing the edges of the silk draped over her lap. The battle ahead would be difficult, but it would also be a statement. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "This is no longer just a battle," she whispered to herself. This is a demonstration of faith. Outside, the main carrier and its accompanying destroyers began shifting into position, their weapons systems primed and ready. The Revenant fleet loomed ahead, a menacing wall of crystalline vessels preparing to unleash their fury. But Lila's forces were undeterred. The faithful did not fear death. They feared failure, and they would not fail their Saintess. The Revenant fleet and Lila's fleet shifted their formations, both adjusting to gain the upper hand while delivering relentless volleys of turret fire across the void. The stars were painted with the glow of plasma bolts, energy blasts, and streaks of burning debris as both fleets sent out their fighters to clash in the chaos of the battlefield. The Revenant fighters, jagged and erratic in their movements, darted through the void like angry hornets, aiming to sabotage the destroyers. Meanwhile, Lila's fighters, sleek, fast, and disciplined, moved to defend their ships, their movements guided by faith in their goddess and orders from their commanders. Red Wing leader to squad. The commanding voice cut through the squad's comms. Our mission is to defend the second destroyer. Bring upon them the divine punishment in the name of the goddess. Understood, Red leader. The squad members replied in unison as their formation split into groups of 3, each maneuvering to intercept the incoming Revenant fighters. Among them was Eric, the youngest and newest member of the squad, his fingers trembling slightly as they gripped the controls of his fighter. This was his first live battle, and he could feel the weight of it pressing down on his chest. Young Eric, Red leader's voice broke through his thoughts, firm yet teasing. I hope you're ready for your first live battle. Try not to die out there, or your father'll kill me. Just follow my lead and back me up. Got it? Eric took a deep breath and forced a laugh, trying to sound braver than he felt. Understood, I'll always follow your butt, sir. For a second, there was silence on the comms, then. The hell you just say? Red leader's voice came back, indignant but laced with humor. Listen, kid, I'm flattered, but I'm sorry to break it to you. I'm not into dudes. Better introduce me to your mom instead. Now she looked fine. Like a good aged wine, you know? What? Eric yelled back, nearly choking on his words as he swerved to avoid a stray plasma bolt. I don't know who you think my mom is, but she's been dead for years. Who the hell are you talking about? There was a brief pause before Red leader's laughter exploded over the comms. What? Dead? Oh, shit, kid. I think I just said something I shouldn't have. Ha ha ha. Don't tell your dad, alright? Eric groaned, half exasperated, half amused. You're unbelievable. Focus on the fight, Red leader. Relax, rookie, I got this. Keep my 6 clear, and I'll introduce you to a bottle of wine when we get back. Deal? Deal. Just stay alive long enough for that, alright, Eric said, finally letting a genuine laugh slip through, even as his nerves burned in the heat of battle. The chatter between the two pilots barely masked the chaos around them. Revenant fighters darted in with their kamikaze tactics, slamming into shields or aiming for weak spots on the destroyers. But Lila's fighters, disciplined and well-coordinated, intercepted them, thinning their numbers one by one. Eric, on your right. Red leader's voice snapped Eric's focus to an incoming fighter. The jagged Revenant ship had locked onto Eric's fighter, its crystal nose glowing as it prepared to fire. I see it, Eric shouted, yanking his controls hard to the left. His fighter spiraled just in time to avoid the shot, but the Revenant ship was still tailing him. Hold on, kid, I'm coming, Red leader said while his fighter swooped down like a hawk. With a quick burst of plasma fire, he obliterated the Revenant fighter in a shower of glowing shards. That's one less for you to worry about. You owe me, rookie. Eric exhaled shakily, his grip on the controls relaxing slightly. Thanks, Red leader. I'll pay you back out here, I promise. Damn right you will. Now stay sharp, this isn't over yet. As the battle raged on, the fighters of Lila's fleet held their ground, protecting the destroyers with everything they had. For them, it wasn't just a mission, it was a divine duty, a sacred cause in the name of their goddess. Far above the chaos, aboard the carrier, the Saintess herself watched the battle unfold through a holoscreen, her expression serene yet focused. The Revenant forces had underestimated her zealots, and they were beginning to pay the price. Lila's voice echoed through the ship's comms, calm and resolute. Hold the line. Protect the faithful. Bring divine judgment upon our enemies. Her words reverberated through the hearts of her followers, reigniting their courage as the battle continued to escalate. Thanks to Lila's reinforcements, the battle outside the station shifted back to a precarious standstill, one that slightly favored the defenders. The coordinated pincer maneuver Cleo had devised was now fully engaged against the Revenant fleet, and since the Revenant's pincer was primarily composed of heavy transport ships, they were no match for the focused firepower of the Allied fleets. It was only a matter of minutes before the remaining transport vessels were obliterated. Inside the trading station, the invading forces continued to pour in, though their numbers had finally started to dwindle. The Blood Legion, bolstered by their successful sally out, maintained relentless pressure against the Revenant golems. Meanwhile, the defensive choke points Naira had set up were holding strong, forcing the invaders into bottlenecks where they were easier to neutralize. In the middle of the chaos, Naira stood at the most crucial choke point, a junction that covered 3 entrances. Her crimson-lit power armor gleamed under the flickering emergency lights as she parried a glowing crystal projectile with one of her twin blades, sending it ricocheting into the ceiling. The resounding clang echoed through the corridor, but Naira barely flinched, already moving to intercept the next threat. "Ma'am, we've just received confirmation that the guards protecting the main stairs were annihilated, but the Blood Legion has already secured the area. For now, the command room is safe," one of the guards Naira had rescued earlier reported, his voice shaking but filled with relief. Naira let out a small, proud grin as she thought to herself, "Nicely done, little sister. As expected of you." She turned to the guard and nodded. "That's good news. Send the coordinates of our choke points to all remaining guards. Have them fall back and reinforce these positions. The more organized we are, the faster we can counterattack against those ugly things," she said with her tone sharp and commanding. Even as she spoke, another crystal projectile screamed toward her position. Without hesitation, Naira spun and deflected it with a flick of her blade, the crystal hurtling harmlessly into the floor. The guard beside her flinched, staring at her in awe. "Also," Naira shouted while her eyes narrowed as she turned to the communications officer she was protecting. "Where are the mounted machine guns I asked for almost an hour ago? I don't think I'm asking for much, just the tools to not die horribly." The guard in charge of comms flinched under her glare, fumbling with his earpiece as he hurried to respond. "Ma'am, they were supposed to have arrived already, but the rear team ran into trouble. They had to grab some light explosive shell cannons from another group, so it's taking them longer to deliver the parts since everything's disassembled." Naira raised an eyebrow, momentarily distracted from the golem charging toward her. "Oh, finally, some good news," she said while grinning slightly as she ducked under the golem's swinging arm and drove her blade into its neck, severing its head in one fluid motion. The golem's massive body collapsed at her feet, the crystal core in its head dimming to nothingness. "Well then," she continued, shaking the bits of crystalline debris from her blade. "You wait here and hold the line. I'll go clear the west entrance." "But ma'am," the comms officer stammered, "that area's crawling with golems. If you leave, who'll defend this point?" Naira turned toward him, her grin hidden beneath the visor of her power armor. The crimson lights on her suit flared to life as her helmet fully covered her head, the faint hum of energy coursing through the armor's systems. She reached over her shoulder and drew her second blade from its sheath, the weapon glowing with an ominous crimson hue. "Don't worry," she said, her voice now distorted slightly by her helmet speaker. "This choke point isn't falling anytime soon. These ugly bastards can't even get past the guys behind me. Besides, I'll be back before you know it. Try not to die while I'm gone, all right?" The comms officer stared at her in disbelief as she strode off toward the west entrance. Despite the chaos and danger surrounding her, Naira's confidence was unshakable. At the west entrance, the situation was dire. Revenant golems continued to pour in, their jagged crystalline forms glinting menacingly as they pushed through the narrow corridors. The Blood Legion units stationed there were holding the line, but barely. The golems' relentless assault was beginning to overwhelm even their disciplined ranks. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor as Naira approached, her glowing armor casting an eerie red light ahead of her. The Blood Legion soldiers turned briefly to look at her, their targeting systems acknowledging her presence with quick, curt flashes. "Hold the line," Naira shouted as she sprinted into the fray, her twin blades a blur of motion. She leapt toward the nearest golem, slashing clean through its arm before spinning and driving her second blade into its core. The creature shattered into a spray of glowing shards as its broken body crumpled to the ground. Another golem lunged at her, swinging its massive crystalline arm like a hammer. Naira dove under the blow and slashed upward with both blades, severing the arm at the elbow. She followed through with a quick, brutal thrust into its neck, taking its head clean off. "Let's show these oversized pebbles what happens when they mess with my station," she shouted, her voice ringing out over the sounds of battle. The Blood Legion soldiers, inspired by her presence, redoubled their efforts. Plasma rifles flared as they focused fire on the golems' heads, shattering their crystalline cores with ruthless efficiency. The tide of battle at the west entrance began to shift in favor of the defenders, and Naira's presence was the catalyst. As the last of the golems in the immediate area fell, Naira stood amidst the glowing debris, her breathing steady despite the effort she'd exerted. She turned to the Blood Legion soldiers, her twin blades dripping with the glowing remnants of shattered cores. "Reinforce this position and hold it until those mounted guns arrive," she commanded. "We're not losing this entrance, got it?" "Affirmative. Holding position." Naira nodded, already turning to head back to the main choke point. The battle was far from over, but as long as she and the Blood Legion continued to fight, the Revenant invaders wouldn't win this day. "Wow. Since when did Naira become this amazing?" Lyra muttered to herself, her eyes glued to the monitors in the command room. The screens showed her twin sister slicing through Revenant golems like they were nothing more than fragile toys. Naira's precision, speed, and confidence seemed almost superhuman. For a brief moment, Lyra's heart swelled with pride as she watched her twin command the battlefield with such ferocity and grace. But Lyra's admiration distracted her from something far more dangerous. Just outside the reinforced door of the surveillance room, a new threat loomed. A Revenant golem, smaller than the ones they'd faced before, stood ominously in the hallway. Barely 2 meters tall, it was almost unimpressive compared to its larger counterparts. But what it lacked in size, it more than made up for in menace. On its shoulders rested 2 glowing blue crystals, crackling faintly with arcs of energy. The crystals exuded a dangerous aura, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. Unlike the other golems, which lumbered with brutish simplicity, this one moved with an eerie precision. Its glowing bluish eyes flickered as it scanned its surroundings, its jagged crystalline limbs twitching slightly as if preparing for a strike. It wasn't just another foot soldier. This golem was different. It was faster, smarter, deadlier. The golem stopped in front of the door to the surveillance room, its head tilting slightly as if analyzing the door. Then, without hesitation, it raised one crystalline arm. Energy surged through the blue crystals on its shoulders, concentrating into the tip of its outstretched limb. A sharp, piercing crack echoed through the hallway as the golem fired a concentrated bolt of energy directly at the door. Inside the room, Lyra flinched as a sudden, deafening bang reverberated through the walls. She turned sharply, her attention torn away from the monitors. "What the hell was that?" she muttered, her heart already pounding fast as she stared at the door. The reinforced metal groaned under the impact, faint scorch marks appearing around the center. Another crack followed, and this time the door buckled slightly, a faint dent forming where the energy had struck. A third, deafening crack echoed through the room, and before anyone could react, the reinforced metallic door was sent flying across the space. It slammed into the monitors with a catastrophic crash, shattering half of them in a burst of sparks and broken glass. The room filled with the acrid scent of burning circuits as the door clattered to the ground. The Revenant golem stepped through the ruined doorway, its movements unnervingly slow and deliberate. Its glowing blue crystals pulsed faintly as its red eyes scanned the room, locking onto every corner with chilling precision. The air seemed to grow heavier, the faint hum of its power filling the silence like a predator stalking its prey. From the shadows to its right, Lyra emerged, her twin pistols aimed directly at the golem's head. Without hesitation, she pulled both triggers, the loud sound of gunfire echoing in the stillness. But what happened next froze her in place. The bullets stopped midair. Just a few centimeters from the golem's head, the projectiles hovered, suspended as if time itself had been frozen. A faint, shimmering energy field surrounded the golem's head, rippling like disturbed water. Lyra's breath hitched. her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. The golem's head turned slowly toward her, its crystalline shoulders glowing brighter. The right crystal began to pulse as arcs of energy crackled along its arm. It raised its hand, pointing directly at Lyra's face, its glowing blue eyes narrowing as if preparing to strike. But before the golem could fire, a deafening lion roar erupted inside the room, shaking the very walls. The roar was primal, furious, and filled with raw power. A blur of white fur and muscle crashed into the golem like a meteor, sending it flying out of the room. The crystalline creature smashed into the corridor wall with a bone-jarring sound while cracking spider webbing across the metal surface where it hit. Tisk! Gustav growled as he stepped into the room, his towering frame bristling with barely contained aggression. He turned his sharp, glowing blue eyes toward Lyra, his tone dripping with irritation. "What the hell are you doing standing there frozen like a statue? You want to die that badly? Fine, let me kill you myself so I can work out some of this anger." Lyra blinked, finally snapping out of her shock. "Gustav, what are you doing here?" After Naira and Lyra had defeated him during a previous encounter, the twins had begged Cleo to fix Gustav so they could keep him as a pet, if only because his strength intrigued them. It had taken weeks of relentless nagging, but eventually Cleo accepted. Using advanced Calzar prosthetics, she replaced his damaged organs and limbs. To further enhance him, she even infused him with a small dose of Rex's golden blood, granting him new strength and longevity. The results had been striking. Gustav retained his Tier 3 low power level, but his physical form was altered. His once golden fur was now pale white, and his eyes glowed an icy blue. The transformation was eerily similar to the mutation the twins had undergone after drinking Rex's blood, though their eyes had retained a different hue. Of course, Cleo wasn't foolish. She installed numerous countermeasures in Gustav's new body to ensure he couldn't turn against them. These safeguards kept him obedient, but they couldn't fix his foul mouth or his deep-seated hatred for the twins. Unfortunately for Gustav, obedience wasn't optional. "Shut up. I'm not used to close combat like my sister," Lyra snapped back, pouting as she reloaded her pistols. Before Gustav could respond, a sudden flash of blue light filled the room. A bolt of lightning crackled through the air, striking Gustav head-on. He grunted, his body locking up briefly as his honeycomb-like energy shield absorbed the brunt of the attack. The shield flickered but held, leaving Gustav unharmed, but his arm hung stiffly at his side, the residual lightning having numbed his muscles. "Tisk," Gustav hissed, rolling his shoulder as he glared at the corridor where the golem had crashed. "That little shit's still alive. I hit it with everything I had." He flexed his claws, his irritation mounting. "Damn thing's tougher than it looks." Turning toward Lyra, he shouted, "Hey, you bitch, don't you have one of those gadgets that scans enemy power levels or something? I'm not about to waste my time if this thing's out of my league." Lyra's face twisted with indignation. "Who are you calling a bitch? That's no way to talk to your master." She punctuated her words with a sharp kick to Gustav's leg, though he didn't even flinch. "Fine," she muttered, activating her power armor's helmet. The HUD flared to life, scanning the golem as it emerged from the rubble in the corridor. The blue crystals on its shoulders were now glowing even brighter, and the arcs of energy coursing through its limbs had intensified. Lyra's eyes widened as the results appeared on her screen. "Oh, damn," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Gustav's ears twitched. "What is it?" he growled, his claws tensing as his eyes remained locked on the advancing golem. "What's its power level?" Lyra hesitated for a moment before swallowing hard. "It's a Tier 3 peak creature." Gustav's tail flicked in agitation as he let out a low growl. "Peak? You're telling me we're up against something at the top of Tier 3? Lyra nodded as she quickly switched the ammunition in her pistols to explosive rounds. "Yep, we're screwed." Gustav smirked, his blue eyes narrowing as he crouched slightly, ready to pounce. "Screwed? Speak for yourself, princess. I'm just getting started." The golem stepped forward, its glowing crystals crackling ominously as it prepared another attack. Lyra raised her pistols, her explosive rounds locked and loaded, while Gustav shifted his weight, the air around him growing tense with anticipation. "Guess we'll find out if your master can keep up," Gustav muttered, his grin widening. "Shut up and fight," Lyra snapped, her voice shaking slightly as the golem charged forward, its glowing crystals lighting up the corridor. "I'll take the front, you just make sure not to shoot me in the back," Gustav roared as he lunged forward, his powerful frame barreling toward the golem with reckless determination. The crystalline golem didn't hesitate. The blue crystals on its shoulders pulsed, releasing rapid-fire energy bolts that streaked toward Gustav. He dodged as many as he could, his movements surprisingly agile for his size. The shots he couldn't avoid slammed into his honeycomb shield, causing it to flicker with every hit. "Damn shield's holding. For now," Gustav muttered to himself, his claws flexing as he closed the gap. Once in range, Gustav unleashed a flurry of punches, each one aimed directly at the golem's head. His fists crashed into the invisible force field protecting the creature, the impact sending small shockwaves rippling through the air. But despite the sheer power behind his strikes, the barrier held firm, the golem remaining completely unharmed. "What the hell is this shit?" Gustav shouted in frustration, landing punch after punch with no effect. The golem's eyes flared brighter as if responding to his anger. Without warning, the blue crystals on its shoulders discharged 2 bolts of lightning at point-blank range. The searing electricity struck Gustav square in the chest, sending him flying backward. With a resounding crash, Gustav hit the cold metallic floor, his body skidding several meters before coming to a stop. He groaned, his muscles spasming as residual electricity coursed through his body, locking him in place. "This fucker," Gustav growled through gritted teeth, his claws digging into the floor as he tried to push himself up. But the electricity surging through his body left him momentarily paralyzed, his limbs stiff and unresponsive. Before the golem could press its advantage, a series of loud shots echoed through the corridor. From the ceiling, Lyra fired several rounds at the golem's face, each shot perfectly aimed at its head. The bullets flew straight and true, but just like before, they stopped mid-air, suspended by the golem's invisible force field. "Of course that's still working," Lyra muttered under her breath. Then, with a triumphant grin, she shouted, "But that won't work twice." The bullets, suspended just inches from the golem's face, suddenly exploded. A chain of fiery blasts erupted around its head, shattering the invisible barrier that had protected it so far. The golem staggered slightly, its shield no longer intact, but the damage was minimal. The crystalline armor on its head was scorched but far from broken. "Nice. So at least this works," Lyra cheered, ejecting her spent clip and quickly reaching for another. But the golem, seemingly unfazed by the loss of its shield, turned its glowing red eyes toward her. The blue crystals on its shoulders flared as it unleashed a barrage of energy shots, each one crackling with deadly intensity. "Hey, wait. This is against the rules," Lyra shouted as she bolted across the ceiling, her boots magnetized to the metallic surface. She zigzagged to avoid the blasts, her movements frantic but calculated. "The villain's supposed to let the hero reload. That's how this works, this is cheating." The golem's shots followed her relentlessly, each blast narrowly missing as she weaved between support beams and conduits. Sparks flew as stray bolts struck the ceiling around her, but Lyra kept moving, her face a mix of panic and determination. On the ground, Gustav let out a guttural growl, his frustration boiling over as he watched Lyra dart around like a frantic rabbit. With a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength in his body and let out a powerful roar. The sound wasn't just noise, it carried a concussive force that rippled through the air, slamming into the golem and momentarily disrupting its attack. The barrage of energy shots ceased as the creature stumbled back, its systems recalibrating in response to the shockwave. "What the hell are you doing up there?" Gustav shouted, finally managing to push himself to his feet. His fur bristled with irritation as he cracked his neck, his muscles loosening from the numbing effects of the lightning. "Can't you do anything besides running away?" "I am doing something," Lyra shot back, sliding into a new position and slamming her fresh clip into her pistol. "It's called staying alive. Try it sometime." Gustav let out a low, feral growl, his sharp teeth bared in a grimace. "Staying alive won't mean shit if we don't kill this thing first." Without waiting for a response, Gustav charged at the golem again, his body a blur of motion as he closed the distance. His roars echoed through the corridor, each one filled with raw fury. This time, he aimed lower, targeting the golem's legs. If he couldn't break its head, he'd bring it to its knees. The golem turned its attention back to Gustav, its crystals crackling with renewed energy. But Gustav was faster this time. He ducked under a blast of lightning and slammed his claws into the joint of the golem's left leg. The force of the blow sent shards of crystal flying, and the golem's movements faltered slightly. "Got you now, you shiny bastard," Gustav snarled, gripping the golem's leg and twisting with all his strength. As the creature staggered, Lyra took the opportunity to fire another round of explosive bullets, this time aiming for the exposed joints in the golem's shoulders. The rounds detonated on impact, sending shards of crystal flying and destabilizing the creature's balance even further. "Now that's how teamwork works, furball," Lyra shouted with a grin. "Shut up and keep shooting," Gustav shouted back while his claws teared into the golem's leg as he attempted to cripple it completely. The golem, though damaged, was far from defeated. Its blue crystals flared again, and the electricity coursing through its body began to intensify. But unlike before, where the golem unleashed targeted lightning strikes, this time its entire body became enveloped in a crackling storm of electricity. The arcs of blue lightning danced across its crystalline frame, surging outward and directly into Gustav, who had been gripping its leg. "Ah, fuck," Gustav roared, his muscles locking up as the electricity surged through his body. Despite the pain, his instincts took over. With a feral snarl, he spun the golem around, swinging it like a rag doll before slamming it into the wall with a bone-jarring crash. The impact sent a shockwave through the corridor, shattering parts of the wall and leaving the golem temporarily dazed. The force of the slam had severed the golem's leg at the joint, breaking it free of Gustav's grip and cutting off the electrical discharge that had been coursing through him. Panting heavily, Gustav stumbled back, shaking the residual sparks from his fur. "Well done, little kitty. Now move," Lyra's voice rang out cheerfully, and before Gustav could even react, she opened fire with her explosive rounds, each shot aimed directly at the golem. "What the hell are you doing?" Gustav shouted while diving out of the way as the first round exploded against the golem's shattered leg, sending shards of crystal flying. "Do you want to kill me again?" In retaliation, Gustav grabbed the severed golem leg off the ground and hurled it at Lyra with all his strength. "Catch this, you crazy bitch," Lyra, ever quick on her feet, smirked as she spotted the projectile hurtling toward her. With a fluid motion, she dropped into a wide-legged crouch, letting the leg sail harmlessly over her head. She hit the ground with a theatrical flourish, her hands on her hips and her face beaming with pride as if she had just pulled off a daring acrobatic stunt. "Hee hee, nice try, but I'm too fast for you," she taunted while sticking her tongue out at Gustav. "You'll have to do better next time, kitty." "Kitty, watch out," Lyra shouted, her voice cutting through her moment of triumph. But the warning came a second too late. From the smoke of her explosive barrage, the golem emerged again, its glowing bluish eyes locked onto him. Cracks now ran along its body, and parts of its crystalline armor were fractured and scorched. But despite the damage, it was far from defeated. Before Gustav could react, the golem lunged forward, charging straight toward him. Its body was still shrouded in crackling electricity, making it a deadly missile of energy and rage. The instant it reached Gustav, it unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow landing with bone-rattling force. "Why you little shish," Gustav growled while trying to counterattack, but the golem grabbed him by the face mid-sentence. With terrifying strength, the golem slammed Gustav's head onto its remaining knee. The impact echoed through the corridor as Gustav's body went limp, collapsing to the floor in a heap. Small arcs of electricity continued to spark across his body, his breathing shallow but still present. "Gustav!" Lyra yelled, panic flashing across her face as she quickly scrambled to her feet. Without hesitation, she summoned her bloody tentacles, the nanomaterial-reinforced tendrils surging out from her back like writhing serpents. With a flick of her wrist, she sent them whipping toward the golem, each tentacle aiming to grab and crush the creature. The golem, however, moved faster than she expected. Its crystals flared, and it suddenly levitated off the ground, gliding out of range of her tentacles with unnatural grace. The sight made Lyra's stomach sink. This just became impossible. "No," she muttered to herself, her voice trembling slightly as she stared at the golem hovering above the corridor. Her eyes darted toward Gustav's motionless form on the ground, the faint sizzle of electricity still sparking off his fur. He was alive, but barely, and if this fight continued, she wasn't sure she could keep herself alive, let alone him. The golem turned its glowing bluish gaze back to Lyra, its presence radiating menace. It raised both of its arms, the blue crystals on its shoulders flaring brightly as it unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts. Shit! Lyra hissed while her tentacles snapped into position to block the attacks. Each time the lightning struck one of her tentacles, it disintegrated instantly, the nanomaterial unable to withstand the sheer power of the energy. She kept summoning more, but the lightning barrage was relentless, tearing through them faster than she could regenerate. "This is not how I plan to die today," Lyra shouted, diving to the side to avoid a bolt that tore through the floor where she'd been standing. She rolled across the ground, her power armor absorbing the impact, but her HUD was flashing warnings about system strain. Her mind raced as she struggled to think of a solution. The golem wasn't just stronger, it was smarter, faster, and seemingly impossible to put down. The only reason she was still alive was because it hadn't managed to pin her down yet, but how long could she keep dodging? "Come on, Lyra. Think," she muttered to herself, sweat beading on her forehead as she ducked behind a piece of fallen debris. "Naira would never let me hear the end of it if I died here." The golem stopped firing for a brief moment, as if assessing the battlefield. Its glowing eyes scanned the area, searching for its prey. Lyra peeked out from behind her cover, gripping her pistols tightly. Her hands were trembling, but her expression hardened. "All right, you shiny asshole," she whispered, switching the ammo in her guns to something stronger, armor-piercing explosive rounds. "If you want me, come and get me." The golem's eyes locked onto her position, and the blue crystals flared again, preparing another attack. Lyra took a deep breath, steadying her aim. "Let's see if you can block this, you overgrown light bulb." Lyra leapt out of cover, her eyes blazing with determination as she charged at the golem. The golem immediately retaliated, releasing a barrage of lightning bolts in her direction. She weaved through the corridor, dodging most of the attacks with amazing agility, though the close proximity of the strikes left the air around her crackling with static. Her twin pistols fired relentlessly, filling the space with the sharp cracks of gunfire. While most of her shots missed their mark, a few found their target, striking different parts of the golem's crystalline body. The armor-piercing rounds burrowed a few centimeters into its structure before detonating, creating larger cracks and deeper holes in its once impenetrable form. The golem faltered slightly but continued its advance, undeterred by the damage. Lyra grinned despite herself. "Oh, what's wrong? Feeling the heat yet?" she taunted, her voice laced with adrenaline as she closed the distance. When she was finally within a few meters, Lyra summoned her bloody nanomaterial tentacles once more, the crimson tendrils lashing out and coiling around the golem's arms and legs. The golem raised its fists to punch the tentacles away, but Lyra was faster this time, manipulating the tentacles to bind the golem in place. "Haha, gotcha now," Lyra shouted, her grin widening. The golem struggled against the tentacles, its movements jerky and erratic as it tried to break free. "Now what, weren't you all high and mighty a second ago? Try to free yourself from this, you shiny bastard." But as the words left her lips, the golem's glowing blue eyes locked onto hers. It didn't struggle this time. Instead, its remaining blue crystal flared with a brilliant, blinding light with the intensity of a miniature sun. "What the hell?" Lyra muttered, her confidence flickering. Then, without warning, one of the golem's shoulder crystals shattered into hundreds of pieces, sending shards flying in every direction. The instant the crystal broke, an enormous discharge of electricity erupted from its body, the power radiating outward in an explosive wave. The surge hit Lyra point blank. "Ag!" she screamed as the shockwave tore through her tentacles, shattering them into useless fragments of nanomaterial. The force sent her flying backward like a rag doll, her body slamming into the cold metallic floor with a sickening thud. The attack carried the raw power of a Tier 3 entity, and for Lyra, who was only at Tier 2, it was devastating. Her power armor was left in shambles, pieces of it broken and sparking, exposing parts of her body. Blood streamed down her face from cuts and ruptured vessels, the coppery taste filling her mouth as she lay sprawled on the ground, smoke rising faintly from her damaged suit. Cough, cough. Ha! Lyra wheezed while blood dripped from her lips as she struggled to breathe. Her chest heaved with shallow, labored breaths, and her vision blurred as she tried to lift herself off the floor. Her arms trembled as she pushed against the ground, but they gave out almost immediately, her strength completely drained. Before she could attempt again, another lightning strike hit her square in the back, forcing a strangled scream from her lips as she collapsed once more. "Goo! Stop!" She tried to shout, but her voice came out as a hoarse whisper. A second bolt struck her, followed by another. Each strike was weaker than the last due to the golem's diminished energy reserves, but it didn't matter. Lyra's body couldn't take any more. She couldn't even feel her limbs anymore. Her nerves were fried, her consciousness barely hanging on by a thread. On the other hand, the golem, now reduced to a Tier 2 peak power level due to the crystal explosion, was still in better condition than Lyra or Gustav. Its body showed visible cracks, and its movements were slower, but it was far from defeated. The golem hovered slowly toward Lyra's motionless form, its glowing red eyes cold and calculating. It stared down at her for a moment, as if savoring its imminent victory, before raising its arm. The remaining crystal on its shoulder began to glow again, albeit sluggishly, as it charged up one final shot aimed directly at Lyra's head. This was it. The fight was over. The golem knew it, and so did Lyra. Her foe loomed above her, its form flickering slightly from the strain of battle, but its power was still enough to finish her off. The crystal on the golem's shoulder began to pulse, the energy building to a crescendo. It was ready to claim its prize, the life of its opponent. But before the shot could fire, a deafening roar erupted from the side. The next instant, Gustav crashed into the golem like a cannonball, tackling it with enough force to send both of them flying across the corridor. The charged lightning blast fired harmlessly into the ceiling, the bolt tearing through the metal above and scattering debris onto the floor. Gustav growled ferociously, his claws digging into the golem's shoulders as he pinned it to the ground. Sparks of electricity coursed through his body, his muscles twitching from the residual shocks, but he didn't let go. "Get up, you useless bitch," Gustav snarled. His voice was a mixture of pain and rage. His sharp blue eyes locked onto Lyra, who lay crumpled on the ground. "I know you're still alive. Get up and leave, I'll keep this bastard busy." The golem thrashed beneath him, its crystalline limbs struggling to break free as it charged its remaining energy. Gustav roared again, slamming the creature's head into the floor repeatedly, trying to buy Lyra whatever time she had left. Lyra's vision swam while her ears rang from the earlier blasts, but hearing Gustav's words cut through the haze like a blade. She coughed again, tasting blood, but forced her head to turn toward him. "Gustav," she muttered weakly, her voice barely audible. "Don't just lie there," he roared, his voice strained as the golem began to overpower him. "Get out of here before it's too late." Despite her body screaming in protest, Lyra gritted her teeth and forced her trembling hand to grip the ground. She knew Gustav wouldn't last much longer, and she couldn't let him die after he was trying to save her. Lyra, with great effort, managed to roll onto her back, her battered body screaming in protest. Her hands trembled as she reached toward a compartment on her armor's leg. She pressed the button, and the compartment hissed open slowly, revealing a small bag of shimmering golden blood. The sight of the blood brought a faint smile to her bloodied lips. "Hey, thanks for warming it," she muttered weakly, the heat from the golem's earlier lightning attacks having warmed the bag to the perfect temperature. There was no time to savor it, no time to relish her favorite drink. With no hesitation, Lyra bared her sharp fangs and sank them into the blood bag, sucking down its contents as fast as her body would allow. Rex's blood, golden, intoxicating, and impossibly potent, hit her system like a surge of raw energy. Normally, the twins drink this blood in the privacy of their heavily reinforced room, taking their time to indulge in its effects. The blood was not just sustenance for them, it was an aphrodisiac, a genetic awakener, and an enhancer that pushed their bloodline abilities to their absolute limit. This overwhelming power came at a cost. The twins' bodies would enter a berserk state after consuming Rex's blood, their primal instincts overtaking their rationality. Cleo, ever practical, had designed their room like a high-security prison for the galaxy's worst psychopaths, using the strongest metals she could obtain. Every time they drank, Cleo would simply toss them into the room to fight each other until exhaustion overtook them. But now, Lyra didn't have the luxury of a safe space to lose control. As the golden blood coursed through her veins, her face flushed bright red, and small, involuntary moans escaped her lips. Her crimson eyes slowly shifted, becoming a mesmerizing silver hue that glowed faintly in the dim light. Her silver hair began to emit a soft white light, the glow spreading across her entire body like a radiant aura. Meanwhile, Gustav, still on the ground after being flung across the room by another lightning strike, groaned in pain. His vision blurred, and his body refused to move. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he saw Lyra crouching next to him, her glowing form practically radiating madness. "Are you tired already, little kitty?" Lyra teased while poking Gustav's cheek with childlike playfulness. Her silver eyes sparkled with unhinged energy as she tilted her head, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. "Do you want some catnip? Oh, wait, never mind. That's super illegal in the galaxy. Sorry for mentioning it." Gustav's eyes widened as he took in her transformed appearance, his lips curling into a faint smirk despite his pain. "Ha, I was right. You really are one crazy bitch," he muttered before his head dropped to the side, unconscious. Lyra blinked, staring at him for a moment before pouting. "Oh, how rude. I was even trying to get you a nice treat, and you call me a bitch. Bad kitty." She poked his cheek again. "Hey, kitty, did you die? Can I eat you?" Before she could continue her antics, a sharp crack of electricity broke through her thoughts. The golem, battered but still functioning, fired another lightning bolt directly at her. Without even thinking, Lyra's body reacted. In an instant, a pair of massive white bat-like wings erupted from her back, their glowing surfaces shimmering as they blocked the lightning bolt effortlessly. The attack dissipated against the wings, the energy scattering harmlessly around her. "Ha!" Lyra let out a long sigh while stretching her glowing wings lazily before folding them back. Her face twisted into a manic grin as she tilted her head, her silver eyes locking onto the golem. "There are only rude guys around, seriously, are there no nice guys left in this galaxy, or is everyone just this annoying?" Her voice dropped into a low, sultry tone as she placed one hand on her cheek, her expression shifting into something unsettlingly adoring. "Oh, well, Rex is the only one. That's why I can't help but be crazy for him, don't you agree?" The golem, undeterred by her strange words, simply raised its remaining hand. Its last blue crystal flickered weakly, gathering energy for one final attack. Lyra's wings folded neatly behind her as she straightened, while her body was slightly bent to the right with one hand still resting on her flushed cheek. Her grin widened, her eyes glowing brighter. "HMPH. Fine. Let's see what you've got, you shiny piece of trash." The golem's crystal flared, the energy building slowly as cracks spread across its surface, but before the attack could be unleashed, a series of white flashes lit up the corridor. The flashes were so fast, so precise, that they were barely visible to the naked eye. The next moment, the golem frozen in place. Its body seemed intact for a split second, but then it began to fall apart. Its legs crumbled, its arms dropped to the floor, and its torso and head were all that remained intact. Is it over this fast? Wasn't all powerful a minute ago? What happened? Did you break down or something?" Lyra teased the golem with her voice laced with mock disappointment. The golem, or what was left of it, hung limp in the air, impaled by Lyra's glowing white tentacles. The once mighty creature that had nearly killed both her and Gustav now looked like a pitiful husk, its body twitching faintly as sparks flickered from its shattered core. Lyra tilted her head, her glowing silver eyes narrowing as she leaned in closer, inspecting the golem. How weird, its eyes are all dark now," she muttered while poking the golem's cracked torso with one finger. A playful grin spread across her face. "Don't tell me I killed it by accident. Haha, dumb me." She giggled at her own joke, hitting the side of her head lightly as if scolding herself for being careless. But as she made this ridiculous gesture, her white tentacles abruptly coiled tighter around the golem's shattered body, cutting it into hundreds of tiny pieces. Bits of crystal and metal clattered to the floor, scattering like glittering debris around Lyra's feet. She didn't even glance at the mess she'd made, already turning her attention elsewhere. One of her tentacles snaked toward the unconscious Gustav, coiling around his body like a lazy serpent. She dragged him across the ground toward her, his limp form bumping slightly against the debris-strewn floor. You're heavier than I remember, Kitty, she said absent-mindedly as she walked toward the blue crystal that had fallen from the golem's destroyed shoulder. It was cracked in several places, with faint streams of light leaking from its fractured surface, but it still radiated power. Lyra crouched down and picked it up, holding it delicately in her hands as though it were a priceless artifact. He, I wonder if Rex would like this souvenir, she pondered while tilting her head and smiling sweetly as if she were talking to herself. Lyra's tentacle lifted Gustav higher, dangling him in front of her like a rag doll. She stared at his unconscious face, her smile widening. What do you think, Kitty? Do you think he'll like it? Gustav, of course, offered no response. His head lolled to the side, his body still limp and unmoving. Ah, I forgot you were sleeping, Lyra said with a faux gasp, her free hand flying to her mouth as if she'd just remembered something terribly important. Well, I guess I should take you to the doctor's, huh? But then again, where was it? She tapped her chin thoughtfully, the glowing crystal still cradled in her other hand. After a moment of deliberation, she shrugged. Well, I should ask my sister. Before anyone could blink, Lyra vanished. The spot where she had been standing just seconds before was now empty, the remnants of the golem and the destruction from their battle the only evidence she'd been there at all. Meanwhile, Nyra was still coordinating efforts to maintain the defensive choke points. Her focus was razor-sharp as she relayed orders to the militia and Blood Legion units holding the line. The sound of gunfire and the distant rumble of explosions filled the air, but Nyra remained composed, her crimson power armor streaked with blood and dust. She didn't even have time to react when, out of nowhere, a flash of white light appeared in front of her. Wah! Nyra barely managed to get the word out before Lyra materialized directly in front of her, throwing herself onto Nyra with all the grace of a deranged, hyperactive child. Nyra staggered as Lyra wrapped her arms tightly around her neck and her legs around her waist, clinging to her like a koala. What the hell? Nyra exclaimed, her voice a mixture of confusion and irritation as she tried to balance herself under her twin's sudden weight. The nearby Aegis units reacted instantly, their plasma rifles snapping to attention and aiming at Lyra. For a split second, the situation teetered on the edge of chaos. But as soon as Lyra's identification code was registered by their systems, the Aegis units lowered their weapons and resumed their posts, as if nothing had happened. The human militia and guards, however, were not as composed. The sight of one beautiful girl clinging to another in such an intimate and affectionate way was captivating, to say the least. Some of the guards froze mid-action, their gazes locked onto the scene before them as if it were a divine revelation. Others exchanged knowing looks, their eyes twinkling with approval. One of the older guards muttered under his breath, "Truly, we are blessed to witness such a display." Another nodded solemnly. "Men of culture, we are." Meanwhile, Nyra was less than pleased. "Lyra, get the hell off me," she shouted with her face turning red, not from embarrassment but from sheer frustration. "We're in the middle of a battle, you idiot." "Ah, but I missed you, sis," Lyra replied with a pout, tightening her grip around Nyra's neck. Her glowing silver eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in closer. "Besides, look, I brought a present." With one of her tentacles, Lyra raised the cracked blue crystal she'd taken from the golem, holding it up like a trophy. Nyra's eyes widened. "What the hell is that?" "It's a souvenir," Lyra chirped. "Do you think Rex will like it? I think it's super shiny." Nyra groaned, her head tilting back as she tried to process the absurdity of her sister's behavior. "Lyra, this isn't exactly the time for this. The enemy is still attacking." "Oh, relax, I killed the big guy already," Lyra said with a giggle, finally releasing her grip and hopping off Nyra. She landed gracefully on her feet, twirling once before looking around. Nyra sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Fine. If you're here, make yourself useful. Go reinforce the west choke point. Those militia guys can't hold it on their own for long." Lyra beamed and gave a mock salute. Aye, Captain, anything for you, sis." As Lyra dashed off toward her new assignment, Nyra shook her head, muttering under her breath, She's completely insane. But then again, where have I seen that crystal before? Naira muttered to herself, her sharp crimson eyes narrowing as she tried to piece together the fragments of her memory. The glowing blue crystal Lyra had flaunted earlier tugged at something in her mind, a nagging sense of familiarity she couldn't quite place. Her train of thought was abruptly cut off by the shout of a nearby communications guard. "Ma'am, those slender golems are coming again. The scanner's readings indicate there are 4 of them this time." Naira snapped out of her reverie, her expression immediately hardening as she shifted back into command mode. "Send the coordinates to the light artillery team," she ordered with her voice being sharp and commanding. "Blow them to pieces before they get any closer." As the guard relayed her orders, Naira casually reached into one of the pouches on her armor and pulled out a small snack. It was a bar made of some kind of chocolate mixed with synthetic blood, a concoction Cleo had specially designed for the twins. Unlike the organic beast blood or Rex's golden blood, this snack didn't provide any kind of insane power boost. However, it was enough to keep their bodies operating at optimal levels during long missions. It was also an immensely popular reward among the other blood assassins in Cleo's employ, who considered it a rare delicacy. Naira unwrapped the snack with a practiced flick of her fingers, taking a small bite as she watched the distant artillery team prepare to fire. Not bad. Sweet with just the right amount of tang. Master really does spoil us. A few seconds later, the heavy explosive sounds of the light artillery fire echoed across the station. The guns fired a relentless barrage of explosive shells toward the approaching slender golems. The ground shook faintly with each impact, and the golems' silhouettes flickered through the haze of smoke and fire. The bombardment continued until the last of the 4 golems had been obliterated, their shattered remains littering the battlefield in jagged, glowing fragments. "It's still so weird," Naira mused aloud, finishing her snack as she gazed at the destruction through the tactical display on her HUD. "Those golems have such terrifying energy readings, but they're so dumb. Do they even have brains, or are they just shiny rocks with legs?" The communications guard nearby coughed awkwardly, unsure if that was a rhetorical question. Naira didn't wait for an answer. Her eyes scanned the debris, and her gaze landed on one of the crystals scattered among the wreckage. It glimmered faintly, similar to the one Lyra had shown her earlier, though this one was a slightly different color. Naira squinted at the crystal, tilting her head as realization began to dawn on her. So that's where I've seen it before. The memory clicked into place. The crystal Lyra had brought her was nearly identical to the ones embedded in the slender golems. The only real difference was the color. Lyra's was blue, while these were a dimmer shade of teal. Naira smirked, placing a hand on her hip as she glanced at the tactical display again. "Well, that explains a lot. If this new golem was the one that nearly stripped Lyra naked and forced her to use the golden blood, then that just means my order was the right call." She laughed lightly to herself, feeling a swell of pride in her own tactical genius. "Good thing I had those light artillery machines set up in advance. Otherwise, things might have ended badly, hee." The communications guard glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "Ma'am, didn't you approve the artillery deployment because you said you wanted to make a big, flashy show for the militia to boost morale?" Naira turned to him, her crimson eyes narrowing dangerously. "Do you want a promotion, or do you want me to toss you out of the nearest airlock?" The guard immediately straightened. No, ma'am, your tactical decision was brilliant, ma'am, absolutely genius." "That's what I thought," Naira said with a satisfied grin, turning her attention back to the monitors. Her smirk lingered as she glanced once more at the crystal fragments on the screen. "Well, Lyra, looks like your shiny souvenir has more to it than meets the eye," she muttered to herself. As the station's defenses held strong and the artillery fire ceased, Naira made a mental note to investigate the crystals further once the battle was over. Something about them didn't sit right with her, and if there was one thing she'd learned from Rex, it was to never ignore her gut feeling. "Greetings, Lady Cleo." Lila's hollow screen form appeared next to Cleo's own holographic projection. Her expression was composed but carried a faint trace of tension, and her head was slightly bowed as a sign of respect. "As agreed, I have brought all the forces I could muster to aid you in this battle." Cleo glanced at Lila's fleet through her HUD. It was a formation of disciplined ships composed of a carrier and destroyers under the banner of Lila's zealot faction within the human empire. A faint smile played on Cleo's lips, though her golden eyes glinted with something colder. If I'm not wrong, the human empire's actual fleet size is twice this number, Cleo said, her voice carrying an edge of deliberate skepticism. Where are the rest of them? Though Cleo already knew the answer, the question wasn't for her. It was for everyone near Lila, from the priestesses standing around her concealed throne to the officers and loyalists serving her growing cause. This was all part of their plan. Lila's shoulders rose and fell in a controlled sigh, though her holographic image carried an air of weariness. As you've already imagined, Lady Cleo, the Human Council rejected my call for help, she admitted. Her voice was calm, but there was a subtle sharpness to her words. They stated that they are under no obligation to cooperate every time assistance is requested. According to them, this is not their problem. Lila delivered the explanation with brutal honesty, and while her face remained neutral, there was an undeniable undercurrent of frustration in her tone. The priestesses standing near her hidden throne gasped softly at the revelation. For them, the council's refusal wasn't just an insult, it was an affront to their holy maiden, a betrayal of their faith. Cleo leaned back in her virtual seat, a faint, knowing smirk tugging at her lips. So, what I feared has come to pass, she said coolly, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. I won't say I'm surprised, but this will inevitably lead to civil war within the human empire. And if things continue down this path, even we may find ourselves hostile toward the humans. Even as Cleo spoke, her holographic form flickered briefly as she continued to control the Cleopatra's turrets manually. Her focus never wavered as she shot down several Revenant fighters attempting to break away from their transport ships. Across the battlefield, the Kael'Zar carrier unleashed its remaining fighter squadrons to intercept the escaping enemies. The final Revenant heavy transport ships were being dismantled piece by piece, and the Cleopatra's main cannons were nearly fully charged for the final blow. Lila's voice broke through the tension, calm but deliberately strong, loud enough for her nearby priestesses to hear. Then, when this civil war begins, Lady Cleo, would you stand with us? Would you support us? The priestesses held their breath. To them, this question was monumental. It wasn't just about tactics or alliances. It was about faith, loyalty, and the very future of their holy cause. Cleo paused, letting the silence hang just long enough to emphasize the weight of her response. While it's true that I no longer trust the new human empire, she said, her voice measured, you have proven yourself to be a true ally, human holy maiden. Should you call for support in the future, we will answer. The priestesses gasped audibly, their eyes widening with awe and reverence. Their holy maiden had secured the alliance of a powerful force who commanded fleets and armies. This revelation solidified Lila's position as not only their spiritual leader but also a masterful diplomat and protector. Lila allowed a small, humble smile to touch her lips, bowing her head slightly. Your support means more to us than words can express, Lady Cleo. Together, we will overcome any challenge that lies ahead. But just as Cleo was about to respond, an alert flared across her HUD. The sound was sharp and urgent. Her expression shifted instantly, her holographic form snapping to attention. Well then, we'll have to pause this conversation for now, Cleo said, her tone becoming cold and focused once more. It's time to attack with all our strength and destroy these enemies once and for all. Before Lila could respond, Cleo's hologram flickered and vanished as she cut the connection on her end. Back aboard Lila's flagship, the priestesses standing near her hidden throne were left stunned by what they had just heard. The conversation had been both a revelation and a warning. Not only did it confirm the looming threat of civil war within the human empire, but it also revealed the precarious nature of their alliances. The Council's refusal to send reinforcements had exposed a deep fracture within their ranks, and the Kael'Zar's willingness to turn hostile against humanity only underscored the fragility of the situation. But at the same time, the priestesses were filled with awe and admiration for their holy maiden. She truly is blessed by the divine, one of the priestesses murmured while her voice trembled. Another nodded, her hands clasped together in prayer. To have the ear of Lady Cleo, and to secure her loyalty. The holy maiden is greater than we ever imagined. Their whispered praises filled the room, the blue flames of the ceremonial torches casting an ethereal glow over their faces. Lila sat silently within her hidden throne, concealed behind layers of alien silk. Her expression was unreadable, but a faint smirk tugged at the corners of her lips. She had played her part perfectly, planting the seeds of loyalty and awe in the minds of her followers while simultaneously solidifying her alliance with Cleo. Order. Execute the following commands. Full assault is authorized. Main cannons, prepare to fire on my signal. Cleo's voice echoed through the command bridge of the Cleopatra. It was calm, precise, and unwavering, the kind of tone that inspired both awe and discipline in all who heard it. Around her, the Khailzar officers carried out her orders with mechanical efficiency, the ship's systems humming as they powered up for the final strike. The Cleopatra and the Liberator turned their massive main cannons toward the Revenant's flagship, their long barrels glowing faintly as they charged up energy. Meanwhile, the Leviathan-class carriers flanking her deployed their long-range missile systems, their racks swiveling into position and locking onto their targets. On the holographic display before Cleo, the Revenant's main ship loomed like a monolith of destruction, its jagged crystalline structure pulsating with ominous energy. This was the heart of the enemy fleet, the command vessel from which the Revenant coordinated their forces. If it fell, the rest of their fleet would crumble like the fragile constructs they were. Cleo raised her right hand, her slender index finger extended like the barrel of a gun. She pointed directly at the Revenant flagship, her glowing golden eyes locked onto the target. As her finger remained aimed, several tech circles materialized around her arm, spinning into existence one by one. Each circle was inscribed with intricate Khailzar symbols and numbers, their meaning understood only by her and the systems she controlled. The circles glowed red at first, spinning rapidly as they calculated firing trajectories, weapon synchronization, and power output. Status. Cannons aligning, calculations in progress. The circles began to slow, their red hue fading into yellow as the final adjustments were made. Slowly but surely, the yellow began to turn green, one circle at a time. The rotation stopped completely when all the circles were glowing a steady green. Status. All green. Main cannons ready, Cleo said, her voice perfectly even. Her glowing golden eyes narrowed slightly as she lowered her finger, mimicking the act of pulling a trigger. Her lips curved into a faint, almost absent-minded smile as she whispered one word. Bang! The action was so subtle, so seemingly insignificant, and yet it carried an unmistakable weight. Cleo had spent so much time with Rex that, unknowingly, some of his mannerisms and quirks had imprinted on her. This small gesture, a finger gun and a whispering bang, was a reflection of that, a quiet echo of the human who had left his mark on her. The moment she gave the signal, the green circles around her arm flared to life, shifting into a brilliant blue. The Cleopatra and the Liberator fired simultaneously, their main cannons unleashing beams of energy that roared across the void like lances of pure light. The beams illuminated the battlefield, cutting through the darkness of space as they tore toward their target. At the same time, the Leviathan-class carriers launched their payload of long-range missiles, dozens of them streaking through the void in perfect formation. The missiles left glowing trails behind them as they locked onto the Revenant flagship, their guidance systems ensuring pinpoint accuracy. The sheer coordination of the assault was breathtaking, a testament to Cleo's tactical genius and the technological superiority of the Khailzar fleet. On the Revenant flagship, alarms blared as the enemy's combined firepower converged on their ship. The jagged crystalline vessel trembled as its shields flared to life, trying desperately to absorb the incoming attack. Great Rock. The enemy fleet has launched a full-scale assault on us, one of the golems reported, its deep, gravelly voice filled with urgency. The Great Rock, the towering commander of the Revenant forces, stood motionless at the center of the command deck, its glowing purple crystal chest pulsating faintly. Do not panic. Our shields will hold. They cannot pierce the power of the Revenant ascendancy so easily. But even as the Great Rock spoke, cracks began to form along the crystalline surface of their shield. The energy from the Khailzar cannons was immense, each beam tearing away at the defenses with relentless force. The long-range missiles struck next, detonating with devastating precision. Each explosion rocked the flagship, causing entire sections of the ship to fracture and collapse. Fire and debris spilled into the void as the shields flickered and failed entirely, leaving the vessel vulnerable. Our shields are gone. Damage is spreading across multiple decks, another golem shouted with its voice laced with panic. The great rock's eyes flared briefly before dimming. It realized too late that this was no ordinary assault. This was a coordinated, calculated death blow. Back aboard the Cleopatra, Cleo's gaze remained fixed on the holographic display, watching as the Revenant flagship was engulfed in explosions. A faint hum of satisfaction escaped her as she whispered to herself, "And that's checkmate." "Ma'am, the enemy flagship has been critically damaged," one of her Aegis officers reported. Its voice was steady and mechanical. "Good," Cleo replied calmly, lowering her hand as the tech circles around her disappeared. "Keep firing until there's nothing left but dust, no survivors." On the battlefield, the Revenant flagship began to collapse in on itself, its massive crystalline form disintegrating under the relentless onslaught. The remaining enemy ships faltered, their formations breaking apart as panic spread through their ranks. The Kael'zar fleet pressed the advantage, their fighters and bombers mopping up the remnants of the enemy forces with ruthless efficiency. Cleo sat back on her command throne. Her expression was calm but with a subtle hint of satisfaction. The battle was all but won, and she had orchestrated it with flawless precision. "Status update," Cleo commanded. "The Revenant fleet has been neutralized. Remaining enemy forces are retreating or destroyed. No major casualties on our side," Cleopatra's main system answered. Detecting a space warp signature near the debris zone. The Cleopatra's system immediately zoomed in on the location of the anomaly. Cleo's golden eyes narrowed as she studied the screen. The feed showed a small tear in space forming amidst the floating wreckage of the Revenant fleet, a faint, glowing crack in the fabric of reality. From the rift emerged the lonely figure of the Great Rock, surrounded by a swirling, malevolent purple aura. His jagged, crystalline body was chipped and fractured, evidence of the brutal punishment his flagship had endured. One of the purple crystals on his shoulders was missing entirely, leaving only two faintly glowing shards that pulsed with a dim but defiant energy. "So, it seems this wasn't going to be so easy after all, huh?" Cleo muttered to herself, her tone calm but tinged with mild annoyance. She returned her consciousness to her physical body and immediately made her way toward the Cleopatra's hangar. Upon arrival, she boarded a sleek transport ship, its surface gleaming with Kael'zar engineering, and issued orders for several fighter squadrons to escort her to the debris zone. As the transport ship approached their destination, Cleo stood inside the secondary hatch, her expression as neutral and composed as ever. When the hatch opened, she stepped out into the void of space, her presence commanding. Cleo wore a pristine white and gold military outfit, tailored perfectly to her figure. Her hair, tied into a long, elegant ponytail, swayed slightly in the zero-gravity environment. Surrounding her were four floating swords, their sharp edges glinting with a faint golden glow as they hovered in perfect formation. Behind her, angelic wings of shimmering light extended, radiating an aura of power and authority. The Great Rock's gaze shifted toward her, his purple eyes flaring slightly as his deep, gravelly voice broke the silence. "Ha ha ha, so I finally get to see the face of my enemy. To think you could obliterate my entire fleet with a single strike. I must admit, I didn't see that coming." His laugh was low and menacing, but there was a strain beneath his voice, a sign of his weakened state. Still, despite his battered appearance, he exuded defiance. Cleo's sharp and calculating eyes noticed the missing crystal on his shoulder. She deduced immediately that he must have used its energy to create the warp signature that allowed him to escape the destruction of his ship. Cleo murmured while tilting her head slightly as she observed him. "Seeing as you've decided to show yourself in front of me like this, can I take it as you surrendering yourself?" Her voice was calm, with an edge of cold curiosity. "Take it however you want," the Great Rock growled, his remaining crystals starting to glow faintly, their hue shifting to a more intense purple. Cleo's golden eyes glinted as she crossed her arms. "Well then, let me ask you, why are you attacking us?" The Great Rock chuckled darkly. "Hey, there's not much of a reason. Just orders from the Great Revenant." Cleo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Orders from your master? Then I'll assume there's no deeper strategy behind this pointless destruction." She sighed softly. "Well, since you've already lost the battle, don't resist and prepare to be captured." As she spoke, her golden eyes briefly flared with a faint light. In response, 2 battle drones emerged from the transport ship behind her, their sleek designs equipped with energy emitters. The drones encircled the great rock, projecting a powerful energy shield around him like a glowing bubble, trapping him inside. The great rock let out a low, guttural laugh. "Fukuku, do you really think you've already won?" Cleo stared at him, her expression as neutral as ever. "According to the data gathered from the battlefield, yes, I have already won." Despite her calm response, there was a nagging feeling in the back of her mind, an intuition that something wasn't right. "Fukukuku," the great rock's laugh grew louder and more unhinged, his voice echoing through the void of space. Cleo's eyes sharpened as her instincts kicked in, her gaze fixed on the glowing crystals on his shoulders. Their light was intensifying, becoming almost blinding. Before she could react, a red hollow screen flashed next to her. Warning: multiple powerful explosions were detected inside the trading station. The structural integrity of the station is at risk. Cleo's head snapped toward the screen as her mind raced. She quickly turned her attention back to the great rock, her eyes widening slightly as she noticed his crystals glowing even brighter, their purple energy radiating outward in chaotic waves. "For the great revenant," the great rock shouted out, his voice filled with fanatic fervor, "long live the conqueror." Cleo's golden eyes narrowed in realization as the crystals on the great rock's shoulders began to crack. "No." Before she could issue an order or move, the 2 remaining crystals exploded simultaneously, unleashing a massive surge of energy. The explosion didn't just release a wave of destructive force, it also created massive space distortions, rending the fabric of reality itself. The distortions grew larger with each passing second, warping the debris field and sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. The nearby fighter squadrons and Cleo's transport ship were thrown off course, their systems struggling to compensate for the sudden gravitational anomalies. Cleo's glowing wings flared brightly as she stabilized herself in the chaos, her floating swords spinning defensively around her. "Damn it," she muttered while her calm composure slipped slightly. Her HUD flared with multiple alerts as the distortions continued to expand, threatening to engulf the entire sector. Through the chaos, Cleo's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. "All units, retreat to safe zones immediately. Engage emergency protocols and focus on containing the spatial anomalies. Do not engage further." As she issued orders, Cleo's mind worked at full speed. The trading station was in danger, the spatial distortions threatened to consume everything nearby, and the great rock's final act of defiance had thrown the entire battle into disarray. A few minutes before the explosions inside the trading station, Lyra had finished clearing out the remaining golems that threatened their defensive area. Her white glow had dimmed considerably, the radiant energy that once enveloped her now flickering faintly like the last embers of a dying flame. Her silver eyes, once brilliant and otherworldly, were slowly reverting to their usual crimson hue. She looked utterly drained. "Sis, I've already taken care of the enemies, but I'm feeling really sleepy right now," Lyra said groggily, staggering slightly as she appeared next to Naira, who was busy directing the troops. Naira glanced at her twin and immediately noticed her state of exhaustion. "Oh, good work out there, sis, I expected no less from my little sister," she said while patting her head, her tone light and teasing. "You can go rest over there, find a corner, and collapse or something, but before you do, can you show me that crystal again?" There was a mischievous glint in Naira's crimson eyes. She had been waiting for this moment, planning to tease her sister mercilessly once Lyra saw how many of the same crystals she herself had collected from the defeated golems. Oh, you mean this one?" Lyra mumbled sleepily, reaching into a small backpack she had found earlier. She pulled out the blue crystal she had been carrying, holding it up for Naira to see. But the moment the crystal was exposed to open air, it began to vibrate violently in Lyra's hand. Before either twin could react, the crystal suddenly detonated, releasing a massive electric wave that surged through the room. The shockwave sent Naira flying backward, her body slamming against the ground a few meters away. Lyra, who had been holding the crystal, bore the full brunt of the electric discharge. Her body convulsed uncontrollably as arcs of electricity danced across her skin, the sheer force of the energy overwhelming her. "Lyra, Naira screamed, her voice cutting through the chaos, and without hesitation, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward her sister, tackling her just as another surge of energy crackled through the air. Naira used her own body to shield Lyra, crashing into a nearby wall with enough force to leave a dent in the reinforced metal. She winced from the impact but ignored the pain, immediately checking on Lyra's condition. Lyra, say something. Naira called her out while lightly slapping her sister's cheeks in an attempt to wake her up. But there was no response. Lyra's body lay limp in her arms, her breathing shallow. Panic surged through Naira as she quickly checked her sister's pulse. To her relief, she found it. It was weak but steady. Thank the stars. You're okay, Naira whispered while letting out a shaky breath as she hugged Lyra tightly. Her twin had avoided the worst of it, though just barely. Lyra's bloodline in awakened form had saved her life. If she'd been an ordinary human, the electric wave would have undoubtedly killed her on the spot. Naira cradled Lyra protectively, glaring at anyone who dared come too close. No one was allowed near her sister, not when she was in such a vulnerable state. But her relief was short-lived. All around them, the crystals embedded in the corpses of the defeated golems began to glow ominously. One by one, the crystals emitted high-pitched whines, their surfaces cracking and splintering as unstable energy built up inside them. The ground beneath Naira's feet began to tremble. What the heck is going on now? Naira shouted while her crimson eyes darted around in alarm. Her gaze fell on the large container where she had stored several of the crystals she had personally collected from the golems she defeated. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. Wait, don't tell me. Her heart sank as she saw the crystals inside the container glowing brighter and brighter, their surfaces now spider-webbed with cracks. Naira's voice rang out with the force of a commander who knew time was running out. Everyone, abandon the area immediately. Run like your life depends on it, because it does. Her shout carried through the chaos, momentarily stunning the militia and guards who had been holding the choke point. For a split second, no one moved, disbelief plastered across their faces. But the Aegis units didn't need to be told twice. They immediately began evacuating the area, their mechanical precision cutting through the confusion. Seeing the Aegis units retreat, the militia and guard forces snapped out of their daze and followed suit, scrambling to escape the danger zone. Naira didn't waste a second. With Lyra still unconscious in her arms, she hoisted her onto her back, securing her with her tentacles to ensure she wouldn't fall. Gritting her teeth, Naira sprinted toward safety, her legs burning with effort as the tremors grew more violent. Just as she crossed into the outer hallway, the container of crystals finally detonated. The explosion was massive. All the stored crystals ignited simultaneously, their combined energies amplifying the blast to catastrophic levels. The resulting shockwave tore through the choke point, obliterating everything in its path. The walls and ceiling buckled and cracked under the force, and a gaping hole was blown into the station's structure. The entire trading station trembled violently, the alarms were blaring as emergency protocols were triggered. Naira barely managed to keep her footing as the floor shook beneath her. She glanced over her shoulder, her heart pounding as she saw the massive hole where the choke point had been just moments ago. Damn it, she hissed while adjusting her grip on Lyra as she picked up her pace. What kind of ticking time bomb were those crystals? Her mind raced as she tried to process what had just happened. The crystals weren't just remnants of the golems, they were weapons, deliberately designed to detonate after a delay. The implications were chilling. Still, there was no time to dwell on it. The station was at risk of collapse, and she had to get Lyra to safety. As she ran, she activated her communicator, her voice sharp and urgent. Master, we have a situation. The golem crystals are rigged to explode. The trading station's structural integrity is compromised. I'm getting Lyra out, but we need reinforcements for evacuation now. She didn't wait for a response, focusing all her energy on moving forward. Behind her, the station continued to tremble, the destruction spreading as more crystals detonated in a chain reaction. The situation inside the trading station was deteriorating at an alarming rate. The explosions caused by the golem crystals had not only torn massive holes in the hull, but they were also creating deadly vacuums that dragged anyone too close toward the void of open space. Those unlucky enough to be caught near the breaches suffered terrible fates. Screams were abruptly silenced as militia members were pulled into the void, their bodies twisting and contorting painfully before succumbing to the freezing, suffocating emptiness. The station guards, clad in their standard issue uniforms with reinforced helmets, fared slightly better. Their suits offered limited protection against the extreme cold of space, buying them a few precious minutes of survival. But even then, their odds of making it out alive were slim. "Fuck!" Naira shouted, her voice filled with equal parts rage and desperation as she sprinted through the trembling corridors with Lyra strapped to her back. Ahead of her, the massive explosion from earlier had left a gaping hole in the station's hull, and the structural damage was only getting worse. The trading station was slowly tearing itself apart, the tremors growing stronger with each passing second. The only thing keeping the station from splitting in half entirely was the honeycomb plasma shield, which flickered and strained under the pressure. It was the last line of defense preventing the station's complete destruction, but Naira knew it wouldn't hold for long. She adjusted her grip on Lyra, tightening the tentacles that secured her unconscious sister to her back and pressed on. Her crimson eyes darted around, scanning for a path to safety. A sharp beep echoed in her ear, followed by Cleo's calm, unshaken voice through her communicator. "Naira, listen closely. I'm unable to send help right now. You'll have to get out of there on your own." "What?" Naira shouted while nearly stumbling over a loose panel on the floor. "What the hell do you mean you can't send help?" Cleo's voice remained steady, though there was an urgency beneath her usual calm demeanor. "I'll send the coordinates for the nearest hangar to your position. Take a transport ship and evacuate immediately. Good luck." "Wait, Master. What do you—" Naira's words were cut off as the line went dead. "Master. Master?" Naira screamed into the communicator, but there was no response. Gritting her teeth, Naira cursed under her breath while her mind worked overtime. Cleo's calm demeanor was unnerving. She never sounded like that unless something big was happening. Whatever had Cleo's attention must have been catastrophic enough to prevent her from sending aid. "What the hell is going on up there?" Naira muttered to herself as she picked up her pace, her boots pounding against the trembling floor. While gritting her teeth, Naira cursed under her breath, her mind racing. Cleo's calm demeanor was unnerving. She never sounded like that unless something big was happening. Whatever had Cleo's attention must have been catastrophic enough to prevent her from sending aid. "What the hell is going on up there?" Naira muttered to herself as she picked up her pace, her boots pounding against the trembling floor. Once Cleo cut the communication line with Naira, her attention returned to the massive space crack that loomed ominously in front of the Cleopatra. Her mind raced as she analyzed the situation, the faint hum of the ship's systems serving as the only background noise in the tense command room. From the void of the crack emerged an object of terrifying scale, a colossal asteroid, several kilometers in size, slowly pulling itself into the physical plane. Cleo's golden eyes narrowed as she initiated a scan of the object, her fingers flying across the holographic interface. "Its trajectory is clear." "The trading station," Cleo muttered to herself. The asteroid's path was locked onto the already battered station, and its sheer size guaranteed total annihilation if it made contact. Her initial decision was swift and calculated. "Order. All fleet units under my command are to focus fire on the asteroid. We'll blow it up before it fully emerges from the crack." The fleet began to mobilize, their long-range weapons locking onto the asteroid. However, just as the first orders were about to be executed, Cleo's HUD lit up with new data. The asteroid wasn't just a massive rock. It was glowing faintly, radiating a familiar, unsettling purplish energy. Cleo's eyes widened slightly, her sharp instincts flaring. "Cancel all firing orders immediately. Stand by for further instructions." Her mind churned as she analyzed the data, trying to piece together what was happening. "Deploy recon drones. Priority, full scan of the asteroid." Hundreds of drones launched from the frigates surrounding the Cleopatra, their sleek forms racing toward the asteroid like a swarm of fireflies. Each drone began feeding real-time data back to the flagship, and within seconds, a 4D hologram of the asteroid began constructing itself in front of Cleo. Layer by layer, the asteroid was digitally dissected, revealing its internal structure. Cleo's gaze sharpened as the hologram reached the core and her suspicions were finally confirmed. Embedded in the center of the asteroid was a massive purplish crystal, pulsating with energy that matched the readings from the great rock's crystals. But this crystal was far larger, with its power exponentially increasing. Tisk, Cleo muttered with a hint of frustration slipping into her otherwise calm demeanor. So in the end, my instincts were right. Something is wrong. The asteroid wasn't just a weapon, it was a trap. If destroyed recklessly, the energy within the crystal could trigger catastrophic consequences. Cleo's mind raced as she closed her eyes, running simulations through her neural interface. Running simulation. Detonate the asteroid. The results were displayed almost instantly. Result: total destruction of the sector due to a massive space-time crack. Cleo frowned. Running simulation. Intercept the asteroid with obelisks. The simulation ran again, and the results appeared. Result: partial success. Unable to fully stop the asteroid, but secondary objective, delaying impact, was achieved. Evacuation time increased by 87%. Cleo's golden eyes opened, her decision made. Her fleet couldn't destroy the asteroid outright without risking complete disaster. The only option was to slow it down and buy time for an evacuation. She turned her gaze toward the 6 obelisks coming out of the Cleopatra. These were her newest creations, weapons of unmatched versatility and power. The obelisks were designed to serve both offensive and defensive purposes, capable of deploying massive energy arrays or transforming into lethal weapons. Each obelisk contained nanomaterials capable of adapting to any scenario, and they could draw power directly from the reactors of nearby ships through inorganic energy transfer systems. Prepare the obelisks for deployment, Cleo commanded. The obelisks were loaded into launch bays, ready to be fired into position. A small AI avatar materialized on the holographic console before Cleo. It was Mini Cleo, the cheerful and mischievous AI companion who had been a frequent presence at Rex's side. She snapped to attention, giving a playful salute. Roger that, main body. Initiating obelisk deployment. Mini Cleo chirped, her holographic form glowing with energy. Using nanomaterials to enhance effective range. Formation complete. Starting electromagnetic shield. The 6 obelisks launched from the Cleopatra with their sleek, metallic forms streaking through space. They moved into a circular formation around the asteroid, their positions calculated with pinpoint precision. Once in place, the obelisks activated, beams of white energy connecting them and forming a massive electromagnetic barrier that surrounded the asteroid. The barrier resembled a glowing fishing net, its energy strands pulsating as they struggled to contain the asteroid. Cleo extended her hand, controlling the obelisks with precision as she guided the barrier to make contact with the massive rock. The moment the shield touched the asteroid, the purplish energy from the crystal began reacting violently. Sparks flew as the 2 incompatible forces clashed, sending shockwaves rippling through space. The electromagnetic barrier flared, creating a storm of lightning-like arcs that illuminated the void. Electromagnetic storm detected. Shield integrity holding at 67%. Mini Cleo's voice chimed in, her tone unusually serious despite her usual cheerful demeanor. Cleo frowned but remained calm. She guided the obelisks to tighten their formation, forcing the barrier to compress further against the asteroid. The electromagnetic shield groaned under the strain, the nanomaterials struggling to adapt to the raw energy being unleashed by the asteroid's core. Shockwaves rippled outward, shaking nearby ships and disrupting their systems. The Cleopatra's hull vibrated as the electromagnetic storm intensified, but Cleo didn't flinch. Mini Cleo, divert additional energy from the fleet's reactors into the obelisks. Prioritize stability over output. Roger that, main body, redirecting energy now, Mini Cleo responded, her tiny form darting between holographic controls. As the obelisks drew power from the fleet, the electromagnetic barrier stabilized slightly, its glow intensifying. Cleo's golden eyes remained fixed on the asteroid, her mind calculating every variable. The clash of energies was a spectacle of raw power, but Cleo knew this was only a temporary solution. The shield wouldn't hold forever. The asteroid's momentum was still pushing it forward, albeit at a slower pace. Time bought is time spent wisely, Cleo murmured to herself. She opened a channel to her fleet. All ships, prepare for immediate evacuation procedures. Prioritize transporting civilians and personnel from the trading station. fighters, focus on suppressing any remaining threats. While Cleo was stopping the asteroid with meticulous precision and monumental effort, Naira was sprinting for her life through the chaos-ridden trading station. Her breath came in sharp, ragged bursts, and her crimson eyes darted around for threats. Her personal shield flickered weakly around her, on the verge of breaking after enduring too many close calls. Fuck. What now? Are they insane or something? Damn rock brains. Naira screamed as yet another golem came barreling toward her down the corridor. Before she could react, the golem detonated, the blast sending her skidding across the floor, her body coated in a fine layer of dust and debris. She coughed and spat, shaking her head clear as her shield blinked dangerously, flickering like a dying light bulb. Sis. Where are we right now? A weak, groggy voice mumbled from behind her. Naira's eyes widened slightly as she felt Lyra stirring on her back. Lyra. You're awake. Thank the stars, Naira exclaimed, relief flooding her voice. But the relief was short-lived as she remembered the hellish situation she was still in. And as for where we are, I have no fucking clue. I've been trying to reach the hangar, but these crazy golems keep charging at me and exploding. I had to keep changing directions to avoid getting turned into a pile of ash, and to make things worse, Master hasn't updated the coordinates she sent me before. Naira tapped furiously at the device on her arm, glaring at the glitching GPS. The screen flickered and changed directions randomly, utterly useless in helping her navigate the labyrinth of collapsing corridors. So, you're saying my life depends on you, Lyra said, her voice heavy with sarcasm, and you got us lost, so I'll probably die in terrible suffering because of some kamikaze golems? Lyra's hand weakly reached up to grab a fistful of Naira's hair, pulling it as hard as she could in her weakened state. Yep, that's more or less accurate, Naira deadpanned, letting out a frustrated sigh. And could you not pull my hair? What are you, a toddler? Lyra grumbled something unintelligible and continued to weakly gnaw on a strand of Naira's silver hair. Naira suddenly stopped in her tracks, breathing heavily as she leaned against the wall for a moment. Hey, Lyra. Say, do you think the little cat is dead by now or something? Lyra's tired crimson eyes blinked open with confusion written on her face. Wait, did you leave him there after the explosions? Of course I did. You were my priority. Naira shot back without hesitation, resuming her frantic pace through the dimly lit corridor. The only light came from flickering emergency panels and the faint glow of exposed wires hanging loosely from the ceiling. Lyra sighed dramatically. Well, cats have multiple lives, don't they? So I guess he'll be alive somehow, I hope. Yeah, let's hope, Naira muttered, rolling her eyes as she turned a corner. Her steps faltered when her gaze landed on yet another golem standing ominously in the distance, its jagged body radiating faint energy. Oh great, another walking bomb, she groaned. Leave him to me, sis, Lyra said, her voice groggy but tinged with quiet determination. With a weak, shaky motion, she raised her arm and slowly pulled one of her handguns from Naira's holster. At least I can move this hand. Are you sure? You don't exactly look combat ready, Naira replied, doubt evident in her tone as she eyed her sister's trembling hand. Just trust me, okay, I've got this, Lyra said, offering a small, tired smirk. Naira shrugged. Fine, little sis. I'll leave it to you. Without another word, she broke into a full sprint, charging straight at the golem. The massive figure lurched into motion, its heavy footsteps echoing through the corridor as it barreled toward them. The tension thickened as the distance between them closed rapidly. Lyra steadied her aim, her finger hovering over the trigger despite her weakened state. Come on. Just a little closer, Lyra whispered to herself. When the golem was mere meters away, she pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the corridor, followed by the metallic clang of the golem's head being blown clean off. Its massive body froze mid-stride before collapsing onto the floor in a heap of motionless metal. Ha, nice shot, Lyra, Naira cheered as she leapt over the fallen golem without breaking her stride. But Lyra didn't share her enthusiasm. Ah, she muttered, looking back at the weapon in her hand. Or rather, what should have been in her hand. What happened? Are you okay? Does it hurt? Naira asked while glancing back at her sister while still running full tilt down the corridor. No, I'm okay, Lyra replied sheepishly. It's just. The gun flew out of my hand when I shot. I guess my strength hasn't returned yet, hee. Naira let out an exasperated sigh, shaking her head. Unbelievable. You kill the golem like a badass, and then that happens. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. Lyra gave a weak chuckle while resting her head against Naira's shoulder. Well, at least we're still alive, right? That counts for something. Naira snorted. Yeah, for now. Let's see how long that lasts. Attention all residents on the station. The structural integrity has fallen to 15%, total collapse estimated in 10 minutes. I repeat. The station AI's voice echoed through the corridors like the tolling of a death knell. Its cold, clinical tone made the grim reality even harder to stomach, as if it were calmly counting down the remaining minutes of life for everyone trapped aboard. This is really nerve-wracking, Naira growled, her voice tinged with panic and frustration as she sprinted down the corridor. Lyra was still clinging to her back, her silver hair occasionally slapping Naira's face as they raced through the collapsing station. Whoever programmed this AI is a psychopath. Who in their right mind thinks it's a good idea to tell people exactly how much time they have left before they die? I don't need to hear a countdown to my funeral. From her place on Naira's back, Lyra let out a weak chuckle. Sis. The one who programmed that AI was Master Cleo, she said, still wincing as the residual pain from her earlier electrocution made it difficult to even lift her arms. Naira froze mid-step for a split second, nearly stumbling over her own feet before recovering. Ahem. I said nothing, and since you're the only one who heard me, I'll know who snitched if it gets back to her, she said, reaching up to tug playfully on Lyra's nose, earning a small squeak from her sister. Before Lyra could respond, the voice of the AI abruptly cut off, leaving an eerie silence in its place, but the relief didn't last. A deep, rumbling vibration shook the station violently, sending debris tumbling from the ceiling. The sudden jolt sent Naira flying a few feet forward, her body hitting the ground with a resounding thud. Her face slammed into the cold metal floor with unceremonious force, and she skidded to a stop a few meters away, groaning as she lay sprawled out on the ground. A second later, a deafening, thunderous explosion rocked the station, louder than anything they had heard before. The emergency lights overhead began flashing wildly, bathing the corridor in an unsettling red glow. Sis. Are you okay? Lyra called from where she had landed, still unable to stand on her own. Her voice carried a mix of worry and exasperation. Naira groaned and pushed herself up onto her hands and knees, her face flushed red, partly from embarrassment and partly from the impact. Ouch. Yes. I'm okay. Only my face and my pride hurt, she muttered while wiping her nose as a small trickle of blood dripped down. She stood up shakily, brushing off the dust and debris clinging to her armor. By the way, what was that god-awful noise? She asked with her voice tinged with irritation as she rubbed her sore nose. Lyra, still sitting on the ground, raised an eyebrow. How would I know? I can barely move right now. But if I had to guess. She gestured weakly to the blinking emergency lights. Since the AI finally shut up and the station is shaking like crazy, I'd say the station's done for. We're probably about to die, just saying. Lyra's casual delivery made Naira glare at her. Well, aren't you just a ray of sunshine right now? Lyra shrugged, wincing as she tried to wiggle her legs. Hey, look, I'm finally starting to feel my legs again, isn't that great? Before Naira could reply, another explosion rocked the station, this one far closer than before. The floor beneath them shuddered violently, and the sound of metal groaning and twisting under immense pressure filled the air. Sis, Lyra's voice trailed off as she noticed something alarming. The corridor they were standing in was beginning to tilt. The section of the station they were in was slowly becoming more vertical, the damaged structure shifting as it teetered closer and closer to total collapse. Debris slid down the slanted floors, and sparks flew from damaged power lines overhead. Oh, come on, Naira shouted, her crimson eyes darting around as she realized the gravity of the situation. You've got to be kidding me. Her feet scrambled for traction as the incline became steeper, forcing her to lean forward to maintain her balance. Lyra, hold on, things are about to get really bumpy. I already can't move, so I don't think I have a choice, Lyra snapped while clinging to Naira's back as best as her weakened body would allow. Naira gritted her teeth and started moving again, her boots clanging loudly against the metal floor as she ran uphill, trying to keep ahead of the collapsing structure. Damn it, Master. Where's that updated GPS? I can't die here, I'm too good looking for this. Lyra let out a breathless laugh. Well, at least you'll die beautiful, right? Naira shot her an annoyed glare, not helping, Lyra. As the explosions grew louder and the corridor tilted further, Naira knew they didn't have much time left. The station was tearing itself apart around them, and the only way out was to find the hangar. But with the GPS offline and the constant chaos of falling debris and rogue golems, it was starting to feel like a losing battle. Still, Naira wasn't about to give up, not while her sister was counting on her. Hold on tight, she muttered under her breath, determination burning in her crimson eyes. We're getting out of here. No way am I letting some stupid rocks be the end of us. With that, she pushed forward, running as fast as she could through the collapsing station, dodging falling debris and narrowly avoiding disaster at every turn. The clock was ticking, but Naira refused to let it run out. But, as the universe so often seems to mock those in desperate situations, Naira's resolve was immediately tested by a new nightmare. The trading station's hull, which had already endured far more than it was ever designed for, finally gave up the fight. The shield that once protected the station was gone, and now both sides of the structure were being pulled apart by the relentless force of the vacuum of space. The massive change in pressure between the inside and the void was wreaking havoc, tearing through the station's weakened frame like paper. Sections of the hull began crumpling and collapsing, the station groaning in agony as it succumbed to the inevitable. For Naira and Lyra, who were in the middle of climbing a towering metal staircase to what they hoped was safety, disaster struck at the worst possible moment. The metal staircase shuddered violently beneath them, its bolts screeching as they were ripped from their sockets. Without warning, the entire structure gave way with a deafening crashing sound, plummeting downward into the gaping void below. Oh no! Naira's heart dropped as she felt the staircase collapse beneath her feet. Lyra, grab me tight, now. Lyra, barely conscious and still weak, didn't even hesitate. Her arms, shaky but determined, wrapped tightly around Naira's neck as the two of them plunged downward. Naira acted on instinct, her body moving faster than her thoughts. With a sharp grunt, she extended her tentacles, sending two of them shooting out toward the walls on either side of the collapsing shaft. The metallic tendrils pierced through the damaged walls with a loud clang, anchoring themselves firmly in place. The force of their fall yanked them hard as the tentacles caught, and Naira winced as her body jerked from the sudden stop. She gritted her teeth, bracing against the pressure while using another tentacle to coil securely around Lyra, holding her sister close to her chest. The echoes of twisted metal and distant explosions reverberated around them as they dangled precariously in the void left by the collapsed staircase. Dust and debris floated in the weightless air, illuminated by the eerie red glow of the station's emergency lights. "You okay, sis?" Naira shouted, her voice strained as she fought to maintain her grip. Lyra groaned softly while her head was resting against Naira's shoulder. "I've been better," she mumbled, her voice weak but laced with sarcasm. "This isn't exactly helping me recover, you know." "Yeah, well, you're welcome," Naira snapped, panting as she adjusted her tentacles to secure their position. "If I'd let go, you'd be floating through space right now, so maybe save the complaints for later." Naira glanced around, her crimson eyes scanning for any sign of escape. The shaft they were suspended in stretched endlessly upward and downward into darkness, with faint flickers of distant flames visible through gaps in the walls. The air was filled with the creaks and groans of the station's failing structure, a grim reminder that time was running out. "All right, I'm climbing up," Naira said through gritted teeth. "I don't know where this leads, but anywhere's better than here." Lyra nodded weakly, her arms still draped around Naira's neck. "Just, don't drop me, okay?" "Wasn't planning on it," Naira muttered, rolling her eyes as she began hoisting them upward. Her metallic tentacles pierced the walls with a loud metallic sound, pulling them higher with each movement. Sweat dripped down Naira's forehead as she climbed, the strain of carrying both her sister and her own weight taking its toll. The walls groaned and shuddered with every motion, and debris rained down from above, narrowly missing them as they ascended. "This is insane," Naira grumbled under her breath. If I survive this, I'm asking Master for a damn vacation. Somewhere without killer robots, space debris, and... Her words were cut off as another violent tremor shook the station. One of her tentacles slipped from the wall, sending them dangling precariously for a moment before she regained her grip. Naira, Lyra gasped, her grip tightening instinctively. I'm fine, Naira snapped, though her heart pounded fast. Just hold on. I'm not letting us die here. As they neared the top of the shaft, a new sound reached their ears, one that sent a chill down Naira's spine. Heavy footsteps. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Naira muttered, her voice dripping with disbelief. Sure enough, a golem appeared at the edge of the shaft above them. Its jagged form was silhouetted by the red emergency lights, its glowing eyes locking onto the twins with chilling intensity. Sis, Lyra whispered weakly, please tell me you have a plan for this. Naira stared up at the golem, her jaw clenching as it stepped closer, its weight causing the platform to creak ominously. Oh, I've got a plan, Naira said, her tone heavy with sarcasm. Step 1. Climb faster. Step 2. Hope it's dumb enough to fall. That's your plan, Lyra shouted, though her voice lacked strength. Unless you've got a better one. Yeah, Naira shouted back, her tentacles digging into the wall as she climbed faster. Now shut up and hold on tight. The golem let out a deep, metallic growl as it raised one of its arms. Sparks flew as a glowing blade extended from its forearm, the weapon humming ominously as it prepared to strike. Naira's crimson eyes widened. Oh, hell no, you are not ruining my day any further. One of her tentacles shot out, grabbing a loose metal beam from the wall. With a sharp grunt, Naira hurled the beam upward with all her strength, aiming for the golem's legs. The beam struck true, slamming into the golem's knee and causing it to stumble. The platform beneath it groaned, unable to support the combined weight of the golem and the falling debris. With a deafening crashing sound, the platform collapsed, and the golem tumbled into the void, its glowing eyes fading as it disappeared into the darkness below. Naira let out a shaky breath, her heart racing. See, I told you I had a plan. Lyra let out a weak laugh, resting her head against Naira's shoulder. You're crazy, you know that. Yeah, well, it runs in the family, Naira muttered, continuing to climb. Let's just hope there's something better waiting for us at the top. Despite all of Naira's efforts, the station was far beyond saving. The structure had sustained too much damage, and the corridor she was climbing was now widening as the station continued to break apart. Her tentacles, once firmly anchored, stretched unnaturally as the walls they were embedded in began to tear away. The vacuum of space pulled harder and harder, threatening to rip them free at any moment. Naira swallowed hard, feeling her grip slipping. Oh no, Lyra, please tell me your helmet's oxygen system is still working, she said, her voice strained as she fought against the increasing suction. Lyra blinked slowly, still groggy from exhaustion. I don't know. My suit's pretty busted, let me check. With a shaky hand, Lyra activated her helmet. The damaged system's whirred to life, and a flickering HUD appeared in front of her eyes. The oxygen meter flashed. 16% remaining. She hesitated, then decided not to mention it. Yeah, it's working, sis, Lyra said while tightening her arms around Naira's neck. So, I guess this is it, huh? Now it's all up to luck. Naira let out a dry chuckle, her crimson eyes glinting with defiant amusement. Hey, yeah, at least Master won't be able to blame this one on me. Not my fault the whole station decided to blow up. She shifted slightly, gritting her teeth as her tentacles strained against the growing pressure. Well, floating in space is better than dragging your fat ass up this shaft. Damn, you're heavy. What fat ass? Lyra snapped, her sleepy demeanor vanishing as she yanked Naira's hair hard. We're twins. Yours is just as big as mine, so shut up. Ah, quit it, you gremlin. How about helping me instead of pulling my damn hair? Activate my helmet, Naira shouted while shaking her head like an annoyed cat. While still smirking, Lyra reached down and tapped the activation button on Naira's suit. The helmet shimmered into place, sealing her inside a protective layer of reinforced armor. Naira could feel her strength draining, her tentacles giving out one by one. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer, she admitted, her voice laced with frustration. Hey, don't worry, sis, Lyra murmured, her grip tightening. I wasn't expecting much from you anyway. Naira scoffed with a smirk tugging at her lips. Huh, you little ungrateful brat. Then, with a final, deafening cracking sound, the station tore itself apart. The corridor split in half, and the twins were ejected into the void of space, spiraling uncontrollably as debris tumbled around them. Explosions flashed in the distance, lighting up the wreckage like a dying star. The two clung to each other, floating helplessly as the remains of the trading station were pulled further into the abyss. For a long moment, they simply watched the destruction unfold, their crimson eyes reflecting the burning wreckage. Neither spoke. They just held onto each other, hoping, praying they wouldn't be separated. Then, out of the darkness, a blinding golden light appeared. At first, it was distant, a streak of radiance cutting through the wreckage, but it was moving fast, slicing through debris as if it weren't even there. Hey, Cleo. I found two twins floating in the wreckage. A familiar voice rang out through their comms. Since I found them, they're mine now, right? The moment the twins heard that voice, their hearts skipped a beat. Their faces flushed, a mixture of relief and something else entirely flooding their systems. Rex, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with pure, unfiltered joy. Before they could say more, two massive hands grabbed them, one each, effortlessly pulling them from the void. The grip was firm, protective, and impossibly strong. When they finally registered what was happening, they looked up, and there he was. Rex, in his full 3-meter-tall combat form, with his usual golden energy radiating off him like a beacon. His armor gleamed under the distant explosions, and his crimson eyes, hidden behind his helmet's visor, locked onto them with silent reassurance. They were safe. Naira blinked up at him, her face turning redder by the second. Took you long enough, you dumbass. Lyra, on the other hand, buried her face in his chest, sighing in relief. Rex, I love you right now. Rex let out a low chuckle, his grip tightening ever so slightly to ensure they wouldn't slip away. Yeah. You can fight over who gets to thank me later. For now, let's get you two home. As Rex flew through the wreckage, the twins clinging tightly to him, Naira squinted at his glowing golden aura, her crimson eyes struggling against the brightness. But, Rex, she muttered while pressing her forehead against his armor to shield her eyes. How the hell are you even here right now? Weren't you supposed to be with Wise Mom? At her question, Rex stiffened slightly, though it was barely noticeable. Ah, yes, I was, he hesitated, his deep voice carrying an odd mix of guilt and awkwardness. With her, Mom, he coughed. Ahem. But thanks to her, we got here just in time. Before the twins could press him for details, Rex shifted his grip on them and rotated their bodies so they were facing the station. Look over there, he said, see for yourselves. The moment Naira and Lyra opened their eyes and took in the sight before them, their exhaustion momentarily faded, replaced by stunned disbelief. The ruined trading station, which they had assumed was completely abandoned and doomed, was now swarming with massive, monstrous creatures. These towering beasts, easily the size of the Kael'zar Mauler juggernauts, were ripping apart what was left of the station's hull, but not in the way the twins had expected. Instead of destroying for the sake of mindless carnage, the creatures were entering the collapsing station, forcing their way through debris with sheer brute strength. And as they emerged again, they were carrying survivors. The grotesque, biomechanical monsters, creatures unlike anything the twins had seen before, were delicately cradling the civilians, guards, and even Aegis units in their massive clawed hands. One by one, they ferried the survivors toward the Kael'zar frigates, passing them off to waiting medical teams before returning to retrieve more. Lyra blinked in utter confusion. Are those things actually helping? What the hell am I looking at right now? Naira's jaw tightened, her instincts still screaming that something wasn't right. I don't trust this. Those things don't look like rescuers. They look like nightmares. Rex exhaled through his nose, his grip on them steady. Yeah, well, he looked away, almost sheepishly. Let's just say Zytralia has a very different way of doing things. The twins both turned their heads toward him at the same time. Wait. Naira's eyes widened. Are you telling me these monsters are Crisari? Lyra shouted, her voice rising. Rex scratched the back of his helmet with one hand while still holding onto them with the other. Yeah. She calls them void crawlers. Apparently, they're some kind of elite bio-warriors bred specifically for high-risk rescue operations. High-risk rescue? Naira shouted while gesturing wildly toward the abominations crawling through the wreckage. They look like they eat babies for breakfast, Rex. Lyra, still pressed against his chest, just sighed. You know what, I'm too tired to process this. I'm just gonna assume they're the good guys and hope I don't get eaten. Naira grumbled but didn't argue. Fine, but if one of those things even looks at me funny, I'm gutting it. Rex chuckled, adjusting his hold on them as he prepared to move again. Yeah, just hold tight. We're not done yet. As they soared through the debris-filled void, Lyra, still nestled in Rex's grasp, tilted her head up with a curious expression. By the way, Rex, she asked, her tired but inquisitive crimson eyes blinking up at him. How the hell did you guys even get here this fast? I was sure it took days to travel this distance. Even if we were fighting for 3 days straight, you should have still taken longer to arrive. Naira, who had finally calmed down from her near-death adrenaline rush, frowned slightly. Yeah, that's actually a good question. You better not tell me you just flew really fast. Rex chuckled, the glow of his golden aura illuminating the edges of his armored frame. Well, you see, that's a long story. A few minutes before the collapse of the trading station, Cleo stood at the heart of the Cleopatra's command center, her golden eyes fixed on the massive meteorite still hurtling toward the doomed station. Despite the combined efforts of her fleet and the obelisks, they were losing. The obelisks, her most advanced creation, had successfully slowed the meteorite's descent, but only just. The monstrous rock was already halfway to impact, and the energy reserves of the allied human ships were draining fast. From atop the main obelisk, Mini Cleo's holographic form flickered violently, the electromagnetic storm disrupting her projection. Original body, we can't hold this much longer. Cleo remained silent, her fingers clenched around the controls. Even with the additional power from the allied human fleet, it's not enough, Mini Cleo continued, her usually cheerful tone now laced with static. I highly recommend diverting the remaining energy into an escape maneuver before it's too late. Cleo's lips pressed into a thin line, recommendation rejected. Mini Cleo's flickering hologram blinked in confusion, but while it would be the logical solution, Cleo cut in, her voice unwavering, the people inside that station are also my people. As their ruler, I will use every resource at my disposal to ensure that as many of them as possible escape. Her HUD flashed warning after warning as her core energy nucleus fluctuated dangerously, dropping to 5% before surging back to 100% in the span of a second, only to deplete again almost instantly. Cleo was the primary energy conduit for the obelisks. Every bit of power needed to sustain the energy field was first routed through her. She was running out of time. Main body, Mini Cleo suddenly shrieked, her voice spiking with urgency. Detecting another space-time crack. This one is. It's even bigger, I've never seen this energy signature before. Cleo's breath stilled for a moment. Another one? Suddenly, a series of massive space cracks ripped open behind the meteorite, 6 in total, each one large enough to dwarf even the Cleopatra herself. And then, the 7th crack appeared. This one was different. It started as a small tear in space, but it kept expanding. From the first 6 cracks, massive, jagged tentacles emerged, their dark green, glossy surface reflecting the faint glow of distant stars. They writhed and coiled, stretching outward toward the meteorite like the grasping fingers of an ancient god. And then, the 7th crack split open. What came through was a planet. No, not a planet. A monstrous, eldritch, living world with a cracked, chasm-like maw lined with jagged, gnashing teeth. Cleo's golden eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The planet was alive. The colossal, world-sized entity opened its maw and let out a deep, guttural hum that reverberated through the very fabric of space. Then, using its writhing tentacles, it pulled the meteorite closer and began to eat it. The massive meteorite, which had been large enough to wipe out an entire sector, was now nothing more than a snack. It cracked apart inside the creature's maw, breaking into glowing fragments as it was devoured whole. For the first time in years, Cleo felt genuine uncertainty. She had fought countless battles, she had calculated impossible odds, she had outmaneuvered some of the greatest tacticians the galaxy had ever seen. But this, what am I looking at right now? Cleo whispered under her breath, her scanners going haywire as they failed to quantify what she was witnessing. Then, amidst the chaos, her comms flared to life, and in that moment, she felt a connection snap back into place, one that had been missing for far too long. A voice, familiar and maddeningly casual, came through the static. "Hey, Cleo." Her HUD instantly tagged the incoming signal source, Chrysari's supercapital ship. "I'm back, and I brought reinforcements. I expect a good reward for this, by the way." Cleo blinked. She exhaled sharply, and then, for the first time in hours, possibly even days, she let out a small, relieved smirk. "Took you long enough, Rex." Back in the present, Naira and Lyra stared at Rex. Then they stared at each other. Then they stared at Rex again. Finally, Naira pointed a shaking finger at his face. "Are you telling me some kind of space god planet monster ate the meteorite?" "Yeah, pretty much," Rex replied nonchalantly. "Cool, right?" "No, that's not cool. That's terrifying," Naira snapped, her voice rising. "Where the hell did that thing even come from?" Lyra, still dazed, just let out a weak chuckle. "Rex, you absolute menace." Rex just grinned behind his visor. "What can I say? I make friends in strange places." "Rex." Naira's voice was deadly serious now. "Did you just bring another problem into our already chaotic lives?" Rex pretended to think about it. Maybe." Lyra groaned and buried her face against his armor. "I don't even care anymore. Just get us home before my brain melts." Rex chuckled as he tightened his hold on them. Yeah, hold on tight." Meanwhile, Cleo barely had time to process what was happening before a voice that was smooth and teasing filled the dimly lit command room of the Cleopatra. "Well, hello there." In an instant, a figure materialized before her. It was not a hologram, not a projection, but the real, physical form of Zytralia. Cleo's golden eyes flickered with weary irritation. She was exhausted, her core was nearly depleted, her systems were still rerouting power, and now this. She stared at the intruder from her throne, her body heavy with fatigue. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady but lacking its usual commanding edge. Zytralia tilted her head, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. "Ah, is this how you treat your savior? After all the wonderful things Rex said about you, did he lie to me?" She placed a delicate, clawed finger against her lips, feigning deep thought, though the amusement in her glowing green eyes made it clear she was enjoying this far more than she should. Cleo exhaled sharply, placing both hands on the armrests of her throne as she slowly pushed herself to stand, her movements deliberate, defiant. "I don't know what Rex told you about me," she said, her tone edged with quiet authority, "but I don't recall inviting you onto my ship. So don't expect any courtesy from me." Zytralia chuckled, the sound a mix of delight and intrigue. "Oh dear, I remember your kind being so dreadfully dull. Always obsessing over protocol, rules, and hierarchy, but somehow, you don't act like one of them." Before Cleo could react, Zytralia vanished from where she stood, reappearing directly in front of her in an instant. Cleo didn't flinch, but she did stiffen when Zytralia's cool fingers gently tilted her chin up. The queen's smirk widened, her eyes gleaming with something unreadable. Fascinating. If it weren't for the composition of your energy, I wouldn't have even realized you were Kael'zar." Her voice dipped into something more curious, almost hungry. "I've never seen one of your kind try so hard to look human, when your entire race has always believed organics to be beneath them." Cleo stood motionless, her stoic expression betraying nothing as she regarded the queen before her. After a tense pause, she finally spoke. "Times change, Chrysari Queen. And it seems, they've changed for you as well. Who would have thought the mighty Chrysari monarch would appear before someone like me? With a small, humanoid form and so fragile, your kind always preferred grander, more imposing forms." A slow, knowing smile spread across Zytralia's lips. "Oh my, how dull you've become," she teased, her voice dripping with amusement. "Tell me, when did you realize it was me? Could it be that my regal presence is simply impossible to disguise?" She leaned in, resting her face against Cleo's chest, her warmth cutting through the cold air between them. That was Cleo's limit. Summoning the last of her strength, she materialized a short sword in her hand, aiming straight for Zytralia's stomach, but before she could strike, an unseen force slammed into her, hurling her backward. Her body crashed against the reinforced window with a sharp thud. Pinned there by an invisible pressure, Cleo gritted her teeth as Zytralia calmly placed a protective hand over her stomach. "Don't," the queen warned, her voice suddenly sharp, "don't ever try that again." Cleo's eyes narrowed, and with her instinct taking over, she activated her X-ray vision, scanning past layers of flesh and muscle until she saw it. An egg, nestled within Zytralia's womb. A slow smirk curled on Cleo's lips, despite the crushing force holding her in place. Well, even the almighty queen has something to protect," she said with her voice laced with dark amusement. "I wonder, how would you keep that precious egg safe if I blew up this ship? Even you, trapped in that fragile humanoid form, wouldn't be able to withstand the blast." Zytralia's glowing green eyes locked onto hers, brimming with silent confidence, and then, she laughed. "Ahahaha, you wouldn't dare." She pressed a hand to her stomach, rubbing it almost tenderly. "After all, this child's father is none other than your beloved." Cleo's breath hitched. Her face, usually unreadable, flickered just for a second with a flash of something raw, something vulnerable. Zytralia saw it. And she relished it. With a smirk, she released her grip on Cleo, letting her crumple onto the cold metal floor like a discarded puppet. "Such a rude welcome," she sighed dramatically. "I only came to say hello. Oh well, we'll meet again soon." With those final words, Zytralia vanished, leaving nothing but an empty space where she had stood. Cleo remained there, motionless. The icy floor pressed against her palms, her long black hair spilling over her face while she clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. This feeling, this gnawing, twisting sensation in her chest, was new, unfamiliar. It wasn't anger, it wasn't mere frustration. It was something deeper, something sharper. Jealousy. The realization struck her like a blade, and because it was the first time she had ever felt it, she had no idea how to process it. So, her body reacted the only way it knew how. The emotion swelled inside her, thick and suffocating, until it had nowhere left to go. It condensed, transformed, and escaped in the form of a single, silent tear rolling down her cheek. She blinked, startled by the sensation. Lifting her hand, she caught the tear on the tip of her finger, holding it up as if studying an anomaly. Scan complete. Substance, primarily water, containing traces of salt, fatty oils, and over 1,500 unique proteins. Cleo's lips parted slightly. "What triggers this kind of reaction?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Insufficient data. Conducting further research, connecting to Galactic Net, results found. Filtering, displaying relevant information." As the data scrolled before her eyes, she remained still, the weight of an unfamiliar ache settling in her chest. And for the first time in her long existence, Cleo felt truly, painfully, human. After several minutes, Rex arrived at the Cleopatra's hangar bay, carefully lowering the twins onto the cold metallic floor. Almost immediately, maintenance drones swarmed toward him, spraying hot water over his armor to thaw it. The nanomaterial had frozen stiff from his time in space, and the heat helped it regain flexibility, allowing him to reabsorb it into his body. "You two, go change into dry clothes and get checked by a medic," Rex instructed, his voice firm but not unkind. "After that, head to the garden. We're holding a meeting with the main force representatives in about 2 hours." Naira gave a lazy salute. "Got it." Then, without warning, she hoisted Lyra onto her shoulder like a sack of grain. "Hey, at least carry me properly, you brute," Lyra protested, flailing weakly. Her initial resistance quickly faded, though. As Naira strolled toward the hospital wing, Lyra let out one last dramatic wail. "See you later, Rex, Naira." Rex chuckled, shaking his head as he continued absorbing his armor. His body gradually returned to its normal size, the reinforced plating melting seamlessly into his skin. A few minutes later, he stepped onto the Cleopatra's bridge, his eyes immediately searching for Cleo. He found her standing near the massive observation window, bathed in the soft glow of the void beyond. She was silent, motionless, her gaze locked onto the shattered remains of the destroyed trading station. The wreckage drifted like lifeless debris, fragments of metal and glass reflecting the distant stars. "Hey, Cleo," Rex called as he walked up beside her. "Why are you standing here all alone?" She didn't answer. He exhaled slowly, following her line of sight. "Look, I know it's a major setback. We lost good people today." His voice softened. "But we'll rebuild. Somewhere else. And one day, we'll make them pay for this." He placed a reassuring hand on her head. A simple gesture, one he'd done 100 times before. But this time, Cleo lifted her hand and removed his. Rex blinked, startled since she had never done that before. Then, barely above a whisper, she murmured something, too quiet for him to catch. "Cleo," he frowned. "Sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that again?" She took a breath. This time, her voice was clearer, though still laced with something he couldn't quite place. "I said, why?" Rex turned to face her fully now, his usual playful tone vanishing. "What do you mean by, why?" There was something in her voice. Something raw, something unlike her. And for the first time, Rex wasn't sure if he wanted to hear the answer. Cleo turned to face Rex, and in that moment, he saw something he would never forget for as long as he lived. Her eyes that were usually cold, composed, and unreadable were now brimming with tears. Real, glistening tears. His breath caught. "Cleo, are you crying?" he stammered, his voice laced with disbelief. She clenched her fists, trembling. "So what if I'm crying?" she screamed, her voice cracking. "I can't cry just because I'm a machine?" Rex took a step closer, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "No, wait, that's not what I meant. I don't care what you meant, Rex," she cut him off, her body shaking. I. Warning. Emotional anomaly detected, attempting correction. Her system's automated voice rang in her mind, but she barely registered it. "Cleo, talk to me," Rex pleaded, reaching for her. She let out a bitter, choked laugh. "Tell me, Rex, why am I feeling like this?" she shouted, the raw frustration in her voice making Rex freeze. "Logic says you did nothing wrong. It's normal for organic life forms to reproduce, to leave behind a legacy, but Warning. Critical error, unable to correct emotional anomaly. "Cleo, what are you saying?" Rex grabbed her by the shoulders, his eyes wide with concern. She let out a ragged breath, her expression a mix of anger and anguish. "Don't you know what I'm talking about?" she cried. "I'm talking about you and that fucking Khryssari queen and the new life growing inside her." As soon as the words left her mouth, a sharp pain shot through her chest. It wasn't physical, and yet it hurt more than anything she had ever experienced. Rex's hands slowly loosened their grip. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Her systems frantically worked to suppress the storm of emotions inside her, trying to overwrite the turmoil with logic and reason. But emotions weren't something that could be rewritten like a line of code. Rex finally spoke, his voice hesitant. "I don't know what you want me to say, but, yes, it's true. The baby inside Zytralia is mine." Cleo's breath hitched. The tears came faster now, spilling down her cheeks as her entire body trembled. But it wasn't just the fact that he had been with someone else. It wasn't even the fact that he had created life with another. No, the thing that hurt the most was something deeper, something she couldn't even begin to explain. She clenched her fists, her breath coming out in sharp, uneven gasps. "So," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "since you finally have someone who can give you offspring, does that mean you won't love me anymore?" The question shattered him. Her words had no logic, no reason, and yet, in this moment, Cleo wasn't following logic. Without thinking, Rex pulled her into a fierce embrace, pressing her head against his chest. "What the hell are you talking about, Cleo?" His voice was rough, filled with lots of emotions. Cleo barely moved, her small hands gripping the fabric of his black t-shirt. "Why?" she whispered against him, her voice so broken it made his chest ache. "Why do you think I would stop loving you?" She trembled in his arms. "Because," she swallowed hard, "because I can't give you offspring. A consort who can't bear children, will eventually be discarded for someone who can. Rex stiffened. Then, without hesitation, he tightened his grip around her, his heart pounding. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Cleo's breath hitched, but she didn't pull away. Listen to me, he murmured, his voice softer now, his hand cradling the back of her head. You think love is just about having children? You think I care about that more than you? She didn't answer, but he felt her fingers clutch at his shirt just a little tighter. Cleo, you're irreplaceable to me. Do you understand that? His voice was barely above a whisper now. Nothing, no one could ever change that. Did you hear me? Rex asked while gently patting Cleo's head. But she didn't respond. With a quiet sigh, he didn't push her for an answer. Instead, he simply scooped her up into his arms and carried her over to the command bridge's throne. Sitting down, he adjusted her in his lap, holding her close. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. I don't know much about the Kael'zar Empire, Rex admitted, his voice soft. You don't talk about it much. But if I'm supposed to be the new leader of your people, I have the power to change laws, don't I? Cleo gave a small nod, still resting her head against his chest. Well then, he continued with a small smile playing on his lips, you're going to have to teach me about your laws. Something tells me there are some pretty extreme ones in there. He chuckled lightly, but when Cleo didn't react, his expression softened again. His arms tightened around her just a little. So, all of this, he murmured, was because you thought I was going to abandon you? Cleo shook her head. No, Rex frowned slightly. Then why? There was a pause. A deep breath. And then, finally, Cleo whispered, because I was jealous. The moment she said it, something inside her eased, as if an invisible weight had been lifted from her chest. Rex took her hand in his, rubbing slow circles against her palm, and, why were you jealous? Cleo hesitated. Then with her voice barely above a whisper, she confessed, because she can give you an offspring. And I won't be able to. Not for who knows how many years. I don't even know if there's any living metal left out there. I mean, I know some still exists in the megacorps, but it's impossible to get our hands on it. She let out a shaky breath, a fresh tear slipping down her cheek. Rex exhaled, his grip on her hand tightening slightly. Well, he hesitated for a second, then chuckled. I don't know if I should tell you this now or save it for later, but I guess I can give you a little spoiler. He smirked. I got some living met. Before he could even finish his sentence, Cleo shot up like a lightning bolt and pinned him down, straddling his lap. Her eyes were wide, staring at him as if she had just heard the most unbelievable thing in the universe. Are you serious? She breathed. Living metal? You actually, really? Rex burst out laughing. Wow. That cheered you up instantly. He shook his head in amusement. Yes, I got some living metal. I made a trade with the owner. Since I told her that once you get your original body back, you could produce more living metal, she agreed to give you what you need, under one condition. Cleo barely heard him. She was trembling now, not from sadness, but from pure, overwhelming joy. Her entire face was glowing with emotion, and yet, her tears kept coming. Rex reached up, wiping them away with his thumbs. Haha, did that make you that happy? And since when did you become such a crybaby? He teased, though his voice was filled with warmth. Cleo sniffled, a small, breathy giggle escaping her lips. She placed her hand over his, letting his warmth seep into her. Let me be. Hee. She closed her eyes while resting against him once more. 2 hours had finally passed. Rex and Cleo stood in the lush garden inside the Cleopatra, the artificial lighting casting a soft glow over the vibrant flora. A gentle breeze from the environmental systems rustled through the leaves, but Cleo barely noticed it since she was too focused on Rex. Rex, she murmured while hugging his arm. Since you only told me about this meeting 5 minutes ago, can't you at least give me a heads up on what we're going to talk about? I'd rather not stand here looking like a clueless teenager. Rex chuckled while patting her head. Just be patient. I'll explain everything to everyone at the same time. Then, with a teasing grin, he pinched her cheeks. And don't cry again, little crybaby. Hey, stop pinching me, Cleo huffed, swatting at his hands, and stop calling me that. But no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from his grip. With a defeated sigh, she simply pouted and gave up. Just then, the grand entrance to the garden hissed open. Instantly, Rex and Cleo straightened up, slipping into a more composed stance. A familiar, elegant voice rang out. "Oh, am I interrupting something?" Lila stepped inside, dressed in a flowing white gown adorned with red embroidery, exuding grace and authority. Behind her followed 4 priestesses and a group of paladins, who were her new forces, now fully under her command. "Lila," Rex greeted, stepping forward with a smile. "I don't know what you're talking about. We were just waiting for everyone to arrive." Taking her hand gently, he escorted her closer to where Cleo stood. Moments later, the next group entered. It was Zytralia in her humanoid form. To her right stood Wise and to her left, one of her sons, his towering presence exuding a quiet yet undeniable strength. Rex immediately noticed the flicker in Zytralia's glowing eyes when she saw him. Her instincts told her to embrace him, to pull him close, but she resisted since Wise didn't know and she couldn't know. Not yet. Rex, ever perceptive, smirked inwardly but chose not to address it. Instead, he took a step forward. "Oh, Wise, Your Highness. Welcome." His voice was smooth, diplomatic. "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." He glanced around at the assembled leaders. Their presence alone radiated power, the weight of 3 mighty factions standing in one room. "Before we get into things, let's have some introductions." Rex gestured casually toward Lila. "This stunning blonde right here, she's Lila, the saintess of the human empire." Lila inclined her head slightly, her golden locks shimmering under the light. He then gestured toward Cleo. "Next to me, we have Cleo, the acting leader of the Kael'zar forces." Cleo gave a small nod, her expression composed. And lastly, Rex turned toward Zytralia. "We have Zytralia, Queen of the Hive Minds." The moment those words left his lips, Lila stiffened. Her breath hitched, and her fingers twitched slightly, since a hive queen was standing right next to her. The hive minds, a species feared and revered across the galaxy. Entire civilizations had fallen to their collective will, their power unparalleled. And now, here was one of their queens, standing calmly in the same room as if it were nothing. Lila swallowed, forcing herself to maintain her composure. But Rex had definitely noticed her reaction. He smirked slightly before continuing. "Now then," he said while folding his arms, "I invited you all here to discuss a few important topics. The first?" His eyes swept across them, sharp and calculating. "I want to propose an alliance between our 3 factions." He then made a pause. His voice remained steady, firm. "I want to establish a trade and defense pact between us, one that benefits all our people. With our combined forces, we can protect our interests, share resources, and create a power that no one will dare challenge." He leaned back slightly, waiting. "So, what do you all think?" The air grew thick with tension while everyone was waiting for someone to talk first. A tense silence hung in the air as the proposal settled over the gathered leaders. Thankfully for the others, Zytralia was the first to speak. "What I see," she said, her voice smooth but edged with calculation, "is that only the Kael'zars and the humans stand to gain the most from this alliance. My hive has no need for protection." She paused, her glowing eyes sweeping over the other representatives, gauging their reactions. "However," she continued, "the trade aspect does interest me. The megacorps have restricted our ability to engage in commerce and most factions fear dealing with us. This alliance could provide access to much-needed resources." She tilted her head slightly. "So, I am against the defensive pact, but in favor of the trading alliance." With that, she fell silent again, her decision final. Next, Lila stepped forward. "Our forces are still weak," she admitted, her tone level but firm, "both in trade and military strength." She glanced at Zytralia briefly before continuing, "But we are growing, rapidly. In a few years, we will be strong enough to stand as equal partners in both trade and defense." She exhaled softly. "Right now, what we need most is protection, a defensive alliance to safeguard our people while we continue expanding. But trade is also crucial. So, I am in favor of both the trading and defensive alliances." Finally, all eyes turned to Cleo. She crossed her arms, her expression unreadable as she considered her words. "We, the Kael'zars, do not require a defensive alliance." Her voice was as neutral as ever, but her words carried undeniable weight. Our priority has always been acquiring resources to sustain our war machine. Materials to build our forces are always in short supply. Her gaze flickered toward Lila. However, since the human empire does require military support, I am willing to support both alliances, trade and defense. With that, she fell silent, waiting for the next response. Rex stood in the center, listening carefully to each side. He took in every argument, every hesitation, and every concern. Once everyone had said their piece, he finally spoke. "I've heard all your thoughts on this alliance," he said, his voice calm yet resolute. "While a strong trade network is a solid foundation, I want this to be a defensive alliance as well. For that to happen." He turned toward Zytralia, his gaze locking onto hers. "What would it take for you to accept a defensive alliance with us?" he asked with his voice being unusually steady. "I understand that, right now, you don't gain anything from it. But look at it from this perspective. If you support us, if you protect our assets, we will grow. Our military will expand, our economy will strengthen. In time, we could even stand against the megacorps." He took a slow step forward. "By then, our trade alone would be a force to be reckoned with. The flow of resources between us would be massive. Think of it not as a sacrifice, but as an investment, one that will yield long-term gains for you and your hive." He fell silent, waiting for her answer. Zytralia's piercing green eyes studied him, unreadable. Then, after a long moment, she finally spoke. "What you say does sound promising," she admitted. "But my hive cannot work for free. We require vast amounts of resources, and the fastest way to obtain them is through war or planetary expansion." She exhaled softly, resting a hand on her stomach. "The best I can offer is 1 year of protection." She paused before continuing. "Use this year wisely. Show us that your forces can grow, that your power can rise. If, by the end of that time, you prove yourselves, we will discuss a longer arrangement. Until then, my hive will stand as your shield." Then, as if the discussion had already concluded in her mind, Zytralia went silent, her hands gently cradling her womb, being lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. Rex smiled slightly since that was good enough. "Then it's settled," he said. "We now have a provisional alliance. I hope this is the beginning of something that will benefit us all." The discussion continued for a little while longer, finalizing specific conditions and limitations before the meeting finally ended. One by one, the representatives departed from the garden. And soon, only Rex and Cleo remained. They sat near the edge of the artificial lake, the soft glow of the garden's bioluminescent plants reflecting off the water. Rex let out a sigh, rolling his shoulders before pulling off his boots and dipping his feet into the cool water. "So," he murmured while leaning back on his hands, "since the station got blown to hell, and I'm pretty sure this place isn't safe anymore, do you have any ideas on where we should go next?" Cleo, who had been gazing at the shimmering lake, nodded. "I have a few options." She lifted her hand, and with a ripple of shifting nanomaterial, 3 small, bird-like drones formed in her palm. The drones fluttered into the air, hovering around her before spreading their wings. Their beaks opened, and 3 holographic 4D planet projections appeared before them. "This," when Cleo said that, her golden eyes glowed softly in the dim light, "is our best option right now." A gentle breeze swept through the garden, making her dark hair dance in the air. Rex found himself momentarily distracted. Since she looked breathtaking in this moment, the soft glow of the projections casting subtle highlights along her features. His gaze flicked to the planets. "So, you're saying we should take over a planet?" His brow furrowed. "Can we even do that?" Cleo glanced at him. "Yes. These 3 planets are corporate-owned, but their current owners are struggling to pay megacorp taxes. They've put them up for sale." Rex smirked. "So, we wouldn't even have to take them by force?" Cleo gave a small smile. "Not unless we have to." Rex let out a low chuckle. "Well then, let's see which of these will become our new home." Cleo raised her hand slightly, and the first planet's projection zoomed in, revealing its fiery landscape in greater detail. "This one is a Pyros planet," she began. "A volcanic world with rivers of lava and constant eruptions. The inhabitants have adapted to the extreme heat, developing fire-resistant bodies and harnessing geothermal energy as their primary power source. She paused for a moment before adding, the planet's core is rumored to contain a sentient molten entity. Rex let out a low whistle. So, basically, hell. He leaned forward, studying the glowing mining sites and energy stations scattered across the surface. Well, he muttered while rubbing his chin, it's definitely dangerous as hell, but there are benefits. Lava for our forges, geothermal energy, and probably tons of valuable minerals. He exhaled, tilting his head. Still, that whole molten entity part sounds like a major red flag. He leaned back. All right, let's see the next one. Cleo flicked her wrist, and the image shifted to the second planet. This one is a nebulose-type planet, she explained. The hologram showed a world shrouded in perpetual fog, its surface barely visible beneath thick swirling clouds. The inhabitants have adapted to the lack of visibility by evolving echolocation and heightened senses. Rex raised an eyebrow. So, basically, a planet full of blind supersoldiers? Cleo ignored his comment and continued. The fog itself is rumored to contain ancient, dormant machines, possibly remnants from a lost civilization. At that, her golden eyes gleamed slightly. Rex smirked upon seeing she was interested in that planet. Let me guess, he said while folding his arms. You think these ruins might be an old Kael'zar post, right? Cleo nodded. There's a good chance of that, and if the terminals are still functional, we might be able to recover lost technology or blueprints. Rex let out a thoughtful hum. That's actually really tempting. Then, the projection changed once more, to the third and final planet. And the last one, Cleo said, is one you're already familiar with. An Aquaria-type planet, completely covered in water. No landmasses whatsoever. The hologram showed vast, endless oceans teeming with massive, intelligent sea creatures. These creatures, she continued, are confirmed to be highly intelligent and are suspected to be artificially created, possibly bred for later sale or experimentation. Rex frowned slightly, staring at the projection. His fingers tapped against his knee as he thought. So this is the same planet where that Tier 4 creature was last time, right? He turned his gaze toward Cleo. Isn't this way too dangerous? What if another Tier 4 shows up and beats the shit out of us? He studied Cleo's expression with his curiosity fully piqued. Cleo's golden eyes glimmered as she pulled up fresh data on her holographic interface. There's no Tier 4 creature on Aquaria anymore, she declared, her voice steady. According to my research, that beast shouldn't have been there in the first place. A corporation this small wouldn't have the resources to contain or manage something of that caliber. With a swift motion, she swiped her hand, revealing images of a decimated facility, twisted metal, shattered domes, and scorched ocean platforms stretching across the screen. The real cause of the destruction, she continued while zooming in on the images, was an orbital bombardment, not the creature. Rex leaned closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied the charred wreckage. Orbital bombardment? That's unusual. His mind raced, piecing together the implications. Then, another thought struck him. Wait, he muttered, pulling up his arm device. Have you heard anything from Carlos? His fingers scrolled through his messages, but his inbox was empty. Cleo shook her head. Nothing, the last update I got was from Sharon. She said they'd be out of contact for a while. Apparently, they're moving into one of Nexum's more secure facilities. Rex exhaled slowly, his brow furrowing. Nexum's secure zones were notorious. Once you entered, you vanished from the grid entirely. He shook off the thought for now. So, Cleo said while breaking the silence, which planet are you leaning toward? Rex crossed his arms, weighing the options one last time. Let's go with Aquaria, he decided. Those oceanic creatures could be a solid source of income, and the scans show plenty of valuable minerals underwater. Plus, the trade route is relatively safe, and, he smirked, no mystery monsters lurking around to eat us. Cleo nodded while closing the holograms with a flick of her wrist. The shimmering images dissolved, reabsorbing into her nanomaterial. Then it settled, she confirmed. Rex stretched his arms behind his head. Oh, before I forget, he added, remember the living metal I mentioned? It's in the hangar. Zytralia dropped it off earlier, and the twins are guarding it. The moment the words left his mouth, Cleo shot up like a rocket, her eyes wide with excitement. Without a word, she sprinted out of the garden. Rex blinked, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hey, wait for me, he called while chasing after her. By the time Rex reached the hangar, Cleo was already standing before a massive container filled with chromatic liquid metal. The substance shimmered under the artificial lights, shifting through iridescent hues as if it were alive. The twins, Naira and Lyra, stood nearby, watching the strange material with curiosity. Rex walked up with his hands on his hips. So, this is the famous living metal? Naira tilted her head. Oh, this is it, she folded her arms. I don't get it, what even is living metal? Yes, this is living metal, Rex confirmed, peering at the container. But honestly, I have no idea how it works. He glanced at Cleo, who hadn't moved an inch since entering the room. Cleo was completely entranced, her hands resting gently on the edge of the container, her eyes glowing faintly. Rex smirked. Well, he muttered, looks like Cleo's too busy being obsessed to explain it to us. He turned to the twins. Come on, let's leave her alone with it for now. Before they could protest, he playfully nudged them toward the exit. Let's go find something else to do, he said with a grin. As they left the hangar, Cleo remained still with her gaze fixed on the shimmering liquid. Meanwhile, on the other side of the galaxy, Carlos found himself in what was easily the most uncomfortable situation of his life. He sat at a massive dining table, so absurdly long that it felt like he needed a shuttle just to reach the other end. The surface was laden with exquisite dishes, their aromas mingling into a tantalizing blend of high-class cuisine. At the head of the table sat an old man whose presence alone was suffocating. He radiated an overwhelming aura of raw power, a quiet menace that made Carlos' stomach churn. And beside the old man, all smiles and ease, sat Sharon. Carlos, on the other hand, he was practically exiled to the far end of the table, feeling like an intruder in this opulent setting. Left alone with his thoughts. What the hell am I doing here? Why did I even agree to this? His stomach twisted, not from hunger but from sheer awkwardness. This atmosphere is killing me, and seriously, what's with this ridiculously huge table? Do they need an intercom just to talk across it? And wait, is this table made of natural wood? Who the hell is this guy to afford something like this? Before Carlos could spiral further into his internal complaints, the old man's deep voice cut through the silence like a blade. Young man. Carlos nearly jumped. My little girl has been telling me all about you, the old man said, his piercing gaze locking onto Carlos. Your name is Carlos, correct? Carlos swallowed hard. Why yes, sir. I'm Carlos. Nice to meet you. His words came out stiff, his voice cracking slightly under the weight of his nerves. The old man hummed, leaning back slightly. I see. Then, with an almost casual air, he asked, tell me, how exactly did you and my daughter meet? Carlos felt a sudden pressure settle around him, with an invisible force pressing down on his chest. It wasn't crushing, not enough to harm him, but just enough to make breathing difficult. Just enough to remind him who was in control here. His body tensed, his throat tightened, he struggled to form words when. Father. Stop doing that. Sharon's sharp voice sliced through the tension, her tone filled with irritation. There's no need for you to be so rude, she scolded her father. The pressure immediately lifted after that. The old man exhaled, shaking his head as if amused by his daughter's outburst. I'm doing nothing, sweetheart, he said smoothly. Then, glancing back at Carlos, he gave a knowing smirk. He's just nervous, isn't that right, Carlos? Carlos forced a shaky breath, nodding quickly. Why yes, sir. Just a bit nervous about meeting you. A bit was the understatement of the century. The old man's gaze lingered for a moment before he gestured for Carlos to continue. And to answer your question, Carlos began, gathering his thoughts. Slowly, he recounted how he and Sharon had met, from the camping event to the chaos aboard the cruiser, all the way to its destruction. As he spoke, he noticed something. The old man's expression darkened with every word. By the time Carlos described the cruiser explosion, the air around them felt dangerously heavy, and it was clear that the old man was pissed. Carlos finished his explanation, carefully choosing his words and omitting certain details. Of course, there's no way in hell I'm telling him I've already slept with his daughter, not once, not twice, but hundreds of times. His lips twitched slightly, Sharon is a wild kitty, hee hee. But before he could get too lost in that thought, the old man's voice pulled him back. The old man's gaze remained locked onto Sharon, his piercing eyes filled with an intensity that made the air feel like it was closing in. "Sweetheart, is what he said true?" he asked with his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of danger. Sharon met his stare without flinching. "Yes, father, he's telling the truth." Carlos felt a flicker of relief, but it was fleeting. "But, there's something else you need to know." Carlos' stomach dropped. A cold bead of sweat trickled down his temple. "Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not tell him we've already slept together. This man will kill me. No, worse, he will do things to me that make death seem like a mercy. Sharon, think before you speak." Carlos' mind spiraled into panic, his internal alarms blaring as he braced for the worst. The old man's eyes narrowed dangerously. "What is it, sweetheart? Did this bald bastard do something to you?" Carlos nearly choked. What? He sputtered, his voice cracking in sheer terror. Sharon sighed. "No, father, that's not what I meant." She cleared her throat, regaining her composure. "What I wanted to say," she continued, "is that there's a high probability that the person responsible for the destruction of that cruiser was none other than the CE. Sharon didn't even get to finish the name before her father's fist slammed into the massive wooden table, splitting it in half. The sheer force of the impact sent plates, food, and drinks crashing to the floor. The room fell deathly silent. Carlos, still frozen in his seat, slowly lowered his gaze to the wreckage of what had been a feast. "Ah, what a waste, I didn't even get a single bite." Meanwhile, the old man's voice dropped into something far more serious. "Sharon," he said, his words calm but heavy, "even though you're my daughter, I can't protect you if you say something like this about the CEO." He leaned forward, his dominating presence suffocating the air between them. "Look into my eyes," he commanded. "And tell me the truth. Why do you think he wants to kill you?" The weight of his words pressed down on the room. Sharon hesitated for the first time, but she inhaled deeply, her expression momentarily faltering. Then, slowly, she locked eyes with her father. "Father," she began, speaking with her voice being softer. "I know you married me to the CEO so that I could have a secure life, in case something happened to you." She clenched her fist slightly. "But she hesitated while glancing downward for a split second. "I overheard a conversation between the CEO and a woman." Carlos felt the tension in the room tighten like a noose. The old man's face didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. Sharon swallowed before speaking once again. "They were talking about." She fell silent. Sharon's father took a deep breath, his fingers gripping the armrests of his chair as he fought to contain his simmering rage. His voice, however, remained eerily calm. "What exactly were they talking about, sweetheart?" Sharon hesitated, her hands tightening slightly in her lap. Then, with a steadying breath, she finally answered. "The woman said that her negotiations with Novason Industries CEO, regarding the marriage of her daughter to the Nexum CEO, were already settled." She swallowed hard. "And with their combined influence, they plan to take you down." The words hung heavy in the air, each one echoing like a death knell. Sharon didn't dare look up. She knew exactly what expression her father wore right now. A long, tense silence followed, the weight of her revelation pressing down on the room. Then, her father let out a slow, deep sigh before standing from his chair. "The dinner is over," he said, his voice clipped. "If you're still hungry, feel free to order something to your rooms." With that, he turned and left the dining room without another word. Carlos sat frozen for a few moments before finally exhaling loudly, slumping back in his chair. "Damn," he muttered while running a hand through his hair. "I thought I was gonna die back there. Your father is really something." But Sharon didn't respond. She just sat completely still, her expression unreadable, lost in thought. Carlos frowned and slowly, he got up and walked toward her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Sharon," he murmured while resting his chin against her shoulder, "are you okay?" She blinked a few times, as if snapping out of a trance. Then, with a small smile, she leaned her cheek into his hand. "Yeah, sorry, I just got a little lost in thought, hee," she admitted softly. Then, nudging his hand playfully, she added, "Wanna go to my room and order some food? I saw you didn't even get to eat anything." Carlos chuckled. So you noticed that, huh? He sighed dramatically. Your dad really scares the hell out of me, but yeah, let's go. I'm starving. With that, they left the dining hall together. Meanwhile, Sharon's father walked through the long, dimly lit halls of his estate, his mind racing. He entered his private office and, without hesitation, moved a set of books from a nearby shelf. With a soft mechanical hum, a section of the wall slid open, revealing a hidden passageway. Inside, a sleek elevator stood waiting, and without pause, he stepped inside. The doors sealed shut behind him, and the elevator began its silent descent deep underground. The elevator descended for what felt like an eternity. The soft hum of machinery was the only sound in the enclosed space. When the doors finally slid open, Sharon's father stepped into a vast, high-tech underground facility. The walls were lined with holographic displays, flickering with streams of data, star maps, and encrypted communications. The air was cool and sterile, carrying the faint scent of ozone. At the center of the room stood a circular console, its surface alive with glowing interfaces. A figure in a dark suit, face obscured by a hood, turned to greet him. "You're late," the figure said with its voice distorted by a modulator. "We've been waiting." Sharon's father didn't flinch. "I had to deal with family matters," he replied curtly, his tone leaving no room for further questions. He strode to the console, his fingers dancing across the holographic keys. "What's the status of the operation?" The hooded figure stepped closer, its presence unnervingly silent. "Novason and Nexum's CEO are moving faster than we anticipated. Their alliance is more than just a marriage, it's a consolidation of power. If they succeed, they'll control nearly half of the galactic trade routes within the year." Sharon's father's jaw tightened. "And the other factions? The syndicate is watching, but they won't act unless provoked. As for the free colonies, they're too fragmented to pose a threat, for now." He nodded, his mind racing. "Then we'll have to accelerate our plans. If Novason and Nexum want a war, we'll give them one, but on our terms." The hooded figure tilted its head slightly. "And what of your daughter? She's already caught in the crossfire. If they suspect she knows anything." "Sharon is stronger than she looks," he interrupted, his voice firm. "She's my daughter, after all. But I'll make sure she's protected. She's not part of this." The figure hesitated, then gave a slow nod. "As you wish. But remember, sentimentality can be a weakness. Don't let it cloud your judgment." Sharon's father's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger breaking through his calm exterior. "I don't need your advice. Just make sure your people are ready. We move at dawn." Without another word, the hooded figure turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving him alone in the cavernous room. He stared at the holographic displays, the intricate web of alliances and betrayals playing out before his eyes. For a moment, he allowed himself a rare moment of vulnerability, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his responsibilities. But it was only a moment. Straightening his posture, he activated a secure comm channel. A hologram flickered to life, revealing the face of a grizzled man with a cybernetic eye. "It's time," Sharon's father said, his voice cold and commanding. "Initiate protocol eclipse." The man on the screen grinned, a predatory gleam in his eye. "About damn time. I'll rally the troops." The hologram vanished, leaving the room in silence once more. Sharon's father took a deep breath, his expression hardening. He had built his empire from nothing, fought tooth and nail to protect it, and he wasn't about to let some upstart corporations tear it down. Not without a fight. Meanwhile, upstairs, Sharon and Carlos sat in her room with a spread of food between them. Despite the earlier tension, they were laughing, the weight of the evening momentarily forgotten. But as Sharon glanced out the window at the sprawling city lights, her smile faded. "Carlos," she said softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty, "do you ever feel like there's something bigger going on? Something we're not being told?" Carlos paused, a forkful of food halfway to his mouth. He set it down, his expression turning serious. "Yeah," he admitted. "I've felt it for a while now. Your dad, he's not just some businessman, is he?" Sharon shook her head, her eyes distant. "I don't know, but whatever it is, I think it's about to blow up in our faces." Carlos reached over, taking her hand in his. "Whatever happens, we'll face it together, okay?" She smiled faintly, squeezing his hand. Okay. In the heart of Nexum Dynamics, deep within its most secure headquarters, Percival, the CEO, sat in his sleek, dimly lit office when his encrypted communicator buzzed. This line was private and only a select few had access to this line, and that meant only one thing: a report from his Special Ops unit. He answered immediately. A distorted voice crackled through the secured channel. Special Ops Agent, code number 45 reporting, sir. The traitor Viceroy Kale Vortigern has made his move. What are your orders? For a brief moment, Percival remained silent, then, he internally laughed. Ha ha ha. So you finally made your move, stubborn old man. Now I have the perfect excuse to use the full might of Nexum against you. Once you're gone, I can do whatever the hell I want. He suppressed his excitement, keeping his voice cold and neutral. Well done, he said smoothly. Continue monitoring the traitor's movements. Do not engage, do not get caught. Understood, sir. I'll report back with any new developments. When the call ended, Percival leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly as a wide grin stretched across his face. Ha 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 ha, finally, but there was no time to waste. With a few swift commands, he initiated an urgent meeting, a direct summons to the Nexum Viceroys, and since this was an emergency-level call, it took less than a minute for the holographic figures of the Viceroys to materialize before him. Their presence filled the room with an imposing energy, and predictably, the first to react was the most infuriating one of them all. What is the meaning of this, Percival? Have you finally gone crazy? The angry, sturdy hologram of an old man shouted at him, his deep scowl exaggerated by the flickering light. Tisk. This old fossil again. I swear, I should start sending him fake meeting invites just to watch him stroke out from the stress. I wonder if he's even taking his dementia pills. Percival kept his smile polite, ignoring the urge to roll his eyes. Then, another voice joined in. While I usually don't agree with this angry midget, the hologram of an elderly woman drawled lazily, I'll have to side with him this time. She sat in a lavish chair, her long cane pointed directly at Percival. If this turns out to be a waste of my time, she warned, I will personally come visit you and shove some sense into that thick skull of yours. Maybe then, you'll have something inside your head besides your mother's tits. A vein in Percival's forehead twitched slightly, but his professional smile never wavered. Come now, Madam Rose, he said smoothly while resting his chin on his hand. I know you're all very busy people, but if I'm not mistaken, aren't you a bit preoccupied playing cute grandma with your new pet? His smile sharpened. Surely, you have a bit of free time to spare for a meeting. For a split second, the room went dead silent. Then, slowly, Madam Rose's eyes narrowed. If looks could kill, Percival wouldn't just be dead, he'd have her cane lodged so far up his ass he'd be coughing up splinters for the rest of his life. TCH. A lowly slave, and yet she sits among the viceroys of my Nexum? Laughable. It doesn't matter. Once I have absolute power, she'll be the first to die. But for now, he played his part. He leaned forward slightly, his smile never faltering. Now then, shall we begin? Percival let the tension settle before finally speaking, his voice rich with dramatics. Seeing that I have everyone's attention and knowing that your time is as valuable as gold, I will get straight to the point, he began, placing a hand over his heart for effect. As you all know, as CEO, it is my duty to ensure peace among us so that we may unite our strength against the other megacorps. His voice rose with conviction, his expression grave, and then, after a deep breath, his face twisted into a look of pained reluctance. However, he suddenly shouted, lowering his head as if it physically pained him to speak his next words. The room stilled, waiting. Percival clenched his jaw. Then, with a dramatic pause, he finally uttered, while it pains me deeply, I must bring forth unfortunate news. His shoulders shook slightly, as if he was holding back immense sorrow. Viceroy Kale Vortigern has betrayed us. A sharp silence followed. That is impossible, shouted the old, grumpy man, his hologram flickering slightly with the force of his rage. Where is your proof? Percival sighed theatrically, shaking his head. Oh, but I do have proof. He lifted a hand, and the large screen to their left came to life. If you would all be so kind as to direct your attention to the screen, he said smoothly. The holographic display shifted to a live transmission with a planetary view of Kael Vortigern's stronghold. On the screen, the planet's defenses were being activated, heavy artillery, ion cannons, and shield generators coming online. Meanwhile, above the surface, a fleet was beginning to assemble in the upper atmosphere. A slow murmur ran through the room. Percival allowed the images to do most of the talking. "This," he finally said, gesturing to the screen, "is happening right now. Thanks to one of our loyal agents who saw the Viceroy's actions as a threat to our corporation." He clasped his hands together. "So, I have gathered you all here today, so we can deal with him together." "I see," the one who spoke was Viceroy Pax, a man known for his love of wealth above all else. He sipped at an exotic herbal drink with his posture being oddly relaxed. "So, you want to use our armies and fleets to deal with Kael Vortigern?" He raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers on the table. "While I can see the efficiency in such an action, I must ask, what's in it for us?" His eyes gleamed with calculation and anticipation.